Chapter 1. When I Awoke. Book 1. The Beast Night. A lush rainforest. The scorching sunlight pierced through the small interstices in the leaf layers of the canopy, illuminating the ground below. The air was sultry, and because of abundant rainfall, the vegetation here was exceedingly verdant. Vines tangled and roots twisted, forming arduous hindrances. Zedi was rushing through this rainforest with all of her might. She had curly black hair and wheat-colored skin. Her exquisite facial features delineated her extraordinarily beautiful visage, and her most attractive feature was her large purple eyes that were as translucent and resplendent as amethysts. But at this moment, those eyes were filled with fear and panic. Huff! Her mouth was wide open, gasping heavily for breath, and her chest already faintly aching. She was drenched in sweat and had many bandaged wounds over her body. Because of her strenuous sprinting, scarlet blood stained the white bandages. Faster, run faster. I must get far away from this place with haste, Zedi encouraged herself. However, she could not run any faster because there was a thick hemp rope around her shoulders that dragged something heavy. This greatly encumbered her speed. Suddenly, a loud, wretched scream resounded from afar. Soon after, the sound of a wolf howling followed. The young girl's body trembled as if she was agonized by electrocution. Then, like a monster's claws, a feeling of crisis and urgency ferociously grasped her heart. At this moment, there was only one voice left in her head. Run! 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 Leave everything behind. Don't care about anything else. Otherwise, you will be killed by that fiendish wolf, just like those bodyguards that were sundered to shreds, chewed into mincemeat, and then finally swallowed into its gut. The young girl's complexion became ash, white, and her gaze revealed dread. Yet when her eyes glanced behind her, she grew firm again. The rear end of the hemp rope she dragged was firmly attached to a stretcher. On it lay a young boy. For some unknown reason, the youth's eyes remained closed in unconsciousness, however. With his dazzling golden hair and handsome appearance, he gave off a naturally noble aura. The youthful boy was undoubtedly a burden to her. To still drag such a burden heavier than herself at this critical moment that determined life and death, she was digging her own grave. Gazing at the boy on the stretcher, Zedi gritted her teeth in pain. Then, she restrained the panic and nervousness in her heart and continued to drag the stretcher, advancing staunchly while withstanding the impending pressure of death. After pushing vines in front of her aside and using her tender body to barge through walls of shrubbery, the dense wilderness around her became sparse and dispersed, disclosing the azure sky. The sound of running water came to her ears, and not long after, a small river appeared in her line of sight. With a visual estimate, she guessed the river water would likely only reach up to her waist. However, she dared not wade through the river so easily. Danger lurks on every corner of this isolated island. I definitely must not use common sense to gauge it. I'm almost certain this small river is hiding a vicious crocodile or a large shoal of piranhas, she thought. Originally, she was attended by as many as 16 bodyguards, but now only she and this youngster were left. During the journey, her bodyguards had sacrificed themselves one after another, elucidating the terror of this isolated island jungle. Damn it, if only I could still use magic. The young girl observed a while. Biting her lip, she decided to cross the river. Behind her, the giant wolf was likely pursuing to devour her like an incarnation of the god of death. Although the girl was panic-stricken, she had not lost her rationality completely. She still maintained her clear-headedness and judgment of the situation. She dragged the heavy stretcher and followed the river. After a short while, she saw a small tree growing in an inclined manner. Its trunk extended from this bank, rose into the air, and stretched over to the opposite bank. After a cautious examination, the girl discovered that there were no venomous snakes or thorns hidden on the tree. However, the tree trunk was covered in moss and lichen, making its surface extremely slippery. Even if it were just her climbing this tree trunk, even the slightest inattentiveness would drop her into the river. To say nothing of her additional burden. The eyes of the youth lying on the stretcher were shut tight. He was in a deep coma. Perhaps she should abandon this youth. It would be too risky and arduous to carry this unconscious youngster across the river. The young girl gritted her teeth and quickly untied the hemp rope around the stretcher. She then put the young boy onto her back and tightly wrapped the rope around their bodies. After that was done, the girl took off her boots and stuffed them into the crevices between the rope and their bodies. Finally, she inhaled deeply and began to venture onto the tree trunk. "I can do it. I can do it. ZD, oh, Z, die. You must not fall here. You are the president of Wisteria. You still need to avenge father." The brave girl boosted her morale. Doing her utmost to creep across the tree trunk, she advanced bit by bit, and her eyes gazed forward, filled with resolve. Eventually, she successfully climbed across. Because of the weight of two people pressing down on the small trunk, when the girl reached the opposite bank, the trunk was pressed all the way down to the ground. This made it easier for the girl to land on the ground. Without two people pressing it down, the tree flung back up, swinging its branches and leaves with it, stirring a whooshing wind. Carrying the youngster had exhausted the girl's stamina. She collapsed to her knees and supported herself with her hands, powerless to rise back up for the moment. Her entire face was pale, and she felt slight vertigo. Sweat quickly dropped from the tip of her nose and chin, falling onto the rank grass. The young girl gasped for a while to catch her breath, and the dizziness gradually subsided. An intense feeling of joy spread through her heart. I can't believe it. I actually did it. I really climbed across. However, shortly afterward, she sensed her limbs beginning to indicate signs of numbness. The consequences of exhaustion had caught up to her. A wolf's howl suddenly resounded loudly, and a silhouette as large as a calf sprang out ferociously from the dense underbrush. The young girl's body and mind shuddered as she subconsciously turned around to see a gigantic dark blue wolf. At this moment, her pupils tensed up. She felt as if she had fallen into an icy abysm. The giant wolf bared its teeth with morsels of fresh flesh between them. The wolf's eyes were red, filled with tyrannical murderousness, as it stared at the girl. The young girl fell on the underbrush of the bank. She had turned around to look back with such hastiness that had forgotten about the youngster still on her back. His weight brought strong inertia, causing the girl to fall to the ground. Their feebleness and wretchedness further aroused the wolf's vicious nature. Nevertheless, the wolf still remained on the opposite bank. It cavorted in place, paced back and forth, and looked at the burbling river. Fear was unmistakable in its actions. Upon seeing the wolf act like this, the girl immediately understood how wise her prior actions were. However, the wolf also saw the tree trunk. It then unexpectedly did the same as the young girl as it stepped onto the tree that extended across both banks of the river. Although the huge wolf had a muscular body, it controlled its balance superbly and went across somewhat faster than the girl. Amidst her shock, the girl seemed to be electrocuted. In a flurry, she took out a dagger, sliced the rope around her body, then jumped back up and charged into the overhanging tree trunk. The tree trunk was struck and immediately started to sway from the impact. Although the tree did not sway too much, it nonetheless brought sufficient inconvenience to the giant wolf. With its balance broken and having almost fallen into the river, it was forced to retreat to the bank miserably. The wolf snarled at the girl, baring its sharp teeth as it grew increasingly furious. The young girl had successfully stopped the giant wolf and was thence overjoyed. However, exultation immediately turned into regret. I should have let this damn beast reach the middle of the trunk before acting. That would have dropped it into the river. The young girl and the giant wolf confronted each other from opposite banks. The wolf incessantly kept howling and refused to retreat. The young girl kept her eye on the giant wolf and did not dare to relax for even a moment. So long as the wolf even attempted to climb the tree trunk, the girl would strike it. Moments later, the girl finally concluded her act in haste was the right call. She could not accurately estimate how far the giant wolf could jump. After clambering over a small section, perhaps the wolf might be able to leap directly to the opposing bank. Even if she could manage to shake the wolf into the river, it was unknown whether or not the dangers lurking in the waters would react, or even if it did, it was also unknown if it could stop the giant wolf. Thus, the safest course of action would be to not give the wolf any opportunities. As long as it dared to attempt to climb on the trunk, the young girl would do her best to disturb it. As time went by, the wolf endeavored many times but never succeeded. Eventually, it turned around furiously and disappeared into the undergrowth. The young girl stood in a daze. It took a few breaths until she reacted as she fell to the ground. Her face that was numb from nervousness gradually eased, and like melting ice, tears flowed down both her cheeks. At last, she had received a new lease on life. With that, the girl whimpered and sobbed. Her legs were curled up and her feet were bare. She had not had the time to put her boots back on until now. Because of climbing the tree earlier, her feet had large abrasions. All of her fingernails were also split, causing bleeding. She buried her head in her curled legs and her shoulders trembled slightly in the wake of her spasmodic sobs. But thereafter, as if shocked by electricity, the girl abruptly raised her head. Her eyes were red, her face had distinct tear stains, and her countenance was complex, filled with shock, doubt, and panic. Is the wolf really giving up like this? It is a possibility. But recalling her horrific experiences over the last few days, the young girl began to feel the possibility of the wolf not having given up was higher. It might have turned around and entered the undergrowth to paralyze me. Perhaps, at this very moment, it is following along the river to find another shortcut across. Perhaps it has already gotten across and is quickly rushing toward here. Conjecturing this, the young girl felt chilled to the bone. What should she do? Grab the youth and climb back across the trunk? Disregarding the fact the tree trunk had a certain elevation from the ground, such that it would make it arduous for the girl to climb while carrying the youth if the wolf was still on the other side, what could she do? Climb to the middle of the trunk and stay there? That would be even less possible. It would be too physically consuming. The young girl was deeply aware of her own physical state at the moment. She had no confidence she could climb the trunk again. Thinking back to that crossing filled her heart with gratitude and lingering fear. Could she continue to carry this youth? If the giant wolf chased after her, this was an obvious dead end. Even if she carried nothing, she could not compare to the wolf's speed. In that case, I only have one final option. The girl's eyes flashed with a light of unswerving determination. She hurried back to the boy's side, half knelt on the ground, and took out a milky white crystal column from her bosom. The girl focused her spirit and did her best to activate the white crystal. She tightly held the crystal just above the young boy's head for a long while motionlessly. Is it really not going to work? No. This is my last hope. Even if it's slim, even if there's only a small possibility. The young girl's heart grew increasingly anxious as she whispered, Hurry. I'm begging you, please activate. As if it heard the young girl's prayers, the milky white crystal began to light up with an almost imperceptible glimmer. But after the girl detected the faint glimmer, her face shone with great delight. It works! As long as the level of the magic is high enough, it can bypass the magic restriction, though its power and effects are much diminished. The light that was emitted by the white crystal column gradually grew effulgent, and then, like water, it coalesced enough to form a stream of liquid that radiated a milky white glow. The small stream of liquid dripped onto the unconscious youth's forehead, and then magically integrated with his skin. In that brief moment, due to struggling to maintain the crystal column, Zidi's entire face had turned pale, her forehead was devoid of sweat, and her body was teetering. The crystal column's color also began to wane, starting from the upper end, gradually turning it into gray stone. Persevere. I must press on. I can't give up halfway. Zidi squeezed out all the power she had left in her body, almost hypnotizing herself into constantly challenging the limits of her abilities. By the time half the crystal column lost its color, she was already in a state of semi-consciousness. Only her obsession kept her going. I must wake you up. Howl! A wolf's howl suddenly reverberated, and the giant blue wolf that had disappeared rushed out from the lush undergrowth with extreme quickness. At that moment, it was like death had come for her. Zidi was terrified, and her frail body trembled. When she subconsciously looked up, she found her face was already overshadowed by the wolf's body. She saw the giant wolf had leapt through the air and was swooping down at her. At that moment, time seemed to slow down. The wolf's maw was wide open, baring its malevolent fangs and its drooling saliva. I going to die. Zidi attempted to struggle. However, her body did not respond. She had already consumed all of her strength. I am not resigned. As the intense breath of death assaulted her, the girl's purple eyes gazed at her final hope, the crystal column in her hands. 2/3 of the crystal had lost its luster and turned to gray stone. However, there was still a third left. In that split second, the young girl's complexion turned pale as she lost all her strength. Her head drooped, and she shut her eyes tight. But just as she was about to meet her sticky end, something shook in her hand. Bang! The crystal column exploded into countless pieces. Bewildered, the girl opened her eyes. Then, she saw the youngster wake up. The golden-haired and blue-eyed handsome boy suddenly flipped sideways, then raised his leg and kicked. His movements were graceful and strong, direct and efficient. Although his body seemed weak, he revealed his ferocious strength at that moment. His powerful kick stirred up a gust of wind. The giant wolf could not dodge it and met the kick head on. The wolf's howl stopped abruptly as the powerful attack flung it into the distance. Using his hands, the youngster took the opportunity to prop himself up and glared angrily at it. The young girl's pupils shrank slightly, and her breathing halted. As she gazed at the boy's thin and frail back, she felt as if she was seeing the summit of a mountain rise up. Chapter 2: The Templar Knight and the Fiancé. Darkness, a deep darkness. In this darkness, a youngster gradually recovered his consciousness. What is this place? Where am I? As the youngster's lucidity grew clearer, he began to ask questions. The boundless darkness that enveloped him was silent and unresponsive. The hope in the youngster's heart waned. He tried to examine himself, however, he could not see himself. The confusion in his heart inevitably magnified. Rather, who am I? Who am I? Why am I trapped here? The lucid youngster's impatience gradually grew. Although the darkness was safe, it was eternally unchanging. It was like a cage that trapped him. Naturally, he began to want to break free and escape from this place. I want to leave. But where will I go? Is there a path I can take? Is there even a way out? As if responding to the youth's confusion, a small ray of light began to appear in the darkness. The light was orange in color. Its existence was only faintly discernible. However, in this absolute darkness, even if faint, this orange light was distinct. It attracted the youngster's full attention. He strived to move closer to the glimmer of light. After an unknown amount of time, the youngster seemed to have approached closer to the orange light as it had gotten slightly larger than before. Where is it coming from? Will it allow me to leave here? Longing to escape the darkness, the young boy approached the orange light with increasing eagerness. Howl! An earth-shaking beast's howl suddenly shook the entire darkness. Like a startled small animal, the orange light abruptly extinguished, awakening the youngster as a result. Just as he opened his eyes, he saw a giant wolf swooping down from the sky toward him with an open maw. The youngster's mind was blank and his body reacted before fear could set in. He rolled over and kicked. At this juncture, his whole body was like a ballista, with his legs shooting out like a giant arrow. Thump! The youngster's legs kicked the huge wolf's flank, and with that one strike, the wolf was flung away. He then placed his palms on the ground and pushed himself up in one smooth motion. A person. When he got up, the youngster glanced around hastily and discovered a young girl. It was but a glance, for there was no time to ponder. The giant wolf was a tremendous threat to him that made his heart pound. The emotion of fear quickly deluged his heart. This is a silver magic beast. The crisis had not yet been averted, so the youngster's eyes locked onto the giant wolf. Splosh! Kicked by the youngster, the giant wolf could not use its strength in the air as it flew in an arc and fell into the river. This was not surprising, as he was currently on a riverbank and quite close to the water. When the ferocious wolf fell into the river, it strangely howled in terror. It used all its strength to flail in the water, trying to climb ashore quickly. Suddenly, green shadows emerged from the water. These green shadows were as thick as pythons, and with abrupt tumult, it raised innumerable gigantic waves. The green shadow's aura was exposed. It was an awe-inspiring gold aura. The green shadows nigh instantly entwined around the silver wolf, then dragged it into the waters. Gurday, gurday, gurday. The river's surface was no longer calm and turbid waves were stirred. Soon after, a dark red color bloomed like a flower. It was the wolf's blood. The wolf's blood propagated rapidly along with the churning of the river. In just a few breaths, the wolf's noises completely vanished as the river's surface recovered its placidity. The wolf's blood mixed with the turbid waters and soon faded with the flow of the river. Thereafter, tranquility returned to the surroundings. It seemed like nothing had happened. The malevolent wolf vanished, and the mysterious green shadows concealed themselves once more. It was as if the previous life-and-death struggle never existed. The mind of the youngster who witnessed all this unfold was extremely shaken. A ferocious silver wolf and gold river vines. What kind of demonic place is this? Feeling horrified, he started to size up his surroundings before finally turning toward the young girl. "Where is this?" he asked. The young girl was shocked motionless by the events, and only after hearing the youngster's question did she react. "My lord." She was so excited that she threw herself into the young boy's arms, leaving the young boy bewildered for a while as he looked at her. "Thank goodness, my lord, you finally woke up." The girl embraced the young man tightly. "Lord, you woke up." The youngster patted her shoulders, then he proceeded to push the young girl away slightly. The young girl looked at the youngster with overflowing excitement and surprise. As the youngster looked at the girl in his arms, his heart seemed to skip a beat. Her dainty face was full of tenderness, her eyes were red and on the verge of crying, and her purple irides were reminiscent of precious gems. There was a trace of charm in their brilliance. It seems like that malevolent wolf must have frightened her a lot. As gentle feelings arose in the youngster's heart, he inquired, "Excuse me, are you?" The girl was stunned, and her eyes could not help but widen while she motionlessly stared at the youngster. They looked at each other for a few seconds. Noticing the youth's solemn and befuddled visage, the young girl gradually showed shock and concern. She then quickly introduced herself. I am ZD, my lord. I am your fiancé." "Fiancé?" The youngster frowned. He knew what a fiancé was, he just did not expect that this girl would have such an intimate relationship with him. "ZD," the youngster murmured the name under his breath. Yet to the youngster, this name was completely unfamiliar. As the youngster ruminated further, his eyebrows deeply creased. "Wait a minute, who am I?" He realized that he had forgotten his own identity. When he tried to recall his memories, his mind seemed to be utterly empty, as if nothing was ever there. You are Zhen Ren, Baron Zhen Ren. Heavens! Your lordship, have you forgotten everything, including your own identity? Zhen Ren, I am Zhen Ren. Why don't I remember anything? The youngster frowned, feeling very puzzled and dismayed. Heavens! Why did this happen? ZD was also quite perplexed. Thereafter, her purple eyes revealed a pondering glint. She then shook her head and said, Perhaps your lordship's head was struck fiercely and therefore you lost your memories temporarily. There have been similar occurrences. My lord, we became shipwrecked a few days ago. There had been a violent storm. The ship capsized and split. The survivors became stranded on this island. There were many missing people, including you, my lord. Following your trail through the rainforest, I searched for you. However, you were already unconscious when I found you, and the many methods I attempted could not wake you up. Wait. Maybe it's because my means of awaking you had been interfered with during the middle? If that's really the case, then I'm sorry, my lord. I simply had no other choice at the time. She pointed her finger at Zhen Ren's chest. There were still many crystal fragments adhered to it. The youngster Zhen Ren lowered his head and saw the crystal fragments stuck to his chest and spoke. So, you were the one that saved me? Continuing onward, the young girl informed the youngster of her experiences as well as the final moments when she took a risk to treat him with the white crystal. Those words immediately caused the youngster to respect the girl more. So we were in such danger and it was all thanks to you, ZD, the youngster gently called out the girl's name. But my lord, you may have lost your memories because of this, ZD whispered, still feeling worried and guilty about it. What are these things? Zhen Ren asked curiously as he held the crystal fragments. Angel tears, said Zedai. According to her, it was a rather high-level magic artifact. This island is very strange. Neither magic nor battle key can be used. When I used it to wake your lordship up, I was also gambling, she explained. A magic restriction domain? Zhen Ren found that he still had his general knowledge. He then shook his head and said, No magic restriction domain is absolute. The key is to examine how powerful it is. Yes, my lord. ZD looked at the fragments in his hand and said, High-level artifacts like angel tears are still barely usable here. My magic is only iron, and the environment here has suppressed it, and I have no way of using it. Could it be that the light in the darkness I saw was created by this crystal? The youngster guessed as he recalled his previous unconscious state. My lord, please let me examine your body's condition. ZD continued to introduce herself. I am a low-level magician. Although I can't use my magic currently, I still have my knowledge. Zhen Ren nodded. Magicians were usually very erudite, even if they were young. The young lady carefully inspected Zhen Ren's chest, back, ears, and so on. As he felt the tender hands of the girl groping around his body, his heart rippled. Finally, ZD approached his face and carefully observed if there was anything unusual in the youngster's pupils. The distance between the two of them was so close that they could feel each other's breaths. The girl's breath felt like it carried a certain sweet scent, causing his heart to feel itchy as he turned his head slightly, not looking at her directly. While ZD was examining him, he was also inspecting himself. ZD had wheat-colored skin while he had pure white skin. Zhen Ren also vaguely felt that, although he had a relatively thin figure, his body seemed to be hiding formidable strength. He kept stretching his 10 fingers, then proceeded to make a fist. He then recalled the scene where he sent the giant wolf flying with his kick, subtly experiencing the power lying dormant in his body. This power was evidently unusual. All right. The young girl stopped moving, took a step back, and let out a relieved sigh. My lord, presently your body only has remnant bruises from the past. From the looks of it, there seems to be no problem, however. The conditions here are too crude, thus you can only wait until I can conduct a detailed examination in the future. Zhen Ren nodded and continued to ask, so am I a magician? What kind of power do I have? ZD shook her head and replied, My lord, you practice battle key, you are a Templar Knight. A Templar Knight? The youngster immediately became absent-minded, and soon after, a memory appeared from oblivion in his mind. In a bright, pure, white temple hall, where the sun shone through the towering, variegated stained glass windows, illuminating its interior, a group of youths were gathered together. Zhen Ren found himself amid them. The atmosphere was sublime, solemn, and somewhat feverish, and their Zhen Ren and the other youths swore an oath together. I so vow to respect and love the living God, the master of the Grand Empire, Emperor Shangming. I so vow to follow in the footsteps of my commander, to advance bravely. I so vow to protect my loved ones, to brave perils. I so vow to treat my friends with good faith, to reject hypocrisy. I so vow to be loyal in love and until death together, to never forsake. I so vow to fight injustice, to have compassion for the weak. I so vow to remain fair, to oppose all falsehoods. From today forth, I am a Templar Knight. The memory was fleeting. My lord, did you remember anything? ZD asked with expectation when she noticed something different about Zhen Ren. Zhen Ren nodded and said, Yes. I remembered the moment of vowing my solemn oath when I became a Templar Knight. When ZD heard this, her eyes lit up and responded, My lord, give it a try. Maybe you can use Battle Kai now. Zhen Ren clenched his fist and recollected. A moment later, his brows furrowed, and he shook his head with a bitter smile and replied, No, I don't have any memories concerning battle ki cultivation. I can't even sense any trace of battle ki in my body, and I don't know how to use it. ZD's eyes dulled a little, and soon after she comforted, Perhaps the time has not yet come. But it doesn't matter, your lordship. At least this proves that your memory can be restored. It will. Just take some time. Zhen Ren nodded, thinking to himself that although the girl in front of him was weak, she was optimistic and tenacious. Ever since he woke up, she had been consoling him. However, there were still distinct tears on the girl's cheek at the moment. All of her fingernails were split and slightly bleeding, and she was barefooted, for she had not had time to put on her boots. Although ZD only gave a brief description, he understood the previous situation was really dangerous and could be described as dancing between life and death. The most praiseworthy thing was that no matter how dangerous the situation became, The girl never gave up on him while he was unconscious. It could even be said that she had steadfast loyalty and had no regard for her own life. The Templar Knight's oath was still ringing in his ears. It turns out I am a knight, a noble Templar knight. Zhen Ren felt honor envelop his body as he raised his head with a prideful heart. Looking at ZD again, a warm feeling also rippled through his heart. Then let me take care of you from now on. Strong, purple-eyed girl, my fiancée. Chapter 3. The Treacherous Island. After their emotions calmed down, Zhen Ren and ZD discussed what to do next. Their current situation was not very good. They had scarce food or water on them, and tools for survival in the dense wilderness were also few. Moreover, they were barely armed and he could be described as empty-handed. ZD then suggested they return to the other bank and look for the bodies of the deceased bodyguards who had supplies, survival tools, and equipment on them. Zhen Ren immediately concurred with her suggestion. The two did not choose to climb back over the tree. It was too dangerous. They walked alongside the river. The river waters babbled and flowed, the two banks lush with vegetation. There were obvious marks of the grass having been trampled beside the river, left by the silver ferocious wolf rushing over from a while ago. After the two walked for a while, the river gradually narrowed, and the earth rose, forming two mounds that faced each other across the small river. The two mounds were not far apart, rooted on either side of the river bank, but both extending over some part of the river. On the mounds, vegetation was sparse. And on it, the two once again found marks left by the wolf's claws. It looks like this is where that vicious wolf jumped across the river, said ZD. The two climbed to the top of the mound. The space between the two mounds was so short it was completely possible to jump across. However, if one lost their footing and fell into the waters, one was bound to be hunted by the gold python vines within and die, leaving no traces. Look, what's what? ZD remarked and pointed her finger down. Zhen Ren looked at where she pointed and his pupils constricted slightly. He found many broken shoots and fragments of that river vine scattered along the banks. The riverbank obviously had been the site of a fierce battle, leaving it roughed up. The ground was also covered with black earth like cooled lava, which looked rather suspicious. Zhen Ren's heart was heavy. The river vine is a gold life form, but it's not the dominant creature here. There was once a battle here and it had lost. Meaning whatever it had fought was at least gold. This island is truly fraught with danger. In this short period, Zhen Ren had seen the silver ferocious wolf, the gold river vine, and a mysterious, powerful life form that was at least gold. I can't use my battle cue, and with my strength alone, it's very difficult to deal with a silver beast and my chances of victory are slim. Defeating that ferocious wolf earlier was nothing but a fluke. At the time, the wolf was in the air and couldn't use its strength. My sudden awakening and attack caught it off guard. It had no way to dodge and was thus kicked into the river. The terrifying green vines in the waters immediately killed the wolf. If it was a head-on battle, I wouldn't have been so lucky. What should I do if I encounter another such a ferocious beast? The two successfully jumped across the river and dived deeper into the rainforest. The blue skies were obscured once more and the air became extremely hot and humid. The earth felt soft under his feet as many decomposing leaves had accumulated over time. Zhen Ren had to look at the path from time to time as vines were tangled and roots were exposed, so if he was not careful, he would trip and fall. Zidi took a small step forward and looked around. It's around here. According to her account, the ferocious wolf was in pursuit, and to stall the beast, the last 3 guards stayed behind to buy a glimmer of hope for her and the then unconscious Zhen Ren. After walking a dozen steps further, the 2 found a corpse around a large tree. In the undergrowth, 2 corpses lay separated by about a dozen steps, each reeking of blood. Their eyes were wide open with fear and anger still lingering on their faces. Zidi was stifled and frozen while Zhen Ren took a few steps closer and leaned down to investigate. Whoosh! Suddenly, like an arrow fired from a crossbow, came a thick black and red streak from beneath the corpse shooting straight toward Zhen Ren's face. He broke out in a sweat, and his pupils shrunk to the size of a needle tip as he reached out his hand. In one fell swoop, the black and red streak was grasped. Hiss! Hiss! The black and red streak was caught by its head by Zhen Ren, and its appearance was immediately revealed, a very strange-looking snake. Its scales were black, and its head was bright red. From its head, all the way to the end of its tail, was a distinct crimson streak. On either side of the snake ran hundreds of black centipede-like legs. A bronze magic beast, Zhen Ren sensed the life aura of the centipede snake and grimaced. Be careful? Everything had happened too quickly, and Zidi only just reacted. That is a blood-streaked centipede snake, and it is extremely venomous. Its venom is so severe that it would only take a few breaths to kill, she hastily said. Moreover, with its centipede legs, it can penetrate leather armor. Just as she finished, the blood-streaked centipede snake counterattacked. Its body twisted and wrapped around Zhen Ren's arm, and most of its hundreds of centipede legs dug deeply into the youngster's arm. Blood trickled out, and he was assailed by an intense pang. Simultaneously, he felt his arm being squeezed by a great contorting force, crushing his flesh into a paste and making his bones groan. His fingers moved quickly and attempted to strangle the blood-streaked centipede snake. However, the snake's bones were too tough and its scales too slippery and hard. He grunted loudly and slammed the snake's head on the ground. With his other hand, he quickly drew his dagger, raised it high, and stabbed hard. The dagger felt like it was stabbing through hard rock as it nailed the snake's head onto the ground. In its death throes, the snake resisted by digging its centipede legs an inch deeper, causing his arm to bleed even more. After a few breaths, the snake's body went completely limp. Despite the absence of the contorting force, the hard centipede legs were still wedged in the youngster's flesh. Zhen Ren gritted his teeth and retrieved his dagger. After retreating from the corpse, he began pulling out the centipede legs. Zidi quickly took out some medicinal powder from her pouch and sprinkled a layer on Zhen Ren's arm injury. Then she drew a white bandage and quickly wrapped it around his arm. The wound was deep, but Zhen Ren's constitution was very strong and the medicine was quite effective. Soon, the bleeding stopped. Then Zhen Ren felt a cool and somewhat sour sensation mixed with vague pain transmitted from the wound to his mind. What kind of medicine is this? How is it so effective? Does this island not restrict the use of magic and battle key? He asked, curious about the immediate effects of the medicine. This is a herbal medicine from Ice Continent's barbarian tribes. It's not a magic potion but simply uses the medicinal power of herbs, explained Zedai. Magic potions were created by pharmacists by successfully blending ingredients with magic power and finding a certain equilibrium and stabilizing it. Because these potions had magic power, they often worked quickly and effectively. Zedi looked at Zhen Ren's wound, her eyes red with shame and guilt. Fortunately, the centipede legs aren't venomous. I am sorry, my lord, I have caused you harm. I should have warned you sooner. Zhen Ren looked at the girl behaving like this with pity, shook his head and said with relief, "This is not your fault." After crossing the river, they entered the jungle, staying alert to their surroundings. Even when communicating, it was very limited to avoid distractions. However, the blood-streaked centipede snake was extremely fast when it leaped out of the corpse, and even Zhen Ren did not anticipate it. Even a snake on this island is so weird and sinister. Zhen Ren returned to where he was before and used the tip of his dagger to cut open the snake's head, and he slid it across to slice the rest of its body apart. If only I could use battle Q, I would not have gotten injured, he sighed. Regardless of whether he had silver or even only iron battle kai, as long as he could activate his battle key defense, the centipede legs would have had a hard time piercing his arm. He observed the snake's innards and saw its stomach had a lot of undigested food. The young knight's eyes flashed. It seems this centipede likes devouring its prey and lives a bloodthirsty life. No wonder it flew out of the corpse. Strange. After searching twice, Zhen Ren was puzzled. Where is its crystal core? Magic beasts were able to absorb the natural elements and produce their own magic power. This power would over time accumulate to form a crystalline manifestation of magic power, a magic beast's crystal core. Newborn magic beasts lacked a crystal core. Adolescents' crystal core was very small, and all adults had a crystal core. This blood-streaked centipede snake was no newborn. It had a fully matured body, yet it did not have a crystal core. This confused Zhen Ren. Zedi explained at the opportune time, on this island, there are many strange magic beasts. Although their life aura is very strong, they do not have a magic crystal. The search and rescue team killed some of these magic beasts before, but did not find any magic crystals in their bodies. However, probably because they lack it, none of the magic beasts have shown any quasi-spells. So, it was like this. Zhen Ren was edified. Although the value of a magic beast's crystal core was not small, if the reason why these beasts could not use quasi-spells was that they lacked magic crystals, then the advantages greatly outweighed the disadvantages for Zhen Ren and Zedai. After settling the blood-streaked centipede snake, Zhen Ren went to examine the human corpses again. On the ground lay the corpses of the long-dead bodyguards. One had a fatal injury on his throat where his entire neck was almost bitten off. Only the posterior portion of the neck remained connected. The other was even worse off. His entire head was violently crushed with cerebral fluids and blood blended together pouring out on the earth. These were fatal wounds. The two people's stomachs were thinly skinned and decayed. No doubt these injuries were caused by the venomous snake. Zhen Ren's expression became austere. He stood up and looked around. He carefully discovered that the surrounding bushes had been severely trampled. In the eyes of ordinary people, the scene was chaotic, But Zhen Ren found himself able to effortlessly distinguish which tracks were caused by humans and which were by the ferocious wolf. Using these traces in front of him, he was even able to visualize a path. The youngster's eyes narrowed and his gaze followed the visualized path, gradually looking to the distance. But soon, the undergrowth and the dense trees blocked his vision. Zhen Ren started walking forward, taking a dozen steps out through the undergrowth, then turned to the large tree and paced past it. Then, a rare clearing was in front of his eyes. ZD followed him into the clearing. Zhen Ren looked down at his feet and found footprints in the clearing. This was because the rainforest floor was almost covered with many rotten leaves. Moreover, heavy rainfall resulted in these rotten leaves being very damp. Therefore, the heavier the person, the deeper the footprints formed, some of which would often cause water to ooze out and form a small puddle. The space between footprints in the clearing was very far apart, which suggested the owners of the footprints, the bodyguards, were running. Zhen Ren contemplated attentively and speculated using the various traces he found. These two guards saw that this clearing did not obstruct their line of sight and decided this was the best place to battle the ferocious wolf. His mind seemed to have replayed this scene. Here, they suddenly found that the ferocious wolf ran back into the undergrowth. It seemed to bypass the bodyguards to go after Zidai. So the two bodyguards then hastily rushed back into the bushes and gave up this advantageous location to attempt to pursue and block the ferocious wolf. In the bushes, the two bodyguards ran with one in front of the other when the wolf suddenly turned around, jumped up, and directly bit through the skull of the one in front. Then, it rushed the guard at the rear and bit his throat. An unbidden chill propagated from deep within his heart to his entire being. The blue-furred wolf had a ferocious temperament, yet it was still so cunning. It seemed to be able to understand the human heart, adopting a combination of lures and composite counterattacks. Its tactics were implemented neatly and precisely, allowing it to successfully, quickly kill the two bodyguards. During the whole process, it also took advantage of the terrain and the mindset of the bodyguards to protect their master. Even when it turned around to attack, it was still very strategic in delivering the fatal blows. To the one without a helmet, it directly crushed his head with its fangs. To the one that wore a helmet, it bit his throat. The strength of the two bodyguards did not reach iron, but they were both bronze. Although not a rival of a silver magic beast, they should have been able to at least inflict some injuries to the wolf. However, even when the bodyguards sacrificed their lives, they could not make the ferocious wolf pay the price for it. Zhen Ren sighed to ZD behind him. This blue-furred, ferocious wolf is sure to have silver strength. The traces of the battle were the best proof that the wolf's bite strength and jumping power were obviously silver. The most terrifying part is that the wolf has shocking intelligence, utterly surpassing any ordinary magic beast. Especially in its ability to use tactics, it is almost comparable to humans. Generally speaking, wolves are pack hunters and use group tactics. Lone wolves driven away from the pack are either old, weak, sick, or disabled. Fierce tigers will lurk, slowly approaching their prey, then suddenly exert their full strength to kill them in one blow. Before, when the vicious wolf was chasing us, it was obviously unusual. The tactics it employed were more insidious and fiercer than of a tiger. It was a fluke that we were able to eliminate it earlier. ZD nodded in deep thought, her face uncontrollably paling by several magnitudes as she said, I even suspected that the wolf had a human soul. The first time we encountered the wolf was when a member at the rear of the team was attacked by it. It could obviously kill him, but only drag the bodyguard away, such that we would rush to his rescue. Our formation was in disarray, and it took advantage of that. In the first battle, although we injured it severely, it killed 3 bodyguards. Of course, we were very angry at the heavy losses. But in the end, the ferocious wolf was a silver magic beast, and it had long left without a trace. After discussing the matter, we decided to carry on looking for you, my lord, and temporarily gave up our vengeance against the ferocious wolf. Many of us thought that the injured wolf would be eaten by the other beasts of the jungle. Even if it were still alive, it should have been too injured by our attacks, such that it would not dare to provoke us again. But the truth later proved to us that we were wrong. So terribly wrong. The second time the wolf appeared was 6 days later. Its injuries were mostly healed, and it directly raided our bivouac that evening. It held a beehive in its mouth and threw it into our camp. Then it immediately retreated. Subsequently, a swarm of fire venom bees assaulted the camp. The bees were not afraid of fire and contained a strong fiery venom. We eventually repelled the bees, but 4 bodyguards got stung and were severely injured, resulting in them falling into a coma. Their bodies were hot all over, and I used every conceivable method, but I could not lower their body temperature. Later that night, they died. After that, our team suffered repeated attacks by the evil wolf. It became our grim reaper, a nightmare that we could not escape from. As she said this, she hugged herself with her arms and shivered, with obvious considerable fear still lingering in her heart. Zhen Ren looked at his crying fiancé and thought, she is so helpless. The young knight could not help but take a few steps forward to reach out his arms and embrace Edie in his chest of his own accord. The young girl's delicate body shook like a frightened rabbit that had returned to its warm burrow. Soon, her emotions stabilized in his embrace. He lightly patted her back and lowered his head to see the girl's face, who gradually shied. "I understand how you feel," he softly said. "Right now, I am with you. Unless I fall, I will always protect you and stop any magic beast that wants to hurt you." "Lord Zhen Ren," Zidi exclaimed, her eyes full of tenderness. Chapter 4. I Am Shrewd. The two carried on cleaning the battlefield. Of the 2 dead bodyguards, one man wore a set of leather armor. However, it was already in tatters. The other wore a helmet, gauntlets, sabatons, vambraces, and mail. Zhen Ren first took the gauntlet and replaced what he was wearing. His leather gauntlet had been pierced by the snake's centipede legs. With it. Subsequently, he took the helmet and mail and donned it on himself. A sense of security suddenly emerged. Equipment could, to an extent, bridge the gap in life levels. For example, the blue-furred, ferocious wolf was unwilling to have its fangs meet the iron helmet. As for the sabatons, because they did not fit the Zhen Ren's feet, the youngster abandoned them. Apart from the protective equipment, there were also weapons. One of the bodyguards used a longsword while the other used a scimitar. The longsword's blade was damaged, but the scimitar was in good condition. Zhen Ren first held the scimitar in his hands, and after swinging it for a while, he slightly frowned. He put down the scimitar and picked up the longsword. Just when he was about to swing the blade, suddenly another memory fragment emerged in the youngster's mind. The sky was gloomy and rainy. In an empty, open training ground, a group of youths had formed a circle. Zhen Ren was on the ground in the center of these youths. The youths looked down at him, laughing and mocking, heavy derision on their faces. The leading figure was a burly youth with a head of azure hair that stood erect like steel needles. The azure-haired youth spoke while crossing his arms and stepping on Zhen Ren's shoulder. Zhen Ren! Always remember the fact that your Beizhen house only holds the rank of Viscount, and that you are the losers of the war. Did you really think someone like you could stand on equal footing with us? The azure-haired youth suddenly raised his foot, stomped on Zhen Ren's head, and smiled. I'll teach you a lesson today. From now on, when you see us, no matter where you are in the citadel, you must bow your head, cower to the side, and make way for us. A lesser noble must act like one. If I ever see you look at me, King Qi, I will cripple you. Do you understand? King Qi growled as he slammed Zhen Ren's head into the mud. I understand. Cough, 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 Zhen Ren said with difficulty. King Qi threw his head back and laughed triumphantly as he lifted his foot and walked away. Before leaving, he spoke again. Of course, Zhen Ren, if you are not convinced, you can come and challenge me. I, King Qi, will be ready anytime, anywhere. Cough, cough, cough. Zhen Ren struggled to sit up. He started coughing again because opening his mouth allowed muddy water to flow down his throat. Seeing his sorry state, the other youths lost their interest. Bah, what an idiot. Did he really think he could challenge young Master King Qi? With what? With his embroidery needle, of course. With the rain falling hard, the youths grouped around King Qi and burst into laughter as they entered the citadel. Zhen Ren sat in the mud and let the rain beat down on him. He was covered in wounds and extremely pale. After sitting for a while in a daze, he looked at the sword stuck in the mud. It was his sword, a very thin rapier. It sat soaking in the muddy water. It seemed to have long lost the sharpness of its glory days. The memory suddenly ended here. Zhen Ren came back to reality and could not help but frown. I am from the house of Beizhen. Our territory seems to be located in the south, part of the southern nobles who joined the empire in Shangming continent. It seems we used to have held countship before. He found that although he had lost his memories, it was not a complete loss, and much of his knowledge and common sense had been well retained. My lord, what's the matter? Zidi's concerned question came to his ears. Zhen Ren shook his head. I regained another piece of my memory. That's great, Zidi said joyously. Zhen Ren smiled bitterly and did not elaborate to Zidi as he raised his eyes to the sky. It was almost dusk. The young boy and girl carefully chose a place and quickly arranged everything. They would spend the night here. Dry twigs, grass, and leaves were not difficult to collect. By the pile of firewood, Zidi half kneeled holding a star flint in each hand. Click, click, click. She clashed the two star flints against each other, and soon the collisions produced bright blue sparks. The sparks fell on the dry grass and glowed with a little bit of orange red, which quickly expanded and started burning the grass. A puff of smoke rose up, swirling. ZD carefully, hastily put away the star flints, puffed up her cheeks, and breathed out. Under the beating breath, the fire swelled as faint smoke turned into thick smoke, and the fire soared and became a fist-sized flame. "It's done." ZD smiled and immediately stood up and backed away a few steps. In a short while, the flames ballooned and burned, forming a campfire. In the past, she only needed to snap her fingers to make a small flame. It was one of a magician's spells. But on this island, iron magic was completely unusable and sealed. Instead, regular fire starters like this star flint had much more practical value. Without these star flints, starting a fire by hand would be quite troublesome. The burning campfire created warmth and light, chasing away the darkness of the night. The two did not roast anything on the fire and instead sat by it, eating rations and opening their water bags to drink. Regardless of whether it was the star flints, rations, or water, they all were obtained from the dead bodyguards. Although the dry rations were hard to swallow, in their case, they could not be picky. The day's trek was full of thrill and danger. They managed to stay alive even amongst all the gold and silver magic beasts. They also found a bit of equipment and plenty of food and water. All this made them feel so grateful. What more could they have asked for? After eating and drinking, the two carefully organized and stored the remaining food and water. The youngster then began to do maintenance on his equipment. He took out the longsword and wiped it with an oiled cloth. Weapons needed to be maintained. Although the longsword was an ordinary weapon, it brought Zhen Ren a tangible sense of security. Too bad there isn't a crossbow. A few moments later, seeing Zhen Ren wiping the longsword, ZD came over and said, "My lord, let me examine your injury." Zhen Ren nodded. After removing the bandages, he found most of the wound on his arm had healed. "Good medicine," he praised. Currently, he was sitting on a rock while ZD was half kneeling on the ground. The girl first pulled out the medicinal powder from her leather bag at her waist and sprinkled it evenly over the wound, then softly wrapped a new bandage on. Lastly, she put the vambrace on Zhen Ren. ZD looked at the vambrace and sighed, saying, "If only my lord had this iron vambrace earlier, then you wouldn't have been injured by the blood-streaked centipede snake." The firelight shone on the vambrace and the ends of ZD's hair with a blurred orange glow. She had black hair, which under the light of the fire shone with a halo. Her wheat-colored skin bore the characteristic delicateness of her adolescent years. At this moment, Zhen Ren felt as if there were a pure bodily fragrance that passed through the firelight and entered his heart. He felt an unbidden tug at his heart and could not help but reach out and caress her hair. ZD slightly shivered. My lord," she stammered out and bowed her head. His action seemed to have startled her, causing her to breathe nervously. Zhen Ren's thoughts, however, were not on the affairs between man and woman. He quickly withdrew his hand and asked lightly, "ZD, tell me about myself." Along their travel, the youngster had been forcing back his desire to sate his curiosity. It was only now that they had stabilized their position, he had the chance to learn more about himself. ZD sat down across from him, pondered for a moment and said, "My lord, you are a Templar knight and the sole heir to the Bai Zhen house, and it is publicly recognized that you have iron rank strength. Zhen Ren could not help but raise his brows slightly. ZD's answer was quite interesting. Publicly recognized? He asked again. That's right, ZD nodded. My lord, the strength you usually show is iron, but according to my speculations, it is higher than that because this time my lord was crossing the ocean to compete for the position of the city lord of White Sands, and a city lord of White Sands and a city lord must have at least silver cultivation to win the favor of the people. In the main world, humanity was the undisputed overlord. Emperor Shangming of humanity not only unified the human continent, but also formed an expeditionary army to cross the ocean and invade Wilderness Continent. White Sands was a citadel built by humanity on Wilderness Continent, and a nail hammered on the continent by Emperor Shangming. There were more than a dozen other bridgeheads, like White Sands, and the number was still rising. I wanted to compete and become the city lord of White Sands. Although there are city lords of iron, there wouldn't be such an inadequate city lord in White Sands on Wilderness Continent, Zhen Ren thought. Whether it be the practice of battle key or magic, it would bring about sublimation of the essence of life. Bronze, iron, silver, and gold. Bronzes were the elites of humanity, and often those who served as captains in the army were of this cultivation. Irons were higher, and their essence of life was greater than bronzes, and were usually the backbone of organizations small and large, as was the case with Z. Silvers were qualified to be city lords and could suppress a region. Golds were even fewer and rarer in number, and were usually the backbone of a major aristocratic force or a small kingdom. Seeing the youngster's thoughtful face, the young girl continued, according to my guess, my lord should possess silver cultivation. The youngster could not help but nod slightly as he supported the girl's speculation. If that's the case, I should have silver battle key. It doesn't make sense for the Empire to officially allow an Iron Knight to compete for the position of City Lord. How old am I? The youngster suddenly asked. ZD replied, my lord, you are 16 and I am 15. 16 years old. Silver. A word emerged in the youngster's mind. Genius. With such a cultivation at such an age, he was certainly a genius. However, the world publicly recognizes me as having iron cultivation. Was this something I was intentionally hiding? Does this mean I have a shrewd mind? Zhen Ren continued to deepen his understanding of himself. He thought of the second memory that surfaced, a scene of himself being bullied by other Templar knights. Does that mean I was feigning weakness? How's the situation with the Beizan house? He asked again. ZD made a strained face and said hesitantly, not so good. The youngster nodded again. He understood why. About 100 years ago, Emperor Shangming took the initiative to recruit and subdue the last recalcitrant forces of humanity, to end the last of the wars of conquest, and unify the human continent as quickly as possible. These obstinate forces then became the new nobility of the Shangming Empire. The House of Baoizhen was one of them. However, the brutal war that preceded it led to a long-standing hostility between the new nobles and the old nobles under Emperor Shangming. A large number of friends and families of both sides died in battle. Their hands were stained with the blood of the other side's kin. So it was only natural Zhen Ren, who represented the new nobles joining the temple by becoming a Templar knight, was targeted and suppressed by the old nobles. Frankly speaking, it was a memory of humiliation, but when I recollected it, my heart was at peace, as if I were a bystander, he thought. If he were truly humiliated, there would have been some anger lingering in his heart, right? Zidai continued, Lord Zhen Ren, I actually do not know much about you. But based on the rumors, my lord was not close to women and kept to yourself. Even when you encountered any major incidents, you would not easily express your true emotions. You spent most of your time in the temple as an ascetic, austere, and silent. Moreover, your clothing, food, dwelling, and every action were elegant and refined, rich in noble demeanor. Although you had few friends, you were willing to help others, especially in protecting the weak and helping the poor. As a result, my lord, your reputation among the lower class has always been very good. And when my lord suddenly made a move and successfully entered the competition for the position of the city lord of White Sands, it was a great surprise to the other Templar knights. Upon hearing this, Zhen Ren could not help but raise his brows. ZD's answer sketched the image of a shrewd-minded youngster, and he was even more sure that him in his memory was deliberately displaying weakness. However, what surprised the youngster a little was that she did not actually know much about Zhen Ren. What's going on? Is she not my fiancée? If it is not love, then why did she stay with me? What is the relationship between us? He wanted to continue asking, but suddenly a buzzing noise came. The two immediately turned their heads to look at the jungle night, which had suddenly lit up with 1,000 wisps of flames. These flames converged into groups and swarmed toward Zhen Ren and ZD ferociously. What is that? Zhen Ren got up quickly and protected Zidai, his face grave. A small part of these flames exuded bronze life aura. This is... CD saw the true identity of these flames and her face paled. These are fire, venom bees. My lord, we need to run. I'll cover the back, she said as she decisively stepped forward, with a face full of resolve, protecting Zhen Ren behind her. Curry, my lord, she shouted urgently, showing an attitude of being resolved to fight to the death. Chapter 5. Regaining a Battle Art. In an instant, the jaws of death were upon them. Zhen Ren's face was grim. He instantly recalled ZD had mentioned the fire, venom bees during the day. Based on the life aura, although most of the fire venom bees were ordinary insects and only a small number were bronze magic beasts, there were too many of the bees and they were filled with fire. Damn! My lord, you must escape. My potions can detoxify me, ZD urged again. Zhen Ren looked at the girl who stood before him and his heart moved with warmth. Zidai never gave up facing the pursuit of the blue-furred wolf, and never gave up on the unconscious him, and now she was willing to stay behind and fight for his chance to escape. Regardless of if she was lying about the existence of the potion, and it was something rare that could not be wasted on the previous members of the search and rescue team. He could find no reason to convince himself to escape alone and leave this delicate, feeble girl behind to protect him from trouble. You should escape. I can deal with the fire. Venom bees, he said resolutely. Zhen Ren took a great step forward and stood before ZD and quickly leaned over to lift a thick, flaming log from the campfire. The top of the wood was burning and was a natural torch. He wanted to use the torch to ward off the oncoming fire, venom bee swarm. But when she saw what he intended to do, she quickly screamed, "Don't use fire!" Lord Zhen Ren, these bees aren't afraid of fire. In fact, it was our campfire that attracted them. ZD's words stunned Zhen Ren. He trusted her, and with a whirl of his arm, he threw the torch forward with great height. The torch flew about 50 to 60 steps southeast and kept burning. The swarm reacted instantly. A small portion split off and pounced on the torch. This small swarm was about 10 in number and threw themselves toward the torch like moths to a flame. As Zhen Ren watched on in amazement, the fire on the torch quickly abated and in a few breaths extinguished completely. The fire venom bees that had pounced on the fire flew up again, wobbling as if they had eaten a big meal and were holding on to their bellies. What kind of bee is this? It can actually eat fire. Zhen Ren had no time to think about it because only a small part of the swarm had pounced on the torch. The rest of the large swarm of fire venom bees were already closing in on the two. He gritted his teeth and backed away, dragging the girl with him. "We can't escape, Lord Zhen Ren. Someone has to lure them away." Zidai, however, had a face of despair. She said frantically, "These fire venom bees hunt anything hotter than them. The higher the body temperature, the more they are attracted. I encountered a swarm of fire venom bees before with the search and rescue team, and they caused 4 deaths and 10 to be injured, but I did not think they would be here as well. My lord, you must run away. Now, as long as I lure away these fire venom bees, I can buy you time." After she said that, she raised her arms and tried to break free from his grasp, but he held her firmly, making it difficult for her to succeed. The two backed away from the campfire with the fire venom bee swarm in hot pursuit. Buzz. A large portion of the fire venom bee swarm suddenly split off and rushed toward the blazing campfire. But there were still a few dozen approaching the two with bloodlust. Zhen Ren and ZD were forced to flee to the periphery of the camp's firelight. Before them was the dark jungle of the night. Zhen Ren suddenly stopped. They could not keep running. The jungle was far deadlier at night, with many ferocious predators prowling about. Moreover, human eyesight was very restricted in this environment. Under such conditions, if Zhen Ren and ZD were to venture into the jungle, they would only be digging their own graves. In comparison, there was a silver lining of survival to fighting the fire venom bees because Zhen Ren cultivated battle ki and was a Templar knight and likely had silver life essence. To the ordinary bodyguards, the fire venom was extremely dangerous, but to silver life forms, it was a different story. Although the situation was very critical, Zhen Ren had not panicked and stayed calm and collected. "Don't panic. We still have a chance." His words broke off as he turned around sharply to face the swarm. Simultaneously, he yanked ZD behind him. "Shi Ying." With a soft chime, Zhen Ren unsheathed his sword. Although the fire was rapidly extinguishing, there was still enough light to see. He took a deep breath, stepped forward, wielded the one-handed sword, and slashed with cold light on the blade. Many of the fire venom bees were struck by the sword. Some were cleaved into two, some fell to the ground still buzzing, and others were knocked away, then came back, staggering as they did. Possessing a weapon greatly improved Zhen Ren's offensive power. Every time his sword struck the fire venom bees, the sensation was as if he were cleaving at fist-sized chunks of metal. The exoskeleton of the fire venom bees was so tough the sword rarely cleaved through it. His heart sank. The fire, venom bees were more difficult to deal with than he had expected. The small swarm of fire, venom bees were alarmed by him. They scattered and rushed toward him from all sides. He was just one person with a sword and not even a shield, and it would be difficult to defend himself against the attacks of multiple fire, venom bees. In fact, even with a shield, it would be difficult to block such an assault. Only plate armor was an effective defense. The only fortunate thing was almost all the fire, venom bees attacking were focused on him and not the girl behind him. Suddenly, he felt numb in his lower back, followed by a sharp pang. "My lord!" "Z," D exclaimed. Zhen Ren reached to his waist using his free left hand and pulled out a spastic fire, venom bee from his waist. The fire, venom bee weighed as much as a chicken egg. He tried to crush it with his full might, but could not. However, the moment when he pulled out the bee, he saw the fire, venom bee's stinger was still in his waist. After it and the stinger were separated, the bee in Zhen Ren's hand became motionless and died soon after. Zhen Ren threw away the corpse and continued fighting despite his injuries. Mail was just a wire mesh knotted into a net and was strong against slashes of axes or blades, but in the face of these venomous stingers, its effect was small, almost negligible. Using his vambrace as a shield, he protected his face from many of the bee's sting dives. As time passed, as he kept fighting, many fire venom bees stung him one after another. Am I to die here? The situation was so dire, Zhen Ren's heart sank to the abject abyss. "Battle key! I need battle key," the youngster screamed in his heart. If he could release his battle key, he would be able to shield his body. Silver battle key would allow him to form a protective barrier around his body surface, to block the stings of the fire, venom bees. It would be the best defense against the stingers, far more reliable and effective than the mail. However, Zhen Ren had forgotten how to activate his silver battle key. Due to his amnesia, his memories were incomplete and he could not mobilize it. Silver battle key. Come to me, damn it! The youngster almost screamed out amidst the battle. Despite the campfire being mostly extinguished, it was difficult to hide the grimace on the youngster's face. At this moment of life and death, a new memory suddenly appeared in Zhen Ren's mind. It was an autumn evening and Zhen Ren was in a study. It was dimly lit inside with only the narrow window in the stone wall providing light. Therein was a maroon desk made of the finest wood. On the desk lay a pen holder, and within it were 3 snow-white quills. Next to it was an inkwell. On the wall were hung 3 oil paintings. One depicted golden farmlands, another a dark blue citadel in a forest, and the last a naked noble woman by a lake. There was also an empty wall with only hooks and no paintings. "Zhen Ren, my son, don't keep your head bowed," said a slightly hoarse voice. Zhen Ren slowly raised his head. He saw a middle-aged man sitting at the desk, lean and pale with a long, thin, and straight mustache that split in the middle. His brows were slightly furrowed, exuding a stern and grave temperament. Zhen Ren soon found himself averting his gaze from the man as he looked out the only window, seemingly afraid to meet the man's gaze. The sky outside was covered in the gorgeous and colorful light of the evening sun. "Why is it?" "Half a month has passed, my son, and you have still made no progress on the key restraining technique, still at the initial level." Zhen Ren involuntarily shifted his gaze to the bottom part of the desk in front of him. The man, however, spoke softly. I understand how you feel. You've never been interested in the key restraining technique. You feel that our family's battle arts are weak, don't you? You feel that the bloodline of our Zhen house does not give you a strong body, nor does it bring you strength or speed. That we're only a lower-class nobility in the empire today, isn't that right? Zhen Ren was silent. The middle-aged nobleman sighed deeply, stood up, and walked around the desk to Zhen Ren. Come walk with me. The two walked out of the study, down the gloomy hallway, past the mottled stone walls, and into the middle of the garden inside the citadel. The light of the setting sun poured down on the garden. The garden was in an obvious state of disrepair, full of the colors of withering and decay. The only thing that stood out was the large tree in the center. Its leafless branches were meandering toward the sky, and its roots were partly exposed in the dry earth. Its trunk, however, was covered in leaves resembling that of a wutong tree. As the evening breeze blew, the leaves seemed to rustle with it, giving them a vibrant appearance. Zhen Ren's father led Zhen Ren to the tree. Watch carefully. The middle-aged man bellowed softly, and suddenly, gold battle key surged out from his body. The golden battle key was far more overwhelming and majestic than silver, and iron was not even comparable. A gust of wind was raised as the gold battle key spelled out. The young Zhen Ren was forced to take steps back by the wind, and his eyes narrowed uncontrollably. As the fierce wind howled, the wutong-like leaves on the trunk were startled and began to fly with a whooshing sound, revealing their true forms, a large flight of leaf-winged butterflies. Battle art, 100-needle wind. The man drew his sword. It was not a bladed sword, but rather a slender rapier. In the man's hand, the rapier kept striking incessantly, its extreme speed creating shadowy afterimages of the sword. In particular, the tip of the rapier was covered in battle key. For a moment, it seemed like a stream of golden stars overflowing in all directions, brilliant and dazzling. The leaf-winged butterflies were swept away by the wind and struck by the golden stars, falling to the ground one after another. After a few breaths, the ground was covered with the butterflies. Of the hundreds or thousands of them, none managed to escape. Wow, amazing! Exclaimed Zhen Ren, utterly dumbfounded and eyes wide. Upon closer inspection, he was shocked to find every leaf-winged butterfly had been pierced through the head. The man's sword skills were so precise. Cough, cough, cough. Coughing, the man put away his sword, his face turning pale. Do you still think our Zhen house is weak now? He asked. Zhen Ren shook his head. Every noble family has their foundation, not to mention our Zhen house that was once a great nobility of the south. 100-needle wind is our family's signature battle art, and it is also part of our family's foundation. Few outsiders know of this secret. Managing a family requires strategy. Sometimes we need to be high profile, like a fierce beast with its fangs and claws bared. Other times, we need to be low profile, lying low and biding our time. Such as right now. Our Zhen house needs to show weakness and reduce our presence. After a pause, the man continued, Do you know what the basis to use 100-needle wind is? Not waiting for Zhen Ren to answer, the man immediately said, "It's the key restraining technique." Zhen Ren was surprised. Only with patient restraint and accumulated power can you erupt suddenly and astonishingly. The key restraining technique can allow us to restrain our ki, making it hard for outsiders to detect it or cause them to underestimate our battle ki cultivation. Simultaneously, this technique can also accumulate power. Only when you are highly proficient in the ki restraining technique can you use battle arts like 100 Needle Wind. It can be said this technique is the cornerstone of our family's battle arts. Zhen Ren, you are the heir to our Bei Zen house. You must practice well, his father explained. I understand. I will work harder, Lord Father. Zhen Ren said as his eyes lit up with excitement. The memory was fleeting and almost instantly, Zhen Ren was awoken back into reality. His eyes suddenly lit up as he stared at the swarm of fire, venom bees. Battle art, 100 Needle Wind. This time, his sword arts were completely different. The chopping, swinging, etc., from before vanished. Only one action remained, the piercing. His sword incessantly stabbed forward. Rat-a-tat-ta, the tip of the sharp sword penetrated the air and, as if it were an arrow, it hit the airborne fire, venom bees with incredible precision. Zhen Ren's rather peculiar way of exerting his technique created vague shadows in the air of his sword's tip, like faint beams of light. This is... Zidi looked up, her face ripe with shock and surprise. Zhen Ren's counterattack gave her a glimmer of hope. As expected of my lord? Zidi blurted out, cheering and shouting for Zhen Ren. One by one, the fire venom bees fell to the ground as the battle art, 100 Needle Wind, eliminated them. My lord, Zidi whispered. As she was being protected, she looked at his back, her eyes reflecting the dying campfire that yet shone brightly. Chapter 6 is a lie. The cake is a lie. Chapter 7, Between Life and Death. Zhen Ren's counterattack was successful in wiping out many of the fire venom bees, but at the same time he attracted more of them. After hundreds of sword jabs, his muscles began to feel sore. After 1,000 sword jabs, the soreness worsened and seemed to swell with pain in his eyes. In particular, his sword-wielding arm. Moreover, the sword felt heavier in his hand. Buzz. The fire, venom bees seemed endless as the larger part of the swarm flew out of the campfire, infuriated due to the casualties taken. The bees seemed like a tsunami, pouring over the two in one fell swoop. Damn it, Zhen Ren cursed as he did his best to keep fighting with his long sword. Currently, the sword felt several times heavier in his hand. He knew it was a sign he had reached the limits of his physical strength. He was sweating profusely and his mind had become muddled. He could barely feel his sword-wielding arm anymore, the muscles nigh completely numb. Each jab triggered a tingling sensation from his bones, as if they were made of cogs in ruins, completely rusted but forced to turn. One by one, the fire venom bees stung Zhen Ren. He gritted his teeth, always keeping in mind Zidi was behind him. To protect his fiancée, he had not taken a single step back in this battle. His right hand held his sword and his left groped all over his body, pulling out the flailing fire, venom bees that had stung him. The bees perished as a result and were thrown to the ground by him. "My lord," ZD cried from behind him. Not a single fire, venom bee had attacked her. Perhaps because Zhen Ren drew all of the fire, venom bee's ire, or perhaps because his intense movements caused his body temperature to be much higher than hers. To Zhen Ren, it felt as if time had come to a crawl, each moment lengthy and insufferable. Eventually and suddenly his muddled eyes cleared up, and there were no more fire, venom bees flying in the air. All over the ground lay the carcasses of fire, venom bees. He had won. His heart was so full of relief he lost his grip on his longsword, the tip nearly piercing his foot as it fell. He felt numb all over his body, but soon, all the wounds inflicted by the fire, venom bees induced a scorching pain all over his body. "My lord, be careful," ZD exclaimed. The scream stimulated his numb mind, sobering it instantly. The campfire was in embers when, unexpectedly, a little over a dozen fire, venom bees flew out. There were still fire, venom bees remaining. "However, I can no longer fight," he smiled bitterly, very clear of his condition. He knew if these fire bees had attacked with the others, he might have been able to kill them. But now that he had already relaxed his body, he could not even hold his sword. Although he could not feel it, he knew deep down, the fire, venom was spreading through his body. A voice in his heart spoke, "If you continue to fight, it will cost you your life." It came from his strong intuition as a warrior. He trusted this feeling and knew he could no longer fight on. "Run!" Zhen Ren gritted his teeth, sighed, took Zidai's hand and swiftly ran away. The two fled hand in hand, headlong into the looming darkness of the jungle. They had to escape. If they stayed, they would only meet demise by the venomous stings of the swarm, but by running away, despite the dangers, there was still a glimmer of hope. "I will not give till death." Zhen Ren's eyes were unyielding, and his morale unwaning. Behind him, ZD ran as she was dragged along. Soon, she was unable to keep up with his pace and tripped. Even if his strength was rock bottom at the moment, she was just a magician after all. "My lord, let me stay behind, I can distract," she gasped out, panting heavily for breath. "Shut up." Zhen Ren abruptly stopped running and turned to face her. The girl cried out in surprise as she crashed into his arms. The next moment, the girl was spun around and her vision shifted dramatically. When she came to, she realized she was being held in his arms as he kept running frantically. Because of the reckless intrusion of the two, the darkness of the jungle was punctuated by unsettling noises on all sides. Zhen Ren attempted to shake off the bee swarm, but they relentlessly continued after their tails. Even in between life and death, the youngster kept his wits about him. Normally, the most direct way to deal with such a swarm would be to jump into a body of water to force the swarm's retreat. But they knew there were python-like vines lurking in the river, so diving in would be suicidal. In his desperation, he found that his best chance of escape was to sprint along the path he had walked during the day. However, his eyesight and sense of direction were greatly hindered in the dark, forcing him to rely on his fuzzy memory as a guide. After almost crashing into a tree for the third time, ZD took a potion from her leather waist pouch with difficulty. This potion was stored in a glass bottle and glowed like a firefly. With this glimmer of light, Zhen Ren was barely able to find his way. The jungle had dense branches and tangled roots. It would be arduous to trek through here, let alone run, and often the bushes and ferns formed a blockade. Suddenly, Zhen Ren and ZD ran into a wall of vines. He felt malice exuding from the jungle around him, like countless tentacles reaching out from all directions to block his path to survival. He broke through the vines with all his remaining strength, allowing the thorns to scratch his clothes and skin in the dark. The only thing he was thankful for was that the path had been trampled on and cleared during the day, otherwise it would simply be impossible to move this quickly through the jungle. ZD occasionally took out and threw a potion at the fire, venom bees. Sometimes the bees were attracted and slowed down, but more often than not, it had no effect. What damn luck! As he ran, Zhen Ren's heart sank, finding his surroundings growing more and more unfamiliar. He knew they were stepping into the unknown, however, there was nothing that could be done about it. With the fire venom bees hot on their tails, how could he stand still and determine the right route? He had no choice but to hold his head down and run wildly. After running an indeterminable length, he heard a loud growl. Suddenly, a beast swooped down from one of the trees. "What is that?" Zhen Ren was startled upon the sight of what seemed to be a black leopard. The bloody scent of a predator assaulted his senses. By some fluke, he managed to dodge and continued to run without looking back. The fire, venom bees flying behind them, and the beast that looked like a black leopard became entangled with each other. The black leopard was quickly defeated and took the initiative to retreat. This short intermission caused the distance between him and the fire, venom bees, to increase. However, the fire venom bees despised him and would never give up. As the chase continued, they closed the distance, pressing toward the young girl. Zhen Ren's well of strength was gradually running dry. His legs were heavy like lead, his heart felt weak, and his pace began to drop. As the terrain became steeper, a seemingly bottomless cliff appeared before the two, by the light of the shimmering potion. The fire venom bees were coming from behind them to the left. "There is a cave over there with light," ZD suddenly said. The cave had a distinct but weak orange-red light emanating from it and seemed to be inhabited. Zhen Ren was gasping heavily, but his eyes lit up as he plunged into the cave with ZD in his arms. When they entered the cave, searing hot air washed over them. There were no signs of human activity in the cave. What emanated the glow were peculiar ores. They were bright red and emitted intense heat, as well as a shimmering orange light. At the mouth of the cave, the size and number of the ores were small, however. The deeper they went into the cave, the more both grew. After a few hundred steps, Zhen Ren felt like he was in a furnace and ZD was already dripping with sweat. It was best not to continue moving forward. The hot air in the cave would steam them alive. But the fire venom bees had also entered the cave, chasing after them like the Grim Reaper. He put ZD down and the two were forced to grit their teeth and dive deeper into the cave. The life and death chase had reached a critical juncture here. Hope emerged within Zhen Ren's heart. Although he could not fight the fire venom bees, he might still be able to use the special terrain around to escape the fire venom bees' assault. As far as he knew, the fire venom bees used heat to lock onto their foes. The higher the heat, the more the swarm would be attracted. The future looked dark and grim, but there was still a glimmer of light struggling. The two clenched their teeth and pushed themselves forward, staggering one step at a time. The cave became narrower, and the red-hot ore almost covered the walls entirely. They could not touch the walls. It was too hot. "There are traces of beasts here," ZD suddenly whispered. Zhen Ren looked where the girl was pointing and saw claw marks scraped across the cave walls. To be able to live in such an extreme environment, this beast was definitely not simple. His heart sank, and he gave a bitter smile. How could he care about such a beast right now? He had no choice. After the fire, Venom Bee Swarm entered the cave. Although they were distracted by the ore and lay down on it to absorb their heat, they never gave up on attacking the two and were always flying close behind. The future was uncertain, and the two could only brace themselves and persevere forward. Suddenly, Zhen Ren started to sway. His body and mind began to feel intensely dizzy, making him almost faint on the spot. What damned luck! He stumbled and his vision began to tremble as if it were an earthquake, barely leaving him standing. The fire, venom had flared up. He unconsciously reached his hand out and held onto the cave wall. Sizzle! The cave wall burned his leather gloves as black smoke quickly arose. Simultaneously, a stench exuded from Zhen Ren. The smell immediately caused the fire. Venom Bee Swarm to become agitated as they gave up the ore, replacing their previous swaying, careless state with bloodlust aimed straight toward him. ZD's face instantly paled. She realized the fire. Venom bees could lock onto their foes by the smell of their fire venom. Moreover, when the fire venom flared, it would emit a special smell that incited the fire, Venom Bee's ferociousness. Zhen Ren had a lot of fire, venom in his body, meaning many fire venom bees had died at his hands. Such a powerful enemy would naturally trigger a frenzied attack from the fire venom bees. In her fright, she pulled out and poured a potion onto Zhen Ren's body in an attempt to mask the stench of the fire venom. To her surprise, it had immediate effects. The fire venom bee swarm's bloodlust dissipated, and they once more focused on the searing hot rocks. "Let's hurry. The effects of the potion will only last for a short while," she said, as she put Zhen Ren's arms over her shoulders and carefully dragged him forward. After just a few steps, Zhen Ren felt his head spinning and completely lost his sense of direction, making taking even a single step extremely difficult. The fire venom made his body burn entirely and made his head feel like a giant bell, ringing incessantly. With what little clarity he still had, he weakly said to Zidai, "You escape, quickly go." She was free of fire, venom, thus the only target of fire, venom bees in the cave, was Zhen Ren. If ZD ran, she had the possibility of escape. Yet the young girl violently shook her head. Her eyes were tearful, and her voice was sobbing. She resolutely said no. "My lord, I will not abandon you. It was with great difficulty that I found you and reached this point. How could I give up now?" He sighed and suddenly pushed ZD away hard. "Gao. I won't, my lord." As the two pushed and pulled at each other, they both fell to the ground. The fire venom bees flew overhead. While ZD closed her eyes shut, Zhen Ren glared with impotent rage at the swarm as they pounced on him. He looked on helplessly as they flew down toward him, stingers erect, only a finger's length away from his face. "Roar," Suddenly, from within the cave's depths, came a beastly roar. It echoed through the cave walls, shocking and throwing the fire venom bees into disarray. They flitted through the air as if they were drunk, and some even collided into each other. Thump, thump, thump. Not long after, a series of thumps resembling soldiers beating war drums resounded within the cave. Soon, the monster racing through the cave appeared. The figure was so fast the two could only see a large black shadow. The mysterious cave monster immediately lunged toward fire venom bees. The aggressive and ferocious fire venom bees were then unexpectedly repelled by the monster as they began to flee in haste. The monster quickly pursued, and both parties left the cave. A silent calm washed over inside the cave. The two lay down and gasped for breath as they stared at the cave ceiling in a daze. Chapter 8. Berserk Potion. Inside the cave, the two had faces of incredulity. They were unexpectedly still alive? ZD got up first and looked at the footprints. The fierce beast had created a shallow pit with every step. Luckily, the two were not stepped on. Lord. ZD exclaimed as she attempted to get Zhen Ren up on his feet. However, moving the combined weight of Zhen Ren and his armor was not something a lean magician like ZD could do. In the end, she could only drag him a small distance and lean his upper body against the cave wall. At this moment, Zhen Ren was in a sorry state. When ZD touched him, she found his body almost as hot as the ores around them. The effects of the potion had worn off, and the stench from his body was more fetid than before, nearly suffocating ZD. Zhen Ren said weakly, "Go! ZD! Leave this play!" He could not even move his head, as swaying his head slightly might render him unconscious. As he raised his hands before him, he saw numerous illusionary arms. As his eyelids swelled, his eyesight was severely affected. ZD, upon realizing the circumstances, almost drowned in despair. She knew how terrible the fire venom was. Some of the bodyguards of the search and rescue team had died from it. They had suffered greatly before death. At the time of death, their eyes were so swollen they became blind, their throats and noses also inflamed, making breathing extremely difficult, and the cause of death was asphyxiation. Although Zhen Ren was likely to be a silver life form, it was not enough to resist the fire venom. There was too much of it in his body. Faced again with Zhen Ren's urging to escape, ZD shook her head and said, "I will not go. I will not abandon you, my lord. I might be able to concoct a medicine. Surely I can create the correct medicine. We still have hope. Please don't give up." Zhen Ren's vision began to blur. It was as if his eyes were glued shut, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not tear them open. In his blurred vision, he saw ZD sitting and crying as she took out every single potion from her small waist pouch. She quickly poured a potion on the ground and corroded away a small hole. Soon after, she began to mix many of the potions together. Then she took out many dried herbs and roots from her bosom and crushed them into a powder. Afterward, she poured them into the hole. Gurgle. The mixture in the hole began to bubble, and she gazed at it, constantly mixing it and occasionally wiping her eyes as if she was irritated. Zhen Ren wanted to persuade her again, but he soon discovered that he was unable to speak anymore. His throat felt like it was on fire and swelling so much he had difficulty swallowing saliva. His tongue was extremely numbed and he could not feel it at all, as if his body did not have one. His consciousness began to fade. He was in a half-awake, half-asleep state, losing his ability to perceive any of what was happening around him. Amidst his daze, he sensed a cool liquid pouring into his mouth and sliding down his throat. His throat was like a channel clogged with rocks piled up, but as this cool liquid washed over, they quickly melted away and cleared the path. The cool liquid gradually spread throughout his body, and with it, his consciousness rapidly returned. Zhen Ren opened his eyes and saw the vague figure of ZD lying against his body. The girl's hands were covered with medicinal mixtures, which were smeared all over his body. Because of the fire, venom, his skin had swollen and his clothes and mail had tightened around his body. With the help of the potion's medicinal effects, his red and swollen skin quickly shrunk to its original form. The following bone-piercing chill made him shiver. In the hot and stuffy cave, Zidai, who busied herself with smearing the potion, was sweating profusely, and her originally loose robe now clung tight against her body. After she finished smearing the medicine, the girl's purple eyes glowed with hope as she stared unblinking at Zhen Ren. Zhen Ren felt as if he were a drowning man who had reached land, coughing water out of his lungs, opening his mouth and gasping for breath. He inhaled the searing hot air in the cave, but he felt blissful like a man who had come across sweet rain after a long drought. As he gradually became conscious, he discovered he was drooling, his saliva trickling all over the floor. ZD, who was watching, saw clearly. The swelling all over Zhen Ren's body was rapidly contracting and his condition was dramatically improving. "My lord, you're awake." Upon seeing Zhen Ren's eyes open and clear of haze, ZD was pleasantly surprised. To be frank, she did not have much confidence in the medicine she had configured. "How long was I out?" Zhen Ren inquired. "Only a few minutes," ZD replied. Zhen Ren was immediately relieved. "We need to leave the cave now." Without a doubt, this was a dangerous place. Previously, the bee swarm had run away upon seeing the cave monster, and it was likely it would win in a confrontation against the bees. Once it won and returned to the cave, the two were sure to be prey for the monster. Going deeper into the cave was very risky. Who knew if the path forked in there? If it did not, then this was a dead end. ZD pulled Zhen Ren up, and as he stood up, he held onto the cave wall for support. His gauntlet gave off a foul odor as it burned on the cave wall, but he was happy because regardless of whether it was feeling hot or smelling the burning odor, these were all normal bodily senses. Previously, he could not feel anything. Now, to his surprise and suspicion, he sensed that within his body a new power was brewing, making him feel stronger and stronger with every passing moment. Noticing his doubt, ZD explained with a look of terror and guilt, "My lord, I am sorry, I mixed in too many berserk potions." After drinking a berserk potion, one could temporarily draw a huge amount of potential from their body, giving a massive boost to combat power. However, in exchange, it could greatly harm their body. "You did the right thing. No need to blame yourself," Zhen Ren said and patted her shoulders, easing her anxiety. "Let's go," he urged as he attempted to take a step forward. Although he was still dizzy, it had alleviated to a lesser extent now, and he soon discovered he could walk and even run on his own. As the power within him grew further stronger, he felt that even his mail was as light as a feather. It seems the Berserk potion has fully stimulated my life force. But what will happen once its effects wear off? This was a hidden danger encroaching on his heart with gloom. Under normal circumstances, once the effects of a Berserk potion wore off, the person would fall into a state of extreme weakness. ZD's hastily created medicine did not solve the root of his problem. The combined effects of the Berserk potion and others only served to stimulate and heighten his life force, allowing his body to resist the fire venom. No matter how it was done, I will use this opportunity to escape. Even if I can't, then at least try my best and save ZD. Zhen Ren already had one foot in the grave, and though his time awake was not long and his memories were crippled, he knew. Zidai is my fiancé and our relationship seems somewhat complicated, and who knows what axe she has to grind. However, she stood by me from the beginning and even tried to sacrifice herself for me, no matter the risks she faced. How can I repay such a girl? How can I be called a knight if I can't even protect my own fiancé? He swore inwardly he would give his all to protect this girl. The two rushed through the cave and they quickly arrived at the cave mouth. From outside came the roaring of beasts, tearing away at each other's lives. Based on the sounds, the battle was extremely intense. Zhen Ren and ZD looked at each other in bewilderment, then sneaked to the cave mouth and peered out. It appeared the fire venom bees had long since left. Now, there were two other parties in battle. One party was the monster that drove the fire, venom bees out of the cave. It was stout and resembled a brown bear, but with the pink tail of a monkey, and it stood upright like a human. It had bear paws, but its arms were not of bears, but of gorillas, and each of its hands had 4 fingers with sharp, long, and dark fingernails that resembled pitch-black iron. The other party was a group of beasts that looked like black leopards, but their bodies were not covered in fur, but scales. In addition, they had a sharp horn like that of a rhino on their forehead. While there was only one monkey-tailed brown bear, there were about a dozen of these scaly, horned black leopards. Judging from its aura, the monkey bear was a silver magic beast. In comparison, most of the scaled leopards were bronzes, with only the leader and a few others having an iron aura. The leap surrounded the bear in the center as the two sides fought. The bear was powerful, and none of the leopards could match it alone. The leopards charged in almost always only to be slapped back by the bear, however. The leopards would quickly get back up on their paws. They seemed to have a strong, hard body that could easily shrug off such heavy blows. As Zhen Ren and ZD watched the two sides become deadlocked, they glanced at each other with worry in their eyes. If they went out, the leopards would surround them and tear them to pieces. "My lord, if there is a chance, rush out." "No need to care for me," ZD whispered. Zhen Ren shook his head and did not have the leisure to rebut his fiancée. Even alone, he did not have the confidence in breaking out of a siege by this leap. What was worse, he had to escape with Zidai. This was too difficult. Moreover, his own situation was full of hidden worries. Once the potion's effects wore off, the suppressed fire, venom would flare up and pose a great threat to Zhen Ren's life. What could he do? If only I had my battle key. If only I could use my battle key. Zhen Ren felt depressed and distressed. He had a weapon within his body but had no way to use it. Chapter 9. We are Templar Knights. As Zhen Ren and ZD hid in the cave mouth, they paid close attention to the battle between the beasts. Throughout the fight, the scaled leopards were rushing past with haste, but not disorganized, and they firmly kept the monkey bear surrounded and in the center. If the two ever left the cave, they would immediately expose themselves to these beasts. The chances of surviving were small, so they would definitely not do it unless they were forced to. The longer Zhen Ren watched the fight, the more fearful he felt. As the two sides fought it out, it became clear the numerous scaled leopards had the advantage over the monkey bear who fought alone. Although leopards are not solitary animals and typically formed leaps to survive, such a large leap of leopards is simply unprecedented. On this island, not only are the creatures terrifyingly mutated in form, size, and abilities, but their behaviors are also dramatically different. He had some speculations about why these scaled leopards were here. He remembered when the fire venom bees were chasing him, he had encountered a mysterious leopard-like beast. In the end, the beast had lost against the bee swarm and fled. That mysterious beast was probably a scaled leopard. After its rout, it could have returned to its leap and informed the rest of the leopards and followed Zhen Ren's and Zidai's scent as they escaped, eventually leading to their arrival here. These black leopards don't want revenge against the fire. Venom bees, I fear. Rather, they might want to hunt me and Zidai. Thinking of it this way, the monkey bear saved us from a disaster, but he was not thankful. The monkey bear first drove away the fire, venom bees, and now was fighting the scaled leopards, giving Zhen Ren and Zidai a chance to survive, but if it won, it would still prey on the two in its den. It was all simply a coincidence. Roar! The leopard leader suddenly pounced on the monkey bear's back and bit its neck. The monkey bear flew into a rage and frantically shook its body, but the leopard leader tenaciously clenched its fangs as it was nearly flung off, holding on only by its bite on the monkey bear's neck. The bear had a thick layer of skin and only bled for a moment. It extended its gorilla arms and used its sharp fingernails to penetrate the leopard leader's scales, stabbing deep into its body. The leopard leader would not let go even if it died. Meanwhile, the remaining black leopards also pounced on it, pushing the monkey bear to the ground. A chance. Upon seeing this, Zhen Ren decided within an instant. He dragged ZD and ran out of the cave, but at that moment, a few of the remaining black leopards saw them, and one of them immediately howled and lunged at the two. The rest also began to stir. Zhen Ren and ZD were forced to flee back into the cave by this scaled leopard. The leopard did not chase the two into the cave, because the monkey bear burst with raging power at that moment. Its paws radiated roiling heat and its fingernails, sharp and hard as iron, turned red like steel heated in a furnace. The bear thrashed around crazily, shaking off most of the leopards on it. Then it used its paws to ruthlessly stab into the leopard leader's body. It struggled frantically, as large amounts of blood spurted from its mouth and nose. The next moment, the monkey bear brazenly tore the leopard leader in two. Its paws also turned red and gave off waves of rolling heat as if it were freshly smelted steel. The red-hot paws easily penetrated the leopard's scales, and with the bear's great strength, it was a weapon of slaughter. In a short while, it slaughtered a dozen or so black leopards, leaving their carcasses strewn around on the ground. The leopards suffered a disastrous defeat, and the remaining few were routed. Although the monkey bear was the victor, it was a miserable victory. It was blinded in its right eye, Its body was covered in wounds, dripping with fresh blood, and several of its wounds were so deep they exposed the bone underneath the flesh. Its worst injury was on its neck. The leopard leader had bitten there deeply and seemed to have punctured an artery. Bright, red blood gushed out from this wound. The monkey bear was so wounded that despite having repelled the leopards, it made no efforts in pursuing them, but immediately walked back to the cave. Without any options, Zhen Ren and Zidai could only retreat. A wounded beast was even more dangerous. Fortunately, due to its injuries, the monkey bear walked back slowly. Meanwhile, the two were forced to go deeper into the cave's depths. If the cave only had one exit, then they and the monkey bear would eventually have to meet, and a battle would have to take place, but he was not sure of the outcome. He originally had a long sword but lost it at the campfire. Now, his only weapons were 2 daggers. He had one while Zidai had the other. The best case scenario would be that the cave path forked. However, something unexpected happened. The monkey bear had walked halfway in when it suddenly stopped. It then started using its sharp fingernails to dig her out of the cave walls, opened its mouth wide and devoured it. Zhen Ren secretly kept watching as his pupils slightly contracted. He was amazed to discover that, after the monkey bear ate a dozen chunks of ore, its wounds gradually stopped bleeding. The monkey bear's weak and dispersed aura was also steadily stabilizing. Zhen Ren was edified through its actions. It turns out these ores are the monkey bear's food. He had seen many claw marks in the cave before and thought that the monkey bear was just sharpening its claws. After seeing this, he understood the scraping marks were the result of the monkey bear excavating for food. The monkey bear's condition was rapidly improving. Zhen Ren and Zidi looked at each other and saw the graveness of each other's faces. Now they only had 2 options. The first was to continue to retreat and hope to find a fork in the cave and use it to avoid the monkey bear. The second was to fight the monkey bear and seize the advantage while it was still injured. Both options had their risks. The first would have them give up their golden opportunity and let the monkey bear recuperate smoothly, and if the fork did not exist, they would still have to fight the bear. As for the second option, Zhen Ren was uncertain of the outcome if he were to fight the monkey bear, and although he would be seizing his opportunity in the fight, if there was a fork in the cave and he ended up dying fighting the bear, would that not be too miserable? Zidi suddenly grabbed Zhen Ren's hand. She did not speak, but her eyes revealed her intention. The choice was all up to him. He was left indecisive for a while. This was a decision that determined life and death, and more importantly, this not only determined his own, but also of his fiancée Zidi. A heavy responsibility lay on Zhen Ren's shoulders. His eyes darkened for a time, but soon a light of perseverance stealed within. He grasped Zidi's hand and then let go. He drew the dagger and slowly crept toward the busily eating monkey bear. Of the 2 options, Zhen Ren was not sure which was better, nor did he have any reliable information to help him decide. Therefore, he decided to follow his instincts, to struggle and seize fate by the throat. Closer, closer. The distance between Zhen Ren and the monkey bear was getting smaller. The bear was still eating. Perhaps because this was its den, perhaps because it was in a sorry state after a bitter battle, whatever the case may be, it did not notice him approaching. But at this moment, his complexion changed. A memory emerged in his mind. Damn it, not now. Zhen Ren powerlessly cursed, but he could only immerse himself in the memories as they flooded him for a while. It was a dimly lit old tavern filled with chattering people. Victory is ours. Drink to your heart's content. Zhen Ren found himself in a corner surrounded by knights donned in dazzling armor. He was, of course, one of them. Although these knights had scratched armors, tattered cloaks, and injured bodies, they were still very excited. It appeared to be a post-battle celebration. Huzzah! Someone cheered. Can anyone in the world stop us Templar Knights? In hindsight, that recent battle was difficult, someone sighed. Someone else spoke with lingering fear while stroking his wine cup. I almost lost control of my mount. The sighs of the Templar Knights drew a sneer. What sort of hardships are these? Children, you are all too green. The voice reverberated in the tavern, attracting the gazes of Zhen Ren and the rest of the Templar Knights. It came from an elderly man. He had a white mustache, a majestic physique, a blinded eye, and was donning the armor of Templar Knights. But there was a clear difference in the gold and silver adorning engravings on his, compared to the rest. It was more ornate and majestic. The Templar Knights did not retort, but instead looked at the old man with awe, and the noisy tavern suddenly became silent. Grandmaster, tell us. We know you are a veteran of many great battles, such as the capture of Iron Banner Fortress, or the encirclement of the Blood Knights, or the defense of Griffin Cliff. Which battle do you think was the most difficult you faced? Someone broke the silence and asked. The old Grandmaster chuckled but did not answer. Instead, he lifted his wooden mug, tilted his head back, and drank every drop of beer in it. As soon as he put down his empty mug, a Templar Knight beside him brought another filled mug. The old Grand Master reached for the handle of the mug, this time not guzzling it but taking a small sip, imbibing almost all of the beer froth. His intact eye, under the illumination of the fire in the tavern, shone with reminiscence. He said, when it comes to the most difficult battle, it would have to be that one, 6 years ago at Jackal Valley. Oh, I know that one. It's the battle of the annihilation of the Order of Cold Furs. Someone shouted excitedly. Some turned and narrowed their eyes at Zhen Ren. The old Grand Master nodded and continued, that's right, it was at Jackal Valley. And truly, those southern nobles are almost all treacherous scum. Despicable, shameless, and capricious. Our Fifth Order of the Temple had been marching for 5 days by the time we entered Jackal Valley, and once we were in the valley, our allies suddenly betrayed us. There we were surrounded by thousands of murderous Cold Fur Knights. Our Fifth Order that had just retreated from the front lines was caught by surprise, losing 30% of our men in the first wave, leaving only 1,000 men, almost all wounded. The Order of Cold Furs launched wave upon wave of charges, and we were barely able to defend ourselves, relying on our crumbling camp. He reminisced somberly. We repelled the second wave at the cost of 300 men. Then the third wave struck, and we lost over 200 men to it. After the fourth wave, we only had about 80 men left. We had frantically used up all of our berserk potions, and we couldn't get any more supplies. To make matters worse, the enemy troops had a powerful man who called himself the Corruptor. This warlock was extremely ruthless, and under his spells, our weapons and armor were corroded away. We were in dire straits, and that's when the Grand Master of the Order of Cold first demanded our surrender. We knew the southern nobles wanted to take us prisoners so they could have an important bargaining chip to negotiate with the emperor. Yeah, but he underestimated us Templar Knights. We negotiated for a while and then started our charge. Even unarmed, we are Templar Knights. Even unarmored, we are Templar Knights. Even unmounted, we are Templar Knights. Even unsupplied, we are Templar Knights. No matter how numerous, how powerful the enemy, and how few, how weak we are, we will not surrender, because we are Templar Knights. Chapter 10. I am brave and fearless. The tavern was quiet. Every Templar Knight stood utterly still as they looked at and listened to the old Grand Master. Their young faces stirred with a surge of excitement. We will charge. We will die. The old Grand Master laughed. He stroked his thick white beard, wiping off the alcohol stains, and said, "My strength was limited and I was pierced by countless swords and fell among the corpses like a dead dog. Ha ha! When I woke up I found myself at the temple and I found out after that everyone except me of the Fifth Order had died. The Cold Fur Knight spared no one. Every corpse was run through with a blade. Luckily, the knight who stabbed me used a rapier. It was stabbed through my eye, blinding me and penetrating my brain, my cerebral fluids leaking out." He reminisced with pride written all over his face. "It was the Emperor himself who saved my worthless life. He asked what reward I wanted. I then asked His Venerable Imperial Majesty to provide me with knights because I wanted to rebuild the Fifth Order of the Temple. That's why you kids are here right now. Did you know that? Otherwise, why would the Grand Order of the Temple recruit so easily? You little kids were all lucky, but you're all still too young. Do you think that battle earlier has any worth?" The old Grand Master said and shook his head repeatedly and continued to drink, speaking nothing further. His words were terse and rough, but the faces of the young Templar Knights in the tavern were all excited and discussed amongst each other. From what I know, in the Battle of Jackal Valley, our Fifth Order, with only 1,000 men, annihilated over 5,000 men of the Order of Cold Furs and destroyed 3 of their units. The Order of Cold Furs was cleaning up the battlefield later when they were ambushed by the Third Order of the Temple, who struck like lightning, finally burying them all in Jackal Valley. The Order of Cold Furs was the trump card of the Southern Noble Alliance, and this battle broke the backbone of the alliance. Someone spoke. "That's right, this is us Templar Knights. We are unmatched, unstoppable. Even when in dire straits, we will meet death with our heads held high." Someone else spoke proudly. "That's right, charge, charge, charge to meet death." Another shouted fervently. The atmosphere in the tavern became lively once more. It was unknown whether it was due to the excitement or liquor, but the faces of the young Templar Knights were all flushed red. The memory faded, but their voices echoed in Zhen Ren's ears. "Charge! Charge! Charge to meet death?" Zhen Ren rushed over without hesitation. The monkey bear's ears twitched as it heard movement, but it was sluggish due to its heavy injuries. By the time it turned its body, it saw the youngster mid-air. Zhen Ren had sprinted and then jumped, the dagger held high in his hands and flashing with a cold gleam. The bear was caught off guard as the dagger stabbed its remaining left eye. In a split second, it was blinded. Near. The bear flew into a rage, stimulated by the intense pain of its blinded eyes, bursting out with the ferociousness of a beast. It swung its arm, and Zhen Ren was unable to dodge it. He could only curl up his body as much as possible and raise his arms to protect his face and chest. Thump! With a muffled sound, the youngster was flung away from the bear twice as fast as he had approached it. He smashed hard into the cave wall. His arms used as a shield were completely broken, and because of the force of his impact with the wall, and his shoulder blades and back ribs suffered many fractures. The violent impact also seemed to have caused internal bleeding and organ damage. Zhen Ren cried out and coughed out a mouthful of blood. A sharp pain spread throughout his whole body as the youngster's complexion turned deathly pale. However, even in such circumstances, he still felt a new power emerging from the depths of his body. He knew this was the effect of the berserk potion. As he coughed out another mouthful of blood, Zhen Ren kicked himself off the cave wall. Die, he murmured and charged resolutely toward the bear once more. In a split second, the wind whistled in his ears. He felt as if he had broken through the limits of pain tolerance because, as his pain surged from the strenuous movements, so did his excitement. His arms were completely numb and were like two thick fluttering ropes strung behind him as he madly dashed forward. The bear's strike from before was no small matter. It had shattered the bones in the youngster's arms and battered his muscles into pulp. His body was barely holding together. The bear went mad as it thrashed around the cave wildly, scattering the oars about. Some small oars struck the grim-faced Zhen Ren. He ducked, dodging a swing of the monkey bear's claws, and charged as fast as he could. He stomped on the cave wall, kicked himself up a few steps, and leapt into the air once more. Toward the blind, raging, unaware bear. Zhen Ren found the right moment as he fell down and kicked with his right foot on the dagger still lodged in the bear's eye socket. Spurt, blood and brains splattered out as the dagger pierced deep into the bear's brain. Earlier, there was still a section of the dagger jutting out from the eye socket. Now, it was completely stabbed in, including the hilt. Growl. The bear wailed a painful, wretched scream. Following its beastly instinct and intuition, it caught Zhen Ren in its grasp. Its sharp claws heated up and turned blazing red once more. The claws dug into Zhen Ren's abdomen, piercing through to the other side of the youngster's body. The bear then swung him down to the ground, the tips of the claws digging into the hard, mountainous earth. The claws had pierced through Zhen Ren like a hot knife through butter. Zhen Ren roared in pain as his intestines and flesh burned. At this moment, he fully felt the pain of those black leopards. Lord! Zidai could not help but cry out in sorrow as she watched the bitter battle unfold before her. The cry reached Zhen Ren's ears, rekindling a trace of clarity amidst his intense, searing pain. The claws had practically anchored his abdomen to the ground, almost completely immobilizing him. Then the monkey bear leaned over, its bloody mouth right in front of Zhen Ren's face. At this critical moment, the youngster used all of his strength to twist his upper body to the limits. The bear was blind. Zhen Ren smoothly evaded its incoming maw. With a thump, the bear's head hit the ground, its fangs bit the dirt, scattering small stones and gravel about. Since Zhen Ren's arms were long broken under these desperate circumstances, the youngster learned from the bear and opened his mouth wide to bite its neck. The bear's neck had a terrible wound. It was the heavy price it paid not long before in its fight against the leader of the scaly, horned black leopards to kill it. There was no fur and the wound was bone deep. Zhen Ren leaned in, and after a few bites he had a mouth full of the bear's flesh and blood. The wound had previously been bleeding, but after the bear ate the oars, it had stopped. Now, it suffered the gnawing of Zhen Ren, and an artery was ripped open inside, causing fresh blood to violently gush out, flowing out faster than it did before. In a split second, the blood was all over Zhen Ren's face. He felt like he had plunged his head into a waterfall and had to shut his eyes tight. His nose was filled with a putrid stench, along with the hot air, and he tasted a hint of sweetness in his mouth. He fought with desperation as he kept tearing at the bear's flesh. Consequently, large amounts of its blood poured down his throat, nearly choking the youngster. But how could he have the attention to spare to care about breathing right now? The battle between the two had reached its most crucial moments. Zhen Ren began to choke with insufferable pain as his lungs were filled with the monkey bear's blood. But surprisingly, the bear let out a whimpering roar. It was panicking! It could not see the youngster, but it could still feel the frailness of Zhen Ren's body. ZD stared blankly as she watched man and bear tear at each other, her eyes despondent, her body stilled like a statue in awe. The bear tried to pull out its claws and tear the youngster to pieces, but its attempts were without success. After the great battle previously, it was already at the limits of its power. After suffering wounds at the hand of the youngster, its strength had quickly waned. And now, it did not even have enough strength to pull out its claws from the hard earth. Thump! Finally, the bear fell to the ground motionless. It was several times larger than Zhen Ren, yet, ultimately, it was the loser. Zhen Ren also fell to the ground and began to cough violently, vomiting chunks of flesh and clumps of blood repeatedly. After spitting out the flesh and blood, the youngster could finally breathe properly. His chest heaved up and down. He was like a drowning man who'd reached a shore, gasping greedily for each breath. After several such breaths, he began to cough out blood again. He did not know if it was the bear's blood or his own. Strong vertigo struck the youngster. He tried to get up but utterly failed even after several attempts. His abdomen was still stuck to the ground and bleeding by the bear's claws. Moreover, during the violent battle, the wound had been violently stretched apart, completely tearing it open. His blackened intestines, charred by the claws, oozed out from the gaping wound. The youngster helplessly hit the ground with a thud. He weakly laughed, looking at the large bear's corpse. The laughter resembled that of the old Grand Master of the Fifth Order of the Temple. Soon after, Zhen Ren's open eyes gradually dulled and his laughter quickly faded. After a few breaths, his eyes completely lost their luster. The effects of the berserk potion had worn off. The youngster fell completely into unconsciousness. For a moment, whether it was man or bear, all was still. Chapter 11. Entangled in Life and Death. Darkness. In this darkness, a youngster gradually recovered his consciousness. Where, what is this place? Where am I? No one answered him, and silence reigned over the darkness. Who am I? Why? Why am I trapped here? What should I do? The youngster started impatiently and felt like he had forgotten something important. He racked his mind to remember, but it was in vain. He began to struggle, wanting to free himself from the cage of darkness. Suddenly, an illusory light appeared before his eyes. It was distinct in the darkness. Light and shadow flickered as the youngster suddenly started to remember. It was as if he had returned to the tavern, where he celebrated a victory as one of the Templar knights, where he listened to the old Grand Master's teachings. The light amidst darkness resembled the dim tavern candlelight, and the youngster felt warmth and drowsy and was about to fall into slumber. Then suddenly he heard a beast's roar, and along with it the light and shadow clarified. The youngster was disappointed to find himself not in the tavern but inside a scorching cave. Then relentless pain washed against him like ocean waves. Zhen Ren felt he was like a small boat that could capsize at any moment from the raging winds and surging waves. Besides the pain, he also felt insufferably feverish and had intense vertigo. None of this was unfamiliar to Zhen Ren. The fire venom flared up again, he thought. He still had the bear's sharp claws pierced in his abdomen, making it hard to get up. The youngster struggled with all his strength. Only then did he manage to slightly raise his head. Then, he saw the bear corpse and the familiar figure leaning over it busily working. It was ZD extracting the bear's blood. She wiped her eyes from time to time, her face filled with anxiety. Zhen Ren immediately lowered his guard. He had heard a beast's roar in the darkness and thought a new beast was attacking. Seeing ZD safe and sound, he relaxed, causing his head to fall and hit the ground with a thump. ZD was startled by the sound, and upon seeing him reawakened, she cried out with pleasant surprise, "My lord! Lord Zhen Ren, you're awake!" She immediately hurried over to his side. As she moved close, Zhen Ren found the young girl's eyes red and swollen with obvious tear streaks on her cheeks. Zhen Ren attempted to speak but could not. His tongue and throat were swollen, making it difficult to pronounce words, and so he could only force a smile. Suddenly, the youngster realized that if another beast attacked, the current him did not have the strength to protect his fiancée. "My lord," said ZD, "the fire venom has flared up again. The previous potion will not be effective this time. I was in the middle of making a new potion that will surely succeed. Believe me, my lord, you mustn't give up. I can definitely save you." ZD comforted Zhen Ren, but it felt more like she was deceiving herself to raise her own self-confidence. Zhen Ren nodded, but this slight movement caused him to fall unconscious again. He did not know how long he was in the darkness when he heard a beast's roar again, allowing him to awaken. After finding no beasts attacking, he grasped, "Is it only a hallucination?" How long was I unconscious for this time? He looked around and found ZD beside him. This time, the girl was not extracting bear blood, rather, she had sliced open Zhen Ren's arm and was extracting his blood. A glass vial was already more than halfway filled with his blood. The youngster's blood, which was being drawn, appeared to be dark red and boiling hot. Upon seeing the youngster awakening once more, ZD immediately said, My lord, I am treating you. I am drawing out your contaminated blood to weaken the fire, venom in your body. The youngster had nothing to say. Strangely enough, this time he did not feel any pain, and it was definitely not a good thing. Sensing pain was part of a normal human body's senses. It was its warning mechanism to remind the body to protect itself in time. Zhen Ren knew he was in terrible shape currently. Not only had the fire venom flared, but he also had grave injuries from fighting the bear, and the absence of pain implied all of his nerves had been destroyed. He could not feel anything aside from his vertigo and could neither hear anything. The youngster dared not to move even slightly. From his earlier experience, even a little movement would cause his vertigo to knock him unconscious again, so he could only look up at the ceiling of the cave. The youngster felt strangely tranquil. Then this tranquility gradually faded, replaced by an encroaching fog of fear. He felt afraid. He understood death was coming for him, and this was his fear of it. In fact, when he had confronted the bear, he had faced death head-on. However, at the time he did not have the leisure to contemplate it. This feeling of death creeping closer was not a pleasant feeling in any manner. The youngster felt his life slipping away without a sound, and from the depths of the youngster's heart, he desired to hold on to it. However, life was like water held in his hands. No matter how hard he clasped, it would seep down his fingers and his hands would be inexorably emptied. He found himself like a lamb to the slaughter, only able to wait quietly for his life to be reaped by the reaper's scythe. Zhen Ren originally thought himself sufficiently courageous, but now he perceived his own fear, his own impotence. This fear was so real and intense that Zhen Ren realized, even if one had suffered many trials and tribulations, it was impossible to be completely calm in the face of it. He now comprehended one truth. This fear was the most intrinsic fear of all life. It was the most basic survival instinct of all life. This fear, like a fog, had shrouded his whole heart. At the same time, helplessness, despair, panic, anger, and other emotions also sprung forth from fear. Zhen Ren began to pray, "O mighty God, Emperor Most High." He was a Templar knight, and the deity he believed in was humanity's contemporary Emperor Shang Ming, who was humanity's leader, had a cultivation that surpassed legend, and was a god who walked the world. Zhen Ren went on to confess to Emperor Shang Ming. He attempted to confess his past sins, but awkwardly discovered because he had lost his memories, he did not remember any. Therefore, he could only implore the emperor to pity, to bless, and to protect Zidi after his death so she could successfully escape from this treacherous island. However, the youngster's prayers to the god he had served all his life received no response. Not even the slightest response. Every Templar knight is subject to the watchful eye of the emperor. Could it be that this island can isolate believers from their god? With such doubts, Zhen Ren sank into darkness once more. As with previous experiences, with a beastly roar that shook heaven and earth, he awoke. This time upon awakening, Zhen Ren furrowed his brows. He felt intense pain. Unlike the pain from before, this time his whole body felt like it was pierced by innumerable needles. Every inch of skin, muscle, and bone, internally and externally, all felt like it had been tortured countless times, riddled with 1,000 gaping wounds. Not only that, but the fire, venom flaring up from before, felt even more scalding hot. The youngster felt like he was thrown into a bonfire and had combusted into flames. It worked, It worked. ZD's shout sounded in his ears. The young girl seemed incomparably excited. Zhen Ren shifted his gaze, saw what she was doing, and was shocked. She was not extracting bear blood nor drawing his blood, but surprisingly was pouring blood on Zhen Ren's wounds. And he was definite that it was the bear's blood. Zhen Ren originally had many wounds, the worst being the wound at his abdomen. Yet now, the bear's claws that had pierced through his abdomen were gone. ZD seemed to have poured many potions on the wounds, the liquids mixing into a colorful blend like of a painter's dyes. An unending stream of the bear's blood was poured onto this dense pigment, and Zhen Ren's body was like drought-stricken soil. Regardless of how much bear blood ZD poured in, it was all rapidly absorbed. What kind of treatment is this? Will it really work? Zhen Ren looked at himself and he felt a chill in his heart. The more bear blood he absorbed, the more intense the pain grew, but at the same time his heart felt more and more powerful. Thump, 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 his heartbeat pulsing faster and faster. The youngster felt as if his heart would burst if it were beating any faster. His concerns did not last long as he fell unconscious again. It was because the pain had intensified to a point far beyond the limits of what a normal human body could endure. Chapter 12. Am I a genius among geniuses? Zhen Ren did not know how long he had been unconscious when he slowly awoke. The melodious bird song came to him, followed by a gentle breeze bringing the fresh fragrance of flore. Zhen Ren stared blankly for a moment, but soon came to his senses. The first thing he noticed was the disappearance of the sharp pain which had tortured him. Only faint aches remained. He tried to raise his head and discovered the insufferable, terrible vertigo had vanished, too. Afterward, he realized his body was wrapped in bandages. Particularly his abdomen, which had several layers of it and also had faint bloodstains. Zhen Ren exerted his arms and propped up his upper body with great difficulty. He had almost no strength in his entire frame, as if he had been starving for a dozen days. Additionally, his mouth was parched and desperate for water. When he managed to sit upright, he froze in shock. He looked at his arms and hands. Originally, his arm bones had been fractured and the flesh mangled to a pulp. But now, it had all healed almost completely. The only abnormality was the skin of his arms. They were red as if they had been sizzled. Did ZD really succeed? Truly brilliant. Zhen Ren could not help but marvel. If it were magic or divine spells, it would not be too difficult. To achieve this, with just potions, showed just how great her abilities were. Is this fiancé of mine a master pharmacist? Zhen Ren speculated. He looked around but did not see her anywhere. The youngster quickly discovered he was not in the depths of the cave anymore. This was not where he had fought the bear to the death. Rather, it was near the cave's mouth. Here, the ore was sparse, the air was not burning hot, and one could hear the birds singing outside. As he felt the occasional breeze and listened to the melodious bird song, the ebb and flow of the tides in his heart stirred. His gaze fell on the cave mouth, where a red and blue wildflower bloomed tenaciously on the walls. Zhen Ren observed in silence. His eyes gradually reddened, on the brink of tears. After his entanglement in life and death for so long, he doubly cherished this scenery of the mundane. As this unremarkable wildflower's small, tender petals swayed gently in the breeze, his body and soul surged with a pulsation. This was the pulsation of life. Still alive, I'm still alive. The joy of life was like the waters of the sea washing over the sands of the shore, ceaseless, and this joy made Zhen Ren unable to restrain his emotions. After a long while, the surge of emotions slowly waned and he once again had new worries. It was still dangerous here. Zhen Ren had not forgotten that outside the cave lay the carcasses of the scaly, horned black leopards. Their fresh flesh and blood would attract many carnivores. After so many days, Zhen Ren had thoroughly felt the treacherousness of this island and knew it was impossible to overestimate its danger. The youngster tried to stand up but failed. Sitting upright was his limit. His whole body had gone soft, especially his abdomen, which felt like it was missing a large portion, and there was not a mote of strength in his legs. "You're awake," said a familiar voice. Zidi appeared at the cave mouth, frozen in place with a face full of disbelief. Zhen Ren nodded to her and faintly smiled. She confirmed she was not dreaming, and her emotions stirred as she took steps forward rapidly, almost flinging herself into Zhen Ren's arms, causing him to nearly fall backward. He patted his fiancée's shoulder and said with a hoarse voice, "I listened to you and never gave up." Zidi nodded and released her tight hold on Zhen Ren, her unblinking violet eyes fixed on the youngster. Two pairs of eyes stared at each other. Zidi passionately said, "Lord Zhen Ren, you are a true Templar knight." At that moment, the young knight felt all of the young girl's unconcealed admiration and love. Zhen Ren forced a smile, shook his head. "Not really. I am still unable to use my battle key." Zidi asserted, "My lord, you will definitely recall your memories." Zhen Ren felt as if her confidence in him was greater than his confidence in himself. "My lord, while you were unconscious, I cleaned up the battlefield and processed both the leopard and bear carcasses. I made use of the bear's blood to create a makeshift potion. I then sprinkled it around the cave mouth. Now, the bear's scent permeates the air, which should ward off any other predators. It is safe here for now. In addition, I also explored the cave's depths. There is only one path in the cave. My lord, your decision was a wise one." Zhen Ren nodded again, and his worries subsided. "My lord, how are you feeling right now?" Zidi once again began to examine Zhen Ren's wounds. "I am feeling great. It's just that I have no strength," Zhen Ren answered honestly and watched the busily working Zidi, appreciating her even more. It seemed Zhen Ren risking his life to defend the young girl had paid off generously. Without the girl's assistance, he feared he would have already died. Besides appreciation and gratitude, his heart rippled with another emotion. Zidi and Zhen Ren had a close relationship as they were an engaged couple. He initially determined that both parties had ulterior and complex motives. However, regardless of the details, the camaraderie formed from life and death experiences that both of them went through was not fate. My lord, your situation has stabilized. You are without strength simply because of a lack of rest. As long as you have enough food and water for a few days, you should be able to walk normally again. Zidi issued a serious diagnosis after her examination. This was all thanks to your potion, Zhen Ren praised. Zidai, however, shook her head. The situation was dire, and the conditions I had to make the potion were also too crude. To be honest, I didn't know what would happen and could only try my best. I didn't think it would have had such a miraculous result. Perhaps Zidi wanted to say something but hesitated, her flickering purple eyes gazing at the youngster with unconcealed curiosity. Zhen Ren smiled. What do you want to ask? You needn't have reservations. Ziti then said immediately, My lord, do you only have silver cultivation and not gold? Zhen Ren mused, Why do you doubt this? My lord, perhaps my potion had such an effect. However, I feel the possibility of this is low. I believe it is more likely that you possess a powerful life force. Those at silver cultivation cannot possess this kind of life essence. Only if you were gold could it be possible. My lord, in overcoming this hurdle, you actually relied more on your self-healing ability. You believe my cultivation isn't silver but gold? Zhen Ren frowned slightly. His gaze involuntarily returned to his arm. It was now almost completely healed. The youngster distinctly remembered how both of his arms had been severely maimed. His abdomen was originally severely wounded as well, yet according to Zidi's observations, the wound had already disappeared and new pink skin and flesh had regrown. In truth, such a degree of healing was only slightly lesser than regrowing severed limbs. Is this truly the potion's doing? Zhen Ren also understandably grew doubts. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. Is my talent so outstanding that I haven't silver but gold cultivation? Am I a genius among geniuses? In my case, why did I hide my talents? Was it because of a fear of someone nipping me in the bud, thus I bore it secretly till now? With his heart full of doubts, Zhen Ren contemplated deeply, but reached no answers and could only shake his head and force a smile. Your guess might be true, but I am unable to answer you with the few memories I've recovered. Zidi then took out her water bag. Zhen Ren accepted it and drank small mouthfuls. My lord, how do you feel after drinking? There was concern and tension on the young girl's face as she asked. Zhen Ren attentively savored it and mused, I'm not in any pain. Everything feels normal. Zidi heaved a sigh. That's good, but I still need to observe you. Although his thirst was only quenched slightly, he knew it had to be like so because despite seeming like he had recovered from his wounds, the state of his internal injuries could not be observed by the naked eye. Magic and battle ki were out of the question and Zidi was not a professional surgeon. Zhen Ren then lay down again to rest and gradually relaxed. After Zidi had explored the ends of the cave, she concluded, the reason for the cave being incredibly deep was almost entirely thanks to the monkey bear. Its constant consumption of the mountain ores had gradually created the cave, and the extreme length of the cave was proof the monkey bear had spent a long time living here. The monkey bear was a silver beast and had established great authority in the surrounding regions, capable of intimidating predators, forming a domain of a certain extent with it as the center. Especially with its previous victory over the scaled leopard leap, there should not be any predators daring to offend it and come here. After all, these wild beasts did not know that Zhen Ren had killed the bear. For the time being, the surrounding environment was relatively safe and this cave could serve as a camp. Zhen Ren awoke in the morning. At noon, he drank some more water. This time, a bit more than last time. Finally, in the afternoon, he had the urge to urinate. However, he was still weak and could not stand. "My lord, let me help you," Zidi said. She'd been watching Zhen Ren closely and was good at reading body language. When she noticed the embarrassment expressed by the youngster, she understood why. Zhen Ren was forced to lie down on the floor and with Zidai's assistance, smoothly urinated. "My lord, I am your fiancé. There is no need to be embarrassed," she said. Despite her words, her cheeks were flushed red with similar embarrassment. Zidi not only put on Zhen Ren's pants, but also carefully observed his urine. "My lord, you seem to be recovering well so far. You can drink water at ease. However, you still need to be cautious when eating," Zidai reported with joy a few moments later. Zhen Ren nodded. He, too, felt a little joyful. The human digestive system and the urinary system were extremely important. He would rather lose both his arms than have digestive and urinary issues. Losing an arm was inconvenient, but digestive and urinary failures would be life-threatening. At nightfall, Zhen Ren finally began to eat. The crude rations and the word delicious could not be associated with each other, but he was satisfied with eating them and even felt blissful. In truth, the youngster was so hungry he could eat several horses, but he restrained himself. Following how he drank water, he only ate a little the first time. Upon awakening the next day, he regained some strength and could stand up on his own. However, he was still unable to walk more than a few steps, and his arms felt as if they were so thick and heavy he could not bear them. The youngster did not force himself. Wisdom and patience were virtues upheld by Templar knights. He ate some in the morning and some more at noon, and finally, in the evening, he successfully excreted a large stool. Though Zidi wanted to help, Zhen Ren insisted on doing it himself this time. After Zidi observed Zhen Ren's excrement, she stared at him, her eyes glowing a burning light as she happily said, "My lord, your body has recovered greatly, in fact. It is actually astounding. This kind of bodily essence is absolutely not silver." Chapter 13. My fiancé has a merchant guild. Early on the morning of the third day, Zhen Ren slowly awoke. It was peaceful. Last night, he had had a good rest, for he no longer lay on the hard rock floor, but a layer of fluffy branches and leaves. Zidi fetched these specifically for him. Thinking about his fiancée, his heart swelled with warmth, but Zidai was not nearby. Before sleeping last night, she had made a suggestion. She wanted to extract some of Zhen Ren's blood to examine whether there was any residual fire, venom, and if possible, discern his true cultivation. Zhen Ren had agreed. This girl, she couldn't have stayed up all night without resting right. His face fell and concerns grew in his heart. Although he was asleep, he was confident. If even the wind blew, he would be immediately aware of it. He looked at the pile of leaves to the side. It was fluffy and showed no signs of having been used, and he was then certain Zidi had not slept here last night. After she had gone into the cave's depths, she had not come out. Zhen Ren then got up and walked into the cave's depths. There, Zidi had arranged a makeshift space for potion making. During his 2 convalescent days, she rarely left the cave, and even when she did, she remained in the vicinity. Most of her time was spent either looking after him or fiddling with potions in the cave. Zhen Ren unsurprisingly saw her sitting cross-legged between some holes. They were both large and small. The former ones were filled with blood, bones, fur, etc., and the latter ones were filled with potions of all sorts of colors, almost like a miniature palette. "My lord, you're awake." Upon hearing sounds of movement, ZD turned around to see Zhen Ren, but did not get up. Her hands moved incessantly as she busily worked. "Please, pardon my rudeness, my lord. I am in the middle of concocting a potion," she said, and swirled a glass vial in one hand while with her other hand she sprinkled sand, like grains of ingredients, into it. This vial was the size of an adult's finger. The potion liquid within seemed to have the bear's blood in it, as it appeared dark red. The grains of sand, like finely ground ingredients, were blended into the potion and stuck to the side of the glass. Zedai closely watched the vial, sometimes sprinkling more of the grains, sometimes scooping up some of the bear blood from a hole in the ground and adding it to the bottle. Finally, as some kind of equilibrium was reached, the grains stuck to the side of the vial's insides, completely dissolved into the potion, not one remaining. She faintly nodded as she was satisfied with the reagent in the vial and then corked it and placed it on a wooden shelf to the side, which was crudely built with coarse dry branches and was almost packed with vials. Zhen Ren saw these glass bottles filled with scent-mark potions and curiously asked, "Did you spend all of last night concocting these potions? Is it all right if you exhaust yourself like this?" "Thank you for your concern, my lord." ZD smiled and explained, "If I don't use the bear's blood now, then it will become useless. Making scent-mark potions with this bear's silver-grade blood is too wasteful and extravagant. The majority of magical materials were time-sensitive. After a certain amount of time passes, the value of the materials would greatly decrease." Zhen Ren nodded, approving of ZD's efforts. "You have worked hard," he said, and while he did so, his eyes remained fixed on the bottles. How odd, he thought. He seemed to smell a sweet odor from the vials, and from the depths of his heart arose a desire to drink the bear blood. "I'm feeling too hungry." Zhen Ren suppressed this strange sensation. In reality, he had not had a full meal in the past 2 days. Although he knew his recovery was going well, he was still cautious of how much he ate. "With that, I've used up all the bear and leopard blood. Next, I have to process all this meat." ZD licked her dry lips, her forehead also visibly soaked in sweat from the long and arduous hours of work. She took a piece of meat from a large hole and lathered it with some green and yellow herbs, then took out a small potion tube from her bag and slowly poured it over. This tube was not made from glass, but from what seemed to be black lacquered ironwood. Although she poured only a small portion of the liquid, it quickly pervaded the flesh and exuded a pungent odor. Fizz. With a corrosive sound, the plump beast flesh became shriveled and dry. She then reached down and tore the dried meat apart, and kept on tearing it apart. The dried meat promptly became shredded meat and was then pressed into meat floss. For the past 2 days, most of the food he ate, apart from the rations, was this meat floss. They did not start a fire. On the one hand, the lesson inked in blood and tears the fire Venom Bees had taught made them cautious about starting a fire. On the other hand, the cave was not a convenient place to start a fire, as it could lead to oxygen deficiency, smoke pollution, and even poisoning. The meat floss processed with this method, although almost unpalatable, would retain its nutrients and would have its microbes killed and any toxins removed. Such excellent magical materials. If they were sold in the outside world, they would sell for quite a few gold coins. It's a pity I do not have the necessary refining tools on hand. If I had even the most common crucible, that would have been good. ZD shook her head with great regret. Zhen Ren smiled. He did not advise ZD to rest after working all night, but instead sat next to her and asked, "Is there anything I can do to help you?" ZD smiled. "Since you have asked, my lord, I will not hold back." Afterward, ZD only did the delicate task of potion pouring while Zhen Ren meticulously tore the dried meat and produced more meat floss. The two divided the workload and were immediately more efficient. While working together, Zhen Ren, to his embarrassment, found a few holes in the corner that stored his feces and urine from the past few days. "I was studying them to determine your physical condition, my lord," ZD monotonously said, "but unfortunately I was unable to measure your true cultivation." Another reason was that I wanted to analyze and recreate the potion that your lordship ingested. If its effects indeed were the cause of my lord's injuries healing, then the value of its potion formula would be enormous. Such an attitude toward research, should I say, as expected of a mage, Zhen Ren thought while his mouth uttered approvingly, "You did the right thing." "Did you gain anything from your work?" ZD sighed, her countenance slightly dismal. "The situation was so dire that I acted on intuition during many crucial steps. I couldn't even assess the ratios of the different herbs I used at the time, so it's impossible to recreate that potion. I could only try my best. But it's not like I had no gains. Using the bear's blood and the ore, I concocted 2 types of potions. One is a fire accelerant, the other a fire retardant." Zhen Ren nodded, and after he helped ZD process all the meat, he patted her shoulder and suggested, "Let's go eat a bit." The two ate some rations, along with some freshly made meat floss, and drank some water. Although they did not start a fire, they could still rely on the ores for heating and using it. They heated the water till it was lukewarm. In this environment and these circumstances, a sip of tepid water was a great comfort. As the water flowed down their throats and into their bellies, their spirits were gently comforted and soothed. There was plenty of food but not much water, thus the two were frugal with it. After a few sips, Zhen Ren said, "Tell me about yourself, ZD." ZD nodded and replied, "I am no doubt your fiancé, my lord." "Then what house are you from? Where is your family's territory?" ZD smiled bitterly. "My lord, you overestimate me. I am not a noble, but just a merchant. My family has been in this trade for generations." "Hey." Zhen Ren involuntarily raised his eyebrows slightly. He did not expect such an answer. Nobles almost always married other nobles. Some nobles even married relatives to keep their pedigree pure. "So, did you awaken some greater bloodline?" Zhen Ren asked again. This was a possibility. Although nobles usually would only have one wife, they would have many paramours that could result in more than a few illegitimate children. As a result, it was difficult to determine one's true ancestry by looking at the family tree alone. Throughout history, There was no shortage of lesser nobles possessing a strong greater bloodline, or even children among the commoners, suddenly bursting out with astonishing potential. When their origins were traced, one would discover the commoner's bloodline came from a certain greater noble. Often, these people with strong bloodlines were courted by nobles and incorporated into their own families. However, Zidi shook her head and expressed bitterness. "I am sorry to disappoint you, my lord. My bloodline is mediocre. In fact, being able to reach iron has already almost dried the well of my potential. I am not a noble nor other nobles in my ancestry. My father was the former president of Wisteria Merchant Guild, and now it is my turn to be at the helm of the entire guild." Wisteria Merchant Guild? That name does sound a bit familiar. Wait a minute, could it be? Chapter 14. An Alliance of Interest. Zhen Ren had retained memories of general knowledge, which included information about the Wisteria Merchant Guild. On the Shengming continent of the human race, there were 6 great merchant guilds, each one of which was a powerful behemoth of great age and backed by great nobles. Their businesses were spread across the high mountains, jungles, waters, and deserts. Over the last 100 years, one guild had miraculously soared to prominence, leaving the others in their dust, and quickly became second only to the 6 great merchant guilds. This was Wisteria Merchant Guild. Wisteria had absorbed many middle and small guilds, and even individual shops and independent merchants were generously recruited. It had a tremendous scope and influence on the middle and lower markets. However, because they lacked patronage from the upper class, the great nobles of the Shangming Empire coveted their profits and chose to meddle. The guild was suppressed, and its president accidentally fell off his horse and died. It was then torn apart and divided between the nobility. After my father's accident, there was only his daughter, myself, remaining. I was unwilling to give up. If the life work of my father, grandfather, and of forebear generations were destroyed in my hands, then I would be the most unfilial descendant. Many of the elders of the merchant caravans were also unwilling to surrender, so they rallied at my side. But no matter how much wealth we had, it was no opponent to power. My father's death made me realize that I needed to enter the corridors of power in the empire. Based on how our guild previously developed, the more wealth we accumulated, the more we grew, and the more we spiraled down to our death. So, the caravan and I collaborated carefully to find a suitable partner. Eventually, I met you, my lord, and we found our situations compatible. Suddenly, as if a lightning bolt struck him, he understood what had happened. Although he remembered little, he knew the majestic Emperor Sheng Ming of great talent had unified the entire human continent and named it Sheng Ming Continent. The final part of his conquest was the annexation of the south, and the decisive battle of which was the annihilation of the Order of Cold First. When the Empire's subjugation army became trapped in the high mountains, their conquest fell into an impasse. The southern nobles who had surrendered in the early stage saw hope in it, and secretly liaised with those who were still resisting and reached an agreement. When the Fifth Order of the Temple withdrew from the front lines to recover from the battle, the surrendered southern nobles deployed the Cold Furs, who were the foremost military order of the south, to ambush the Fifth. The Cold Furs destroyed the Fifth Order, however. They were defeated by the subsequent Templar Knight reinforcements. They were routed, and the southern nobles promptly sent reinforcements. As a result, a huge breach formed in the formerly well-fortified defense line. The imperial forces reacted extremely quickly, as the frontline military orders joined forces and mobilized a frontal assault and completely routed southern nobles' defense line. Consequently, the southern nobles were defeated with great losses and could no longer resist the imperial army, and either died in battle or surrendered. The treacherous southern nobles were also subject to ruthless purges. The house of Baoyi Zhen was a part of them, and at the time, the Cold Furs had a significant number of Baoyi Zhen members. Although the family survived the purge, its territory, wealth, and army were reduced significantly. In the period that followed, they were suppressed and ostracized by imperial nobles on all sides. Naturally, the Baoyi Zhens were unwilling to be ruined. On the one hand, they began to gather other families in similar situations to form alliances, and on the other hand, they began to actively delve into imperial high society. The Baoyi Zhen sending Zhen Jin into the Order of the Temple was one of the results of their efforts. The order was the ace among the military orders of the empire, directly subordinate to Emperor Shengming, and was the largest military force under his personal command. The Templar Knights believed in the emperor and professed their faith in him alone and were naturally fully loyal to him as well. Thus, they were the most trusted by the emperor. Generally speaking, there were few great nobles who held power in the empire, and they would not send their children into the Templar order. Having their children profess faith in the emperor was equivalent to raising ingrates in the family. The nobility believed in benefits, and most of the time, the family's benefits were above everything else. The small, middle, and court nobility, and a few members from the great nobility attached to the emperor's faction, would choose talented children of their family to be sent into the Templar order. Zhen Jin joining the Templar order despite being the sole heir to the Baoyi Zhens was the family offering their most sincere expression of loyalty to the emperor. This diplomatic act succeeded in easing the external pressure on the Baoyi Zhen house. However, it was inevitable and predictable that Zhen Jin would suffer the same treatment his family was subject to by the other Templars. After all, the Cold Furs had almost slaughtered the Fifth Order, and who among the nobility did not have relatives? There was a long and deep entrenched animosity between Zhen Jin and his fellow Templar knights. It was quite a wise decision to send the heir to the Templar order. It would be in the family's best interests to completely defer to the emperor's political faction. Zhen Jin recalled his father, and it was clear the middle-aged man had the wisdom and decisiveness of a family head. The suppression and ostracization should have been expected by me when I joined the temple, so at the time I chose to endure silently. Zhen Jin thought of the second memory he recollected. In his memories, King Qi took the initiative to start quarrels with him and deliberately made things difficult for him. King Qi's motives were understandable. Perhaps one of his relatives from the Fifth Order had been killed. As for Zhen Jin's own actions, a judgment could also be made. Even though his talent was extraordinary, he did not make a name for himself. Instead, he chose to hide his gifts and focus solely on cultivation. He usually kept a low profile to prevent his political enemies from suppressing him or killing him before he became a threat. He became a Templar Knight to seek allies among the Emperor's faction and not to make enemies. As the family's future head, he had joined with a diplomatic objective. There was never a shortage of opportunities for friendships in the army. When faced with great external pressure, Templar Knights were forced to trust and rely on each other, and these life-and-death experiences would go a long way to dissolve old hatreds. Through this method, the Baoyi Zhen house could free themselves from their political plight and become a member of the imperial faction. However, the Baoyi Zhen house could only be described to have barely established themselves firmly, and were still considered down and out. How could they expand their territory, increase their wealth, and strengthen their power? The human continent was already unified by Emperor Shangming, and the four seas were at peace. There were not many opportunities left, and this was where humanity's large-scale offense against the Beastman continent became the perfect opportunity for many nobles to expand their families' territories and establish their own military successes and exploits. White Sands was the Bai Zhen house's opportunity, so Zhen Ren was sent to compete for the position of city lord. By standing in Zidi's shoes, he could also understand her perspective on things. With Wisteria Merchant Guild divided up among the great nobles and the president dead, if the elders were capable of bowing their heads, they would have long since surrendered to these great nobles. So those elders who rallied behind ZD were naturally hostile to these great nobles. Due to this, she could only rely on the members of the emperor's faction. Of these members, those with formidable power did not take a fancy to her remnant portion of the guild. Perhaps the complete wisteria could have moved them, but the guild had long been sundered. Those with moderate power also had misgivings. Her group could be said to be the core of wisteria. Recklessly accepting them was to incur hostility from the great nobles. They needed to carefully consider the gains, losses, and risks involved. Those of weak power, such as the court nobles who did not even have a territory, had no way of providing for the guild members. Simultaneously, ZD, as the new leader, had her own worries. She tried her best to not choose a strong noble to rely on. After all, she was only a mage of iron cultivation. Cooperation with a noble too strong would most likely lead to them annexing the remnants of Wisteria in the future. After careful consideration, ZD settled on the house of Baoyi Zhen. The current head of the Baoyi Zhen house was a gold powerhouse. However, he suffered a grievous injury earlier in his life and lost his right arm. The Baoyi Zhens had a long history, and due to their current circumstances, they had a shaky foothold and desperately needed to explore new horizons and develop, because they had been stripped of their territories and their currently available lands were poor in natural resources. Furthermore, they were being ostracized by surrounding territories. As a result, the Baoyi Zhens needed the channels available to Wisteria and valued the guild far more than any other family. The crucial factor was that the Baoyi Zhens were willing to pay the price and did not hesitate in promising marriage with the heir apparent. After the agreement was signed, a betrothal ceremony was held and news of it was spread widely. All these factors and more miraculously created the young betrothed couple of Zhen Ren and Z. They both had their own predicaments, but they also strongly needed each other, and this was not just their wishes, but also of the forces behind them. How else could Zhen Ren, a nobleman, ever be betrothed to a woman of such a lowly bloodline? Despite being the heir apparent to the Baoyi Zhen house, I was first sent to the temple and now to the front lines of the battlefield in White Sands, bearing the great risk of the heir dying in battle. This is a gamble. It's also the same for Wisteria Merchant Guild. Neither of us can back out. It's no wonder ZD always stood by my side. Zhen Ren pondered deeply and finally understood the intricacies of the ulterior motives involved. Looking again at the young girl before him, he felt he had become intimately closer to her. He was not averse to this alliance of interests. Instead, he highly approved of it. An alliance forged on mutual interests was usually more reliable than one on affection, and besides, love could always be nurtured. Moreover, with their connection by marriage, he understood that ZD would be his most reliable ally in the future. Zedai continued. We boarded the Hog's Kiss and, if plans were to be followed, we were to land on the Beastman continent. However, during our voyage, we were inexplicably shipwrecked and ended up on this island. Zhen Ren muttered, so what we need to do now is to not only save our own lives and escape, but also to gather more subordinates. Zedai, how many troops and reliable retainers did I bring? When faced with this question, Zedai uncharacteristically hesitated. She deliberated for a moment and said, My lord, when we left, we mainly took the core armed forces of Wisteria Merchant Guild and hired 2 reputable mercenary companies. Zhen Ren was startled. He had not misheard. His own side had no retainers or troops. He was only the commander of one. Without any alternatives, he could only rely on the forces of the Wisteria Merchant Guild and the 2 mercenary companies. Compared to the mercenaries who worked for money, the armed forces of Wisteria were now the force most under his command. This was too embarrassing. Despite being the sole heir of a landed noble family, he had to, at the risk of his life, go fight for war on the front lines without, unexpectedly, a personal army. Has the Beizan house fallen this low? But there not being a single retainer is inexcusable. This abnormal situation made him frown. Zedai explained, there was indeed a group of personnel dispatched from Lord's family. However, they encountered bandits en route and were annihilated. At the same time, tracks of goblins and ogres were frequently sighted around the territory of the Beizan house. We feared the other competitors would arrive at White Sands before us and gain advantages by being early, so we put on a facade of staying while disguising our identities and set sail in secret. Zhen Ren's pupils contracted as he coldly snorted. It seems the competition for the position of the city lord of White Sands is quite fierce. To think a nobleman's elite troops would be wiped out by so-called bandits during transit. Moreover, the present-day territorial borders of the Beizan house were since long ago the heartland. How could there be space for goblins and ogres to exist there? As he thought of something, he asked again, Who are the ones competing against me for the position of city lord? Were they on the same ship as us? Zedai shook her head. There are 2 others, and they are both your colleagues, my lord. And no, they did not travel on the same ship as us. Zhen Ren did not speak. He pondered. This answer implied they would not have to face strong competitors with malicious intentions on the island, but at the same time, it was very possible one of these competitors had a hand in the shipwreck. Zedai soon added, Nevertheless, my lord. Journeying together with us was a priest of the temple named Jia Sha. He is the examiner of this city lord competition. It is very likely he is still alive. If we can find him and give him help, that would be for the best. Jia Sha. He slightly raised a brow in thought. Chapter 15. Strange Change of the Landscape. It was early morning several days later, and birdsong echoed through the woods. The sky was clear. Sunbeams filtered through the crevices in the canopy and the faint hanging mist and dappled on the ground. A young boy and girl stood side by side and looked at a cave with mixed emotions on their faces. The boy was blonde-haired, fair-skinned, of a robust build, wearing mail, alert-looking, and appeared hale and hearty. The girl was dressed in a purple hooded robe, with curly black hair that spilled out of the hood. She had a wheaten color skin, a delicate, beautiful face, and purple eyes that flashed like gemstones, attractive to the gaze of onlookers. They were Zhen Ren and Zidai. While this peaceful haven cave was warm, it was not home. "Let's go," Zhen Ren said as he looked at the cave one final time before stepping toward the woods. Zidi followed close behind. Their circumstances were different from when they had fled here, and both now carried large bags on their backs. They contained a large number of beast bones, meat floss, and ore. In addition, there were several spears and javelins. Zhen Ren had lost his longsword at the campfire. His only other weapon, the dagger, had been broken when he stabbed it through the thick skull of the monkey bear. So, over the past few days, the two had crafted them. The spears were roughly 1.8 meters long, while the javelins were about 1.5 meters long. They were carved from the trees near the cave, which were similar to ironwood trees, and were as hard as iron. It would be difficult for Zhen Ren to pare the wood to make these polearms. This was where Zidai's corrosive potions played a significant role. Compared to genuine steel swords, the value of these polearms was very low, and neither the durability nor sharpness was anywhere near as good as a sword, but there was no other way. Right now, he severely lacked weapons, and the only intact dagger was given to Zidai. Before leaving, she had wanted to hand it to him for his use, but he had refused. Her dagger was special as it was used to process materials and could be used when she was concocting potions. Moreover, in a crisis, she could use it to protect herself. In this wilderness, even if he wanted to, he could not fully protect her, so it was imperative she had the capacity to do it herself. Additionally, the dagger was of little assistance to him. Although the monkey bear's sharp claws could have been used as weapons, they strangely crumbled into an ash-like thing when the bear died. Furthermore, they also lacked defensive gear. ZD wore an apprentice robe with weak defensive enchantments. In the face of a beast's tearing and charging, they were worrisomely fragile. Zhen Ren had discarded his gauntlets. They had played a crucial defensive role in the battle with the monkey bear. Without them, his forearms might have been smashed into a pulp. However, the gauntlets were so severely deformed, with one almost split open. They could only be melted down to be reforged. His helmet had also been severely damaged in the battle and could not be used anymore. His only solace was the upper body mail. Zhen Ren took the lead and scouted ahead, while Zidi brought up the rear and they entered the forest. Their first goal was to retrieve the campfire site where the fire venom bees had attacked them. This decision was made after careful deliberations. His longsword was there, and even more importantly, only by returning to the campfire could Zidi use it to find the path she had led her bodyguards along to explore and search for him. This path had temporary campsites, with a small amount of supplies hidden in each of them. Presently, they had plenty of food but little water, and this was after rationing. During the journey after Zhen Ren had awoken, besides finding a few water canteens, they had no opportunities to obtain drinkable water. Although they had crossed a river, the waters concealed dreadful python vines, and it was too great a risk to fetch water, and water was even more scarce near the cave. This paucity of water was one of the primary reasons that expedited their departure from the cave. The trees stood erect around them, and Zidi found that the deeper they ventured into the forest, the taller and thicker they grew, with some even reaching 50 to 60 meters high, shooting into the sky. Luminous sunbeams could not shine through like pillars of golden light here. In the viscous, pallid mist of the forest, sunlight was impotent, scattered in all directions. This mist was suffused with the crisp redolence of flora. Flocks of birds flitted through the canopy, and occasionally, a woodpecker could be seen perched on a tree trunk at least 3 meters above the ground. The noise of the birds pecking, however, only made the forest seem quieter. Before long, the two were deep in the forest. They stopped walking, and Zidi approached a tree and used the dagger to cut a mark while Zhen Ren took out a sheet of hide, in the center of which were a few words written roughly, and started sketching a map using charcoal as a pencil. This was to prevent them from getting lost, and this was easy to happen because all the trees looked alike. Elves were exceptionally talented in this respect, and it was said no young elf who wandered into a forest would get lost. A forest was like a second home to them. The consequences of getting lost were severe. The wilderness was not friendly to humans, so often it was the harbinger of death. Zhen Ren carefully put away the hide and charcoal in his bosom. This was the 14th time he had made a mark. As he set off once more, his countenance was slightly hesitant. After such a long walk, logically, he should have already found traces of when he had fled through here carrying Zidi, but there was nothing. The surroundings were full of undisturbed nature. Zhen Ren grimly kept thinking back. Although the situation was dire and he did pay much attention to his surroundings according to his intuition, it did not take long for them to find the cave. Based on the time it took and his speed, he could not have run far, and the campfire should be nearby. "Let's go this way," Zhen Ren said. He chose to go left. He was using a strategy that was relatively conservative and cautious, centering the cave and searching for traces around it. This had the obvious benefit of not negligently overlooking anything. By noon, the weather was noticeably warmer and the mist had dissipated. Although the forest was much clearer, the youngster's complexion grew grimmer and grimmer. He looked at the map in his hand. Every so often, he had made a record of the forest, and the marks on the map now formed a circle around the cave. Such an intensive search, yet unexpectedly not a single trace. "Something is very suspicious about this place," Zidi said, bewildered. "This forest is too big." The place where they were before was clearly a rainforest landscape. The air was sultry, shrubs carpeted the floor, and innumerable vines entangled with each other in dense clusters. However, this place was a forest landscape. Although there were all still trees, these were very straight, with scarce vines and far fewer shrubs and ferns than in the rainforest. Zhen Ren had also certainly noticed this. He had thought the range of this forest was small and was part of the environment around the cave that differed from its surroundings because of its strange, scorching veins of ore. But the forest was extremely vast, greatly exceeding the two's estimations. According to the sea lane, it was only normal for the landscape of the island to be a rainforest. Moreover, Zhen Ren distinctly remembered that the rainforest surrounded them during the initial part as they fled into the night. The beast, which was likely a black leopard, had clearly swooped down from the branch of a tree in the rainforest, but afterward, Zidi had found the cave and called attention to it. As soon as I saw the cave, I adjusted the direction I was running. It should be at that time I entered the forest from the rainforest. Zhen Ren was sure his memory was not wrong because he had cross-checked with Zidi and she also remembered the same. Speculating off their memory, the forest should only be a small region surrounded by the larger rainforest, but after a morning of exploration, the bizarre reality before them left them baffled. This island is so strange. The beasts seem to breed like flies and are very anomalous, as if works of patchwork, and the plants are also extremely sinister, and the landscape itself can also likely change in abnormal ways. As Zedi spoke suddenly, a shadow descended from the towering canopy. The shadow was slender and fast, piercing through the air with a whoosh, but Zhen Ren was even faster. In a flash, he thrust forward a spear. The shadow's charge was abruptly stopped, and its short, thin neck was pierced and hung from the tip of the spear. It was a strange bird, about the size of an adult person's fist, and had black plumage. Its feathers were very hard, as if they were made of iron, and their heaviness made it incapable of flight, but this had made the bird's muscles strong. This species of bird usually hid in the treetops, and upon finding animals strolling through the forest, it would pounce downward, accelerating using its legs, wings, and gravity to penetrate through the animal's skull. After the animal died, it would eat the brains, blood, eyes, and so on, and finally the flesh. After encountering these birds several times, Zedi named them iron feather birds. They had almost no weak points except for their neck. Here, the feathers were very fine and the defense was at weakest. Presently, the sharp tip of Zhen Ren's spear had accurately pierced that very spot, wounding a fatal wound. The struggling iron feather bird soon turned motionless. Zhen Ren pointed the spear at the ground and thrust hard, immobilizing the iron feather bird's corpse. Zedi then went forward and took out her dagger to dissect it. She gathered its iron feathers, which were an outstanding material, and some of its blood. As for the flesh, there was not much of it, and it was of low value, and so was discarded without hesitation. While the girl gathered the materials, Zhen Ren was at her side guarding, armed with a javelin in case any other beast attacked. The first time they had run across an iron feather bird, the youngster was somewhat flustered. He had first used his spear like a broom and swept the bird down to the ground, but although the bird could not fly, it was very fast on the ground, and it took 3 javelin throws to slow it. Finally, he used his spear to skewer the iron feather bird's belly, which also destroyed the spear tip. But now, Zhen Ren's technique was more sophisticated. He had discovered an iron feather bird was the most dangerous when it was leaping down from the trees, but simultaneously, when in the air, its neck was exposed, making it also its most vulnerable time. With this discovery, an iron feather bird was no longer a threat and became a gift instead. Besides iron feather birds, the forest had plenty of other dangers. Venomous snakes were often hiding in fallen trees and decaying foliage. One could not let their guard down even near motionless plants. Once, Zhen Ren had been poisoned when he accidentally brushed his skin on some unassuming moss. Small, round, insensate green spots began to unknowingly grow on Zhen Ren's face. When Zedi noticed this, she immediately gave him an antidote, but it only alleviated it and could not treat it. The two were forced to search for the culprit, and upon finding the moss, Zedi made a simple concoction with it and added it to the antidote, which eradicated the poison from Zhen Ren's body. All kinds of hidden dangers had greatly slowed the pace of their exploration. Zhen Ren looked up at the dusking sky and reluctantly decided, let's return to the cave and rest. Chapter 16. I Want My Battle Kit. Spending the night in the forest was significantly more dangerous than in the cave. Although it was a long walk back to the cave, the benefits clearly outweighed the costs, and Zedi also approved of this proposal. Thus, by evening, the two had returned to the cave. The cave was warm, so the two did not light a fire, and they drank a little water and ate a lot of meat floss. Their water reserves were running low, but there was plenty of meat floss, so there was no need to worry about it, and they both wanted to avoid starvation. Starvation was full of risks, and prolonged periods of it could lead to a deficiency of physical strength. A lack of strength on this island fraught with peril would lead them into mortal danger. In the cave, the two ate in silence. Glancing at the familiar cave walls, Zhen Ren smiled bitterly. Not long ago, he had had a conversation with ZD and gained an understanding of his circumstances, and the more he understood, the more he realized he had things to do. He had thought it would be enough to survive and escape from this strange island unharmed, but now, he realized whether he escaped alone or with Zedai, such an outcome would still mean a defeat. He needed to compete to be the city lord of White Sands, revitalize his family, cooperate with ZD further, and preserve the remnants of Wisteria Merchant Guild. So while he was still on this island, he had to link up with the remaining survivors, save as many as he could, and recruit them for his own employ. There was one especially crucial figure in this: Jia Sha. If he survived, Zhen Ren could offer him a helping hand and create a favorable impression. In short, he needed subordinates. Without the help of subordinates, he and Zedai would be on their own. Even if they reached White Sands, it would be impossible to control it, so, as they had set off early in the morning, the youngster's mind held many grand aspirations and long-term plans. Unexpectedly, there was no satisfactory progress at all in their day of exploration, so they had returned to the cave. Reality was always cruel. The two ate dinner and began to sort through their equipment. The spears had been used a lot, and many of them needed to be repaired. With armaments as crude as them, if they were not repaired in time, their power would deteriorate. After all, even swords needed to be polished and maintained often. Needless to say, these wooden spears needed to be repaired far more often than swords and were far less durable. Zhen Ren first used the potion ZD gave him to soften a spear, then he used the dagger to sharpen the spear tip. He started to multitask, repairing the spears while reviewing his experiences that day. My strength has grown. He thought of how he killed iron feather birds over and over again. At the time, he felt he had killed them smoothly, but in retrospect, he realized he was killing them with skill and ease. Before, such a performance of skill was not something he was capable of, but now, he had really managed it. Is it because I recovered that memory and regained mastery of the 100-needle wind battle art? After he had recovered that memory, Zhen Ren discovered he had a special fondness for stabbing and found it very convenient and easy to do, unlike during the battle against the fire venom bees, where he purely improvised using his newly emerged memory. Over the past days in the cave, he had practiced 100-needle wind many times and became very skilled in it. Not only had his speed increased, but even more remarkably, each of his thrusts became very stable. Naturally, the quality of the equipment was very important. Last time he had used a longsword, but although the blade was sharp, using it was difficult and painful. In contrast, the spears were more compatible to perform a battle art like 100-needle wind than the longsword. They were lighter, and their sharp spearhead more resembled a rapier. But this battle art still requires battle ki to display its true power. Thinking this, Zhen Ren was confronted with a familiar conundrum once more. When will I be able to use my battle ki? He did not have the slightest grip on the solution to it. Battle ki. Battle ki. An extremely important factor. Without battle ki and with just the human body, Zhen Ren had no armor, no claws, and no sharp fangs, and could only fight iron magic beasts with great difficulty. If there were enough bronze magic beasts, he could only run. With Battle Key, Zhen Ren's battle strength would overpower any iron magic beast. Battle Key could be used to amplify defense, agility, and other aspects, and would be of tremendous help in overcoming life-threatening challenges and improving their chances of survival on the island. However, Zhen Ren's current situation was somewhat awkward. There were issues with his memories, and he could only seemingly wait for the relevant memories to emerge before he could use his battle key. Previously, he had thought he would subconsciously activate his battle key in a life-and-death juncture, but the result of the battle with the monkey bear had made it clear to him that his thoughts were a forlorn hope. He did not even know if his cultivation was silver or gold. Besides, even if he recalled the relevant memories, the particular environment he was in was also a major, decisive factor: the restriction of low-level practices on this island. It affected ZD's magic, made low-level artifacts ineffective, and reduced the effects of high-level artifacts. Dai had also learned from the bodyguards that iron and bronze battle key suffered the same restrictions. Even if Zhen Ren were to recall his memories, could silver, perhaps gold, battle key even be activated? This was definitely a conundrum. Zhen Ren shook his head as if wanting to throw this vexation out of his mind. Thinking too much of it isn't good, it'll only add to the gloom. At least now, I can win without battle key, even if with difficulty against a swarm of fire, venom bees. After assessing the strength of both sides, Zhen Ren had come to this conclusion, which was quite comforting. In fact, he had nearly succeeded in fending off the fire, venom bees, at the campfire, and now that his strength had risen a bit, he could probably defeat them. However, the current situation was more complex than dealing with the fire, venom bees. This island was extremely strange. First, the restrictions, and they had now found even the landscape could also randomly change, making it mysterious and unpredictable. If it were possible, Zhen Ren would rather face fire, venom bees, than the vastness of nature like he had to now. He did not know where to even start with this. Bang, bang, bang. ZD had her head down, pounding the stone in her hand into the bottom of a hemispherical hole in the ground. Inside was placed the materials she had gathered during the day, most of which were leaves and a few grass roots which had been torn up as much as possible and then ground into a paste by the stone. After grinding the materials to her satisfaction, she took out a vial full of powder from the small bag at her waist and cautiously sprinkled a little bit of the contents into the hole. When the powder contacted the paste in the hole, it caused the paste to rapidly liquefy into a pool of viscous dark red liquid. The girl immediately took a twig and began to stir it, and after stirring a while, she stopped and observed quietly. When the upper layer of the concoction began to solidify, she used the twig to pick up and remove the solidified layer, exposing the lower liquid layer. She then took a new twig and began to stir again. After each time she removed the solidified layer, the liquid beneath became more and more vivid in color and more translucent, and before stirring, she would use a new clean twig. After repeating this many times, the final liquid was no longer dark red in color, but a translucent pink. After reaching this step, ZD heaved a sigh and no longer removed the hardening surface and instead allowed the whole liquid to solidify. When tomorrow came, the solidified lump had completely dried up. ZD thoroughly ground this lump into a pile of a fine, pink powder. She then used some wide tree leaves to separate the powder into portions and wrapped each up to form small, elaborate medicinal packets, then handed some of them to Zhen Ren and introduced, "This powder can leave a bright, conspicuous pink mark. Whether it is left on a tree trunk or a rock, it will last a long time. Even if rainstorms try to wash it away, it will still last for several days. This was, without a doubt, very useful. Although Zidai's pharmaceutical skills had not reached the level of master, she still left Zhen Ren in admiration. After breakfast, the two continued their journey. With a night of sleep, they were well rested and were physically and mentally full of vigor. They also had the powder which made marking easier. Moreover, they had also adjusted their polearms. Although there was no increase in number, the ratio had been adjusted. There were now more spears and fewer javelins. The young girl had thought, since they were walking in a rainforest, the long spears would get in the way, but the landscape had changed and they were now in a forest which was more open. While the branches were slanted, they were not as obstructive as imagined. The spears also proved more useful during exploration. For example, if Zhen Ren used a spear to hit the grass to scare away a snake with the spear's long shaft, even if the startled snake counterattacked, it would give him more time to react. In addition, the two had stayed up late into the night discussing the marks they had made on the animal hide map. On their second departure, they changed their strategy. Instead of searching around the cave, they set out focused on one direction which they chose based on a vague identification by the stars of where they had come from was vaguely where they had come from. The two were not certain of it, but this direction was most likely correct. Chapter 17. Someone is crying for help. The two had tried their best in picking the direction they had chosen, but they were not good at finding their direction via the stars. ZD was firstly an expert in trade, with medicine and magic coming in second. Zhen Ren only had general knowledge as his memory was impaired and found himself excelling only in combat. Who would have thought that they would end up shipwrecked while pursuing the position of the city Lord of White Sands? Or that they would have ended up on such a dangerous island? The two traveled in a straight line the entire journey, stopping occasionally to check their direction. Unlike yesterday, the exploration method was different and they quickly surpassed the range of yesterday's range and reached a completely new area. "Be careful," Zhen Ren alerted. Beside them was an immense cliff with a large tree growing on the edge. Some of its roots were exposed and ran down the cliff face. There were also trees growing at the base of the cliff, their crowns looming several meters above the cliff edge. ZD nodded and followed him, carefully avoiding the cliff. In this forest, lives were more vulnerable than one would think. Even a sprained ankle could cost them their lives, as it could lead to a string of consequences such as reduced mobility, which would lead to an inability to escape if a beast were to attack. If one of them lost their footing and fell, even Zhen Ren, as strong as he was, would suffer greatly. After all, he still could not use his battle cry. As ZD walked away from the cliff, she glanced back with fear. During the daytime, the cliff could be easily avoided, but at night, their vision would be limited. Just as one thought they were on safe, flat ground and swept aside the thickets obstructing their path and took a step forward, they would plunge down the cliff. "Fortunately, we didn't encounter this kind of terrain when we were fleeing that night," ZD celebrated. Indeed. Zhen Ren was also fearful, and her words resonated with him. If they were chased off a cliff by the fire, venom bees that night, then, most likely, they would have become corpses at the bottom of the cliff now. As they went farther from the cave, precipices appeared more and more frequently and the terrain became noticeably more hilly. But this change was not a bad thing, because sometimes the two would stand on the edge of cliffs, a place with an open view, allowing them to make observations of distant lands. Of course, this was only the case occasionally. Most of the time, even if they were on top of a cliff, there would be the canopies of tall trees blocking their line of sight. There were trees everywhere, and a person could easily get lost walking in this forest. Zhen Ren constantly made marks on the map to record their route. He drew a straight line. However, were they really walking in a straight line? The two could not be sure. In fact, they had no confidence because they understood that, in the absence of a point of reference, they could not guarantee their route was straight. In such a situation, they cherished the opportunity the cliffs offered them. While exploring a forest, an ordinary view into the distance could bring great joy and confidence to those trapped in the forest's depths. This was also because Zhen Ren was not good at climbing trees, as a knight's training regime did not include teaching them to climb trees. This was not strange, because a knight who has mastered battle key was fully capable of jumping up onto the branches of a tree and had no need for special tree climbing training. Moreover, when knights fight, they are never alone. They would have mounts and retainers, and when the order went to war, there would be soldiers scouting the path ahead. Zhen Ren had tried climbing a tree. After climbing up 3 meters, he gave up. Firstly, he would have to climb up to the canopy to see far ahead, and this meant he needed to climb at least 10 meters off the ground. It was risky at that height. He was a knight, an elite Templar knight under the Emperor, but without battle key, it would be hard fought for him to withstand a fall from that height. Furthermore, he and ZD would be most vulnerable if an attack came while he was climbing up a tree. Secondly, it was harder to climb these straight and tall trees compared to the trees in the rainforest, with slanted branches and twisting vines. Lastly, he had to consider his own physical strength. Climbing trees was too physically demanding. If he exerted himself, he would sweat and get hungry and would need to eat food and drink water. In particular, the two did not have much of the latter. Zhen Ren stood tall and looked far. "Look there. There is a low depression over there," he said. They needed to get to the lowest ground possible. Such an area was most likely to have water. Replenishing water would greatly assist the two, and it might even be possible to find a river and follow it out of the forest. An ideal river would lead them to a beach or a reef at its estuary. After sprinkling some of the marking powder on top of the cliff, the two slightly altered their direction. Not long after, they arrived at the lower region. Rather disappointingly, they did not find water, much less a river. This terrain resembled a large basin with trees filling it. Just as they were about to change directions and continue, they stopped. A leopard had unexpectedly appeared before their eyes. It was covered in black fish scales and had a horn in the middle of its forehead. As they spotted the black leopard, it had also spotted them. For a while, both sides froze in place, seemingly caught off guard by their encounter. Zhen Ren quietly gripped his spear as he involuntarily tensed. He was not afraid of a single black leopard, as it was easy for him to kill it. But what about a leap? More frighteningly, what if this leopard leap were not the same one that attacked the monkey bear, but instead a completely intact leap? Although most of the scaled leopards were only bronze when there were many of them, they could hunt in groups and even dare to besiege a silver magic beast like the monkey bear. If Zhen Ren were attacked by the black leopards, he would be helpless to protect himself and Zidai. However, there was nothing he could do right now but play it by ear. CD held her breath, and as the pressure increased, her face began to turn pale. After the brief stalemate, the scaled leopard suddenly turned around and slipped away. "Chase it. It might be trying to alert the entire leap," ZD whispered a moment later. Zhen Ren nodded, remembering distinctly that when the fire venom bees had forced a black leopard to flee, it had resulted in the entire leap coming for vengeance and eventually leading to their fight with the monkey bear. "Follow closely, if you can't." "Don't worry, we still have the marking powder and can use it to rendezvous somewhere else," ZD interrupted before he could finish. This was the method the two had agreed on to prevent them from getting separated and lost. Zhen Ren started running, chasing furiously. A tree nearly hit him in the face, but he quickly avoided it as he continued. The wind whistled in his ears as he focused his attention on the figure of the black leopard, while also keeping an eye on his surroundings for surprise attacks. He took a deep breath. His heart was bursting and his blood was churning. Muscles all over his body contracted, exerting their full strength to propel him onward. Zhen Ren was able to close the distance between him and the leopard very quickly. He realized the scaled leopard was not very fast. As he got closer, he also found out, to his surprise, that the scaled panther was injured. It's injured? Does that mean it was involved in the assault on the monkey bear? Zhen Ren was somewhat relieved because the monkey bear had inflicted heavy losses to that leopard leap and killed its leader, leaving only a few leopards remaining. "I still need to be cautious. What if this is just a trick the leopards use to lure in their prey?" Zhen Ren had heard Zidai's telling of how the sinister and vicious blue wolf had repeatedly attacked and killed members of her team. The beasts of this island could not be judged by common sense. He would not be surprised if the black leopards used such tactics. Once more to his surprise, the running scaled leopard suddenly stopped in its tracks. It made a whimpering sound, swiveled in place, hesitated going forward, and looked impatient and restless. Even as Zhen Ren gradually approached the leopard, its odd behavior remained the same, as if something hiding in the forest ahead frightened it more than Zhen Ren. The youngster's face became grave. He did not rush to attack the leopard, but observed his surroundings. He quickly discovered the surrounding forest was darker than before. Although the trees still towered above, their bark showed signs of rot and their leaves had become a sickly green. The ground was covered in a thick layer of withered twigs and foliage, and the air concealed a gloomy chill. When he did not find other beasts, he refocused his attention on the scaled leopard. He slowly walked forward, and as the distance between them closed to a certain point, the leopard did not hesitate any longer and continued onward, and he followed closely behind. Right. Not far ahead, the leopard suddenly gave a blood-curdling wail. A net made of spiderwebs abruptly rose from the ground and wrapped the entire leopard inside, then hauled it upward. With its excellent adhesiveness, the more the leopard struggled, the more it became stuck in the web. Soon, the leopard's entire body was almost fully covered in spiderwebs. A pale blue spider slowly descended from the canopy and onto the web. The spider's body was as large as a stone mill, and its 8 legs were long and thin, each about 2 meters long. The spider landed on the web as if it were walking on ice and moved very smoothly. It quickly began its work. Its 8 legs were like a maestro playing the strings of a lute, fast but not disorderly. There was even a hint of elegance in its movements. The web trapping the leopard was originally a bit damaged, but as the spider weaved, it was restored to a complete state. As a result, the leopard was able to struggle less and less as the spider silk bound it firmly between the trees, 6 or 7 meters above the ground. Upon watching the scene of this spider's successful hunt, Zhen Ren was chilled to the bone. He slowly retreated, his nerves tense. The youngster not only kept his eyes on the spider that was still weaving threads, but also on what was under his feet. Perhaps there was another spider web hidden nearby. Luckily, the spider was done hunting and did not attack him. It quickly followed the spider silk and disappeared into the canopy. Zhen Ren did not dare to drop his guard. His heart only tensed further because, within the canopy, he discovered other hunted prey. White spider silk wrapped around them, revealing a variety of silhouettes. Most of them resembled a scaled leopard. Zhen Ren speculated, were all the scaled leopards chased away by the monkey bear trapped here? He had already realized that the scaled leopard must have been afraid of this spider. Perhaps the leopard leap was ambushed here and was nearly wiped out, with only the one leopard luckily escaping, but ended up running into him. The leopard was not intelligent enough, and in its panic, it had fled to where it had fled from, resulting in it being hunted. Besides the leopard-shaped prey, there were also shapes of deers, foxes, and hares, and there were even tigers and rhinos. Only the gods would know why there were rhinos here. Zhen Ren looked cautiously at them, and his heart beat faster and faster. Although he had only seen one spider, the canopy was sure to hide many more. If not, how could the black leopards be annihilated by a single spider? Moreover, large prey like rhinos and tigers could not be captured by a lone spider. Ordinary spiders were solitary predators, but this type of spider seemed to live in clusters. Zhen Ren was not surprised about this variation in behavior. He was about to leave when a faint sound called out, "Wait! Don't go. Please, save me, save me." Chapter 18, My Knight's Code. Zhen Ren's pupil shrunk when he heard the cry, "Someone is trapped in the spiderwebs. He is still alive." He creased his brows and thought, "I am a knight. It is part of my code to assist the weak and save the dying." "I need to calm down first," the youngster warned himself. He stopped retreating and observed as he cautiously re-entered the spider's hunting grounds. He did not step on any spiderweb traps, and after walking a certain length, he looked up to find the hanging trapping that the cry came from. The spider web was shaking lightly, and the silhouette inside was distinctly that of a human. The threads near his face were thinly weaved, and through the slits, the one inside would be able to see outside, though just barely. The hapless fellow was hung up high, giving him a wide field of vision, so he was able to see Zhen Ren and had immediately called for help. Please save me. If you leave, I'll definitely die." "You're from the Hog's Kiss too, aren't you?" "We're both from the same ship." "Please show kindness to me. Please don't go. Please don't abandon me." Upon hearing that, Zhen Ren's heart was moved, but he did not rush to action. Recklessly attempting to rescue him would likely only end with himself trapped as well. Even worse, it could also endanger Zedi. He stood still and looked above, scanning cautiously for the spiders hidden in the canopy. His muscles were tense, ready to react to even the slightest movement of the wind. But the spiders made no movements. Finding no movement from Zhen Ren a few moments after pleading for help, the trapped man reacted and cried out again in a low voice, "You don't have to be suspicious of me." The beasts that fell into the spider webs would struggle with all their might, and the more they struggled, the more the spider silk would stick to them and the more the web would constrain them, eventually suffocating them to death. But that wasn't the case for me. I had fainted before I was trapped and tied up in the web. So, thanks to that, I'm still alive. So please save me. I don't want to die. At this point, he drooped his head and began to weep. The fear of being trapped in a spider web and watching death slowly approaching was unbearable, and it had almost driven the man insane. When Zhen Ren saw this genuine expression of the man's condition, he was a bit more trusting. Every living thing possessed the fear of death. Zhen Ren, even as a knight brave enough to face the monkey bear and fight a hard battle to kill it, still had this fear. Having fear did not mean one was weak. Fighting it day and night was true courage. Still, no movements? It seems these spiders don't hunt through sound, Zhen Ren speculated and decided to take a little risk. He opened his mouth and softly called out, "Hey you, what's your name?" The trapped person immediately became excited, responding, "I am called Huang Zio, sir. I was a sailor aboard the Hog's Kiss." "Merciful sir, kind sir, if you save me, I will do all I can with my life to repay your kindness." Most of Zhen Ren's attention was still on the canopy at this point. When he had spoken, the spiders remained unmoving. This set aside some of his worries as he made sure his prior guess was not wrong. "In that case, Huang Zio, how can I save you?" he asked again. This question was crucial as he needed to confirm Huang Zio's intentions and obtain more information. Currently, he still had suspicions. Were these spiders deliberately not killing their prey but allowing them to cry out, using it to attract others of their kind? Perhaps these spiders were restraining themselves so Zhen Ren could return and call more humans for a rescue. When there were more people, only then would the spiders close their webs. Hearing Zhen Ren's question, Huang Zio knew what to answer and hurriedly warned, "Sir, you mustn't risk it and strike." The spiders here will drop to the ground at night and secretly lay their webs. These spider webs are buried in the ground and will activate once stepped on. The spider webs will close and rise, resulting in spiders coming down to weave it shut and hang the prey up in the air. Regardless of how loud I speak, no spider will come out. But if I struggled about and swayed the spider webs enough, it would attract the spiders to repair the web. So once you get me out of the web, you'll definitely draw them out. These spiders have terrifying strength. Each one is a bronze creature. And there are at least a dozen such spiders around here. The force with which these spiders pounce is no different than being rammed by a horse. I was careless, and when a spider struck me, I was flung away and struck a tree trunk and passed out on the spot. When I opened my eyes in a daze, I was already hanging in the air. The exploration team had been utterly defeated with the survivors fleeing. Moreover, these spiders are also capable of coordinating. They don't just set their webs on the ground. 2 or 3 spiders can work together and wave a larger web in the air. In contrast with the regular web, this one drops from above and envelops the prey. These webs are very sticky, and you would need a sharp sword and skillful swordsmanship to cut through them. My big brother, Lan Zio, the exploration team leader, is good with a blade. I saw with my own eyes how his blade became entangled in the webs, greatly reducing his mobility, and he couldn't cut through the webs at all. That's why you should use fire. After running out of options, they used fire to burn the webs and escaped. These spiders are actually very afraid of fire. At the time, I wanted to call for help, but I was muddled and drowsy. I wasn't able to call out, and even my vision was hazy. I heard people shouting and lost consciousness again. By the time I woke up, the fire was gone, and I was the only person left. Zhen Ren listened attentively and analyzed the information. After a while, he asked again, "Huang Zio, right? How many people were in your group and why did you come here? Are there any other survivors apart from your group? When were you attacked?" Huang Zio did not hesitate and quickly replied, "The night the Hog's Kiss was shipwrecked, the sea was very rough. Although we tried to steer the ship, the hull still snapped into two. The first half of the ship hit a reef, and the survivors all managed to reach the beach that night. Our group included, there were about 100 of us. The captain had gone missing, so the first mate led us. This island is strange. Low-level magic and battle key can't be used here. We set up a temporary camp on the beach. The first mate assigned me, my brother, and a few others to explore the island in search of timber to build a ship's hull as well as food and water. Within the jungle, danger lurked at every corner, and we ran across many strange and ferocious beasts. The exploration team lost many men, and we gained little in return. After a while, we were unable to continue onward and decided to head back. However, as we were returning, we found out that the landscape had unexpectedly changed. It had clearly been a rainforest, but before we knew what was going on, we had ended up in a desert. Many thought it was an illusion, but we couldn't break free. Panic arose, and some even committed suicide. The team fell into disarray for a while. Food and water were quickly used up, and I thought our entire team was done for. Fortunately, our team had a traveler. He was an old scholar who had served a noble in a desert territory. He was called Kang Yexu, and he used his methods to find his way through the desert and found an oasis to replenish water. After resting at the oasis for several days, we continued our journey. Our fortunes had turned for the better as we arrived at the edge of the desert and entered this forest. When we arrived here, we were ambushed by the spiders. Most were able to escape, but 5 or 6 died. When they were fleeing, I heard my brother shouting to retreat. He must not have noticed I was missing, so he didn't come to rescue me. In reality, while I was captured by the spiders to serve as their food reserves, I still survived. Huang Zio was quite emotionally agitated. Zhen Ren had been silent from beginning to end. Huang Zio's emotions gradually calmed down. I don't know exactly how many days it has been, since I don't know how long I was unconscious. However, it has been 3 days and 2 nights since I regained consciousness. For Emperor Sheng Ming's sake, save me. Sir, we're from the same ship? Only you can save me now. Please have pity on me. I will repay you with all my strength. Huang Zio pleaded once again. There's really a desert here? Zhen Jin doubted. Sir, I'm not lying to you. Huang Xiao raised his voice, asserting, I know it sounds unbelievable, but it's really true. We really did end up in a desert. Zhen Jin nodded and placated him. I will do my best to save you. But I can't do it on my own. I'm gonna go back and get more people. Do you have any ways of contacting your group? I have a whistle that can be heard from afar, however, it is in my coat pocket. I also know semaphore. If I have colored flags, I could stand high above the ground and use it to signal, Huang Xiao hastily said. Seeing that Zhen Jin was silent, he added, the secret signal. Yes, there's also the secret signal. We discussed that we would leave behind secret signals along the path. As long as we follow them, we will be able to find my brother and the others. Zhen Jin looked at the sky. The sky was darkening. It would not be long till nightfall. Wait for a while, I will be back, he said as he turned and left. Sir, I will wait for you. You must come back. Please don't forget this pitiful man. You are my only hope. I will repay you. Even after Zhen Jin had walked far away, Huang Xiao's shouts continued to resound. His voice was hoarse with fear and confusion, yet heavy with expectation. He was clearly shouting with all his strength. After all, Zhen Jin could be considered his only hope of survival. How should he phrase it? The youngster empathized with him. Life was incredibly beautiful, so Zhen Jin greatly treasured it. Not long ago, he was also at the edge of death's door as he faced the ire of both the fire, venom bees, and the monkey bear. As he alternated between states of consciousness and unconsciousness, he was filled with helplessness, panic, worry, hope, and sincere repentance. The heavy burden of Huang Xiao's expectations fell on Zhen Jin's shoulders. How could he save him? How could he resist at least a dozen bronze spiders? Many questions lay ahead of the youngster. Regardless, he shook his head slightly and kept his eyes resolute. Anyhow, I should join up with Zidai first. After a while, the youngster easily reunited with the young girl. In fact, after they parted ways, the girl had done her best to follow after him. The scaled leopard was not fast, thus the gap between both parties was not large. Did you come across any dangers? No. Don't worry, I'm not completely helpless. ZD nodded as she lightly patted her small bag with a look of pride. I've discovered something new on my end. Zhen Jin gave a simple explanation of what happened and asked her for her opinion. After she listened to everything, she thought for a bit and then answered, My lord, I suggest you save him. Although Zhen Jin had his own opinions, he currently wanted to first hear ZD's unadulterated opinion. So he continued asking, Can you explain why? ZD was solemn and said sincerely, My lord, according to what you said, he has a bronze aura. A bronze is already a lower-tier elite? Generally speaking, they are qualified to work as a ship's captain. Individuals who can fight can also become assault team captains. This man alone is qualified to be recruited. Once your lordship saves him, The possibility of him serving you is very high. In addition, there's still his elder brother, Lan Zio, the exploration team leader. His higher position is proof of his greater strength. By taking in Huang Zio, it is likely it will also bring Lan Zio to our side. That's 2 bronze elites. They must also have subordinates around them, and once those 2 are brought over to your side, your lordship will also acquire their subordinates with them. We need manpower now. Even if we don't consider controlling White Sands in the future, these men will greatly increase our chances of survival on this island. Sometimes, when in danger, all you need to do is outrun your companions. As she spoke, her eyes flashed with a dark glint. Zhen Ren nodded. Anything else? She continued, we also need information. So even if these 2 don't join you, my lord, we can still expand our map and deepen our understanding of this island just by communicating with them. According to what Huang Zio said, a large group is building a ship to save themselves. This is the most reliable way to leave here and get to White Sands. However, even if we had a ship, there is no one to sail it for us. To keep a ship sailing on the ocean for several months, it requires a captain, a first mate, a navigator, sailors, a helmsman, a shipwright, cannoneers, a surgeon, lookouts, and other talents. Saving as many of these people as we can will make our later voyage much safer and faster. However, to save him, we'll need to confront at least a dozen bronze spiders, Zhen Ren muttered. My lord, I have a solution. ZD smiled. Believe me, I would never have done this if the losses were greater than the gains. The young knight looked at ZD with admiration, but gradually his countenance turned solemn. You're not wrong. But you have forgotten the most important point. Zidai quickly put away her smile and lowered her head expressionlessly. Instruct me, my lord. I am a Templar knight, a knight amongst knights, and it is my code to assist the weak and save the dying. Even in times of distress, I will not abandon my companions, the youngster said, his powerful words echoing through the tranquil forest. For a moment, ZD stared at the youngster blankly, and then she smiled. My lord, I understand. Chapter 19. One must not overestimate. With ZD following, Zhen Ren returned to the hunting grounds of the pale blue spiders. Sir, you came back. You really didn't abandon me? Thank the heavens. Huang Zio cried out with pleasant surprise and emotion. But his mood quickly sank and he asked disappointedly, Sir, is it just you 2? Where are the rest? It's just the 2 of us, Zhen Ren replied. Sir, are you sure? Huang Zio stammered, nervous as his life and death were at stake. Perhaps we ought to get more people. ZD coldly snorted, Are so many people coming so they can save you or get themselves killed? You can only have trust in us. Huang Zio was stifled for a moment before he said, Sir, you must be careful. ZD took out potion bottles from her leather bag and handed them to Zhen Ren. He proceeded to throw them one by one in a flurry. The vials struck tree trunks or rocks and broke apart, spilling the liquid contents in all directions. The air became filled with an unpleasant malodor of what smelled like chicken feathers, dog excrement, and dried squid mixed together and burned. If magic could be used using a lightness or flight spell, it would have been easy to free the trapped Huang Ziyo. However, the current environment forced the two to rely on this potion-based tactic. These potions were fire accelerants, and Zhen Jin had thrown them at critical spots with pinpoint accuracy. Upon recovering from his injuries, Zhen Jin noticed that his strength had increased significantly. After conversing with Zidai, she hypothesized that it could be the effects of the makeshift mixture potion that used the monkey bear's blood. This kind of potion was not rare. The most famous one was the strength potion. After taking it, it could grant the consumer a permanent increase in strength. Of course, the effect sharply decreased when ingested repeatedly. There was also the possibility that the life and death battle had somehow awakened a bloodline within Zhen Jin. The nobles were a group that possessed some of the most outstanding bloodlines in the world. As a result, they were filled with talents and gifts. The Baoyi Zhen's bloodline was naturally outstanding. It was said that the source of their bloodline could be traced back to a legend magic beast, the Golden Needle Queen Bee. Those who possessed this bloodline would have excellent speed, stability, and extreme accuracy in their strikes. This bloodline did not specialize in matters of strength, but it was quite possible there were hidden bloodlines in Zhen Jin's body. The most commonly seen bloodlines included the bloodlines of dragons, giants, ogres, and even demons. Nobles often married each other and were very promiscuous in private, resulting in their bloodlines often mixing with each other. Sometimes, a bloodline could be hidden for their entire life. Furthermore, due to the lack of effective testing methods, it was very difficult to determine how many bloodlines someone had. Similar to Zhen Jin's situation, cases of individuals who were undergoing life and death trials bursting forth with their potential in the midst of a dire crisis and awakening a hidden bloodline were not uncommon in the histories of all races. Another possibility was what Zidi had speculated previously, that his true cultivation was not silver but gold. Silver cultivation reached the utmost limits of the human body's capabilities. Gold, in turn, transcended human limits, bringing forth qualitative change in many aspects such as speed, strength, and recovery. If Zhen Jin had gold cultivation, then it was unlikely for him to be a highly experienced gold expert. Based on his age, he must be in his cultivation growth period. Therefore, his increase in strength might be the result of gold battle ki constantly secretly nourishing his body. Regardless, his increase in strength was a good thing. When almost all of the fire accelerants were thrown, Zhen Jin took out 2 star flints and struck them, creating blue-colored sparks. The sparks fell on the splattered potion. With a whoosh, a flame violently erupted. The flames rapidly spread, igniting the fire accelerants in its path, and in the blink of an eye, a raging wall of flames had formed. The fire burned furiously and began to climb the surrounding trees, burning higher and higher. Screeches came from the towering canopy as the spiders became agitated. Huang Ziyo felt the air beneath him rapidly burning, and his heart started pounding madly. He had not expected the two to make such a big move, so that girl is a pharmacist. But how can they save me with this? As Huang Ziyo was guessing, Zhen Jin made another move. He grabbed a javelin from his back, the tip of which was smeared with a fire accelerant. He swayed the javelin tip over the flames beside his feet. Quickly, the tip began to burn with ease. Then, Zhen Ren lifted it and swung his arm back and threw the javelin. The javelin flew through the air in a beautiful arc before precisely stabbing the head of one of the trapped creatures. This one appeared to be a leopard that had long since suffocated in the spiderweb. After the javelin pierced it, the ensuing fire spread across the spiderwebs and burned the web to ashes. The victim then fell to the ground. It was indeed a scaled leopard, as Zhen Ren had guessed. Because of its scales, the small fire quickly died out. Zhen Ren would throw a javelin, a trapped creature would fall to the ground. This recurred unfailingly. Some of them continued to burn, while in others, the fire died out. "They are here," Zidi said. She palpitated at the sight of spiders descending and weaving again their webs around their prey that had fallen to the ground. For prey that were still aflame, the spiders spat a thick stream of green liquid from their mouths, which extinguished the fire. Then they began weaving. It was evident they were not helpless against fire. Soon no new spiders came to the ground. In all, there were 26 vicious bronze spiders in front of them. Most of the spiders were trying hard to recover their rations, so only 3 turned toward the 2. ZD was relieved. In the end, these spiders were still beasts. They were not as cunning and sinister as the blue-furred wolf. It made her regain her advantage and confidence as a human being. As the 3 spiders approached, Zhen Ren stood still. He waited until the spiders approached an ideal distance, then he calmly lit the fire accelerant beside his left foot. A second wall of flames roared as it rose up, trapping the 3 spiders inside it. The spiders screeched in horror and attempted to shoot threads at the canopy so they could hoist themselves away. But as these threads shot into the air over the fire, they were burned. As the fire spread, the 3 spiders were easily cornered by Zhen Ren. With no alternatives, the 3 spiders tucked in their heads and were forced to break out of the enclosure. They succeeded in breaking through the wall of fire with only a small amount of flames on their bodies. Screech, screech. They produced a series of shrill sounds in fear and confusion. The spiders that were trying to reclaim their prey were also thrown into confusion upon seeing their 3 companions skittering toward them aflame. Now, Zhen Ren's eyes flashed. He threw 3 javelins in quick succession, which burst into flames and struck the spider silk above Huang Ziyo. There were 4 strands of thread suspending him, like 4 snow-white hemp ropes. When the strands encountered the flames, they burned in an instant. With only 1 strand holding up Huang Ziyo, the web lost its stability, arced in the air, and slammed into a tree trunk with a thud. Then, Zhen Ren shot a 4th javelin and burned the last strand of spider silk. Huang Ziyo cried out as he fell to the ground. Although he was in pain, he was not injured. This was due to the spiderweb having excellent ductility. When he hit the tree trunk, the spiderweb stretched out, leaving him only 2 meters from the ground. Unfortunately, a spider that had just rehoisted a spiderweb trapping noticed the disturbance and immediately pounced on Huang Ziyo. Upon seeing this, Huang Ziyo's eyes widened in fright, and with a low shout, he unexpectedly rolled into the wall of fire. The fire instantly burned the webs around him and then started to burn his body. But at that moment, Huang Ziyo displayed his fortitude and ferociousness as a sailor. Without a word, he continued rolling through the fire until he left the wall of flames. He had succeeded in freeing himself from the spiders, however. His entire body was on fire, and it was very likely he would miserably burn to death on the spot. Good, good, Zhen praised. Come here, quickly. She did not need to shout, as Huang Ziao was already subconsciously running over to them. Zhen raised her arm and swung an open potion vial toward him. Blue dust that sparkled like stars was sprinkled all over Huang Ziao. At once, Huang Ziao gave a blood-curdling scream. The flames on his body strangely converged, then vanished. The blue dust had throttled it to nothing. Huang Ziao shuddered from head to toe. In just a few moments, his face had been disfigured. Most of his hair had burned with it, still smoking, and his face, hand, and arms were all charred black. He breathed in a large breath with his mouth and quickly ran past Zhen Ren and Zhen and said, "Run, run, there's still a big one." As soon as his voice fell, an intense aura of a beast descended from above. Zhen Ren and Zhen immediately blanched. It was a silver spider leader. It was larger, had thicker blue hair, and its 8 legs were longer. It cut through the air with an astonishing speed and a piercing hiss as it moved to attack the 3. You guys leave first? At this crucial moment, Zhen Ren was the first to react. He glared furiously at Huang Ziao and then stepped forward with an expressionless face. Whoosh, 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 he threw his javelins rapidly. However, the spider was swift like the wind and easily avoided them all. Soon, Zhen Ren had used up all of his javelins. Gritting his teeth, he raised his spear high and lunged at the spider leader. My lord! Zhen cried out in fear from behind him. Leave quickly, don't let ourselves become a burden to him, Huang Ziao also shouted. However, because of his hesitation, he missed his chance. The spider leader suddenly shot 3 strands of spider silk, precisely hitting each of them. Zhen Ren's spear and hands were bound by the silk, and he could only try his strength against the pull of the spider leader. The spider silk struck Zhen's cloak, and the young girl fully displayed her agility and flexibility. She quickly doffed her cloak, bent down, and drew the dagger from her right calf. My lord, catch. However, just as she was about to throw the dagger to Zhen Ren, a clump of spider silk came toward her. The spider silk rapidly expanded in the sky and formed an exquisite net. It hit Zhen, enveloped her chest and waist, knocked her down, and glued her to the ground. The moment it impacted her, her throw was interrupted, and instead of landing beside Zhen Ren, the dagger fell near Huang Ziao. The spider silk strand had struck Huang Zio's right foot, and he was frantically struggling on the ground, but he was not able to resist the spider leader and was being dragged away. When he saw the dagger, he subconsciously reached it. He took it and swung it with all of his strength. In his panic, he missed twice before he managed to sever the silk strand. He then hurriedly retreated. Quickly! Throw the dagger to his lordship. Zhen screamed. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. But Huang Ziao acted like he did not hear it and fled while shouting like a madman. The spider leader did not bother with him anymore, which allowed him to disappear into the forest. damn it. Yeah. ZD cursed with both fear and anger. They had tried to rescue him, but in the end he abandoned them and fled for his own life. Chapter 20. Nor underestimate others. The fire raged on. Amidst the blaze, a giant tree slowly toppled to the ground with a thud, splashing embers everywhere and causing more chaos. The spider leader made a shrilling hiss that felt like it could burst eardrums. This was its territory, its home, and now it was being burned to the ground. What it saw, before its eyes, made it furious. Unlike ordinary spiders, it did not fear the flames, and its silk had a qualitative enhancement that made it resistant to fire. With the main culprits in front of it, it was going to throw all its anger at them. It did not worry about ZD, as she was already trapped in the spider webs and only had an iron aura. Its only concern was Zhen Ren. This youngster's aura, the spider could not sense it. The beast's bloodlust was focused on Zhen Ren, and it shot more and more webs at him. At first, it had only bound the spear and the youngster's hands with webs. Then it quickly covered Zhen Ren's entire body in a layer of spider webs, even his ears and nose. Had he had the dagger, he could have freed himself from this predicament. But the situation was not so, and he found himself in dire straits as a result. A sharp weapon was the key to escaping this trap. If he still had that long sword, he could have easily solved this conundrum. Even that scimitar he had left behind would have been enough. Zhen Ren did not give up. He tried to use his strength to break free. But although his strength had increased, it was still far from the limits of what the webs could endure, and his efforts did not result in the webs tearing. Instead, the results only brought him despair. If he could not break free despite using all his strength, there was no hope. A reckless struggle would only tighten the spider webs around him. It was like sinking into quicksand. Futile attempts would only hasten death. Zhen Ren stood motionless, his mind racing to find a way out of this mess. The spider, seeing the youngster seemingly resigned to his fate, pressed its face close to the youngster's face. Above its malevolent mouthparts, there were more than 10 orb-like eyes packed together. The spider's eyes stared at Zhen Ren, and its mouth opened and closed with a screeching sound. It was as if it were laughing in contempt at Zhen Ren. It wanted to carefully ravage the youngster. It wanted to skewer him, to drain his blood while injecting venom into him. It wanted to watch the venom destroy the youngster's body from the inside out and watch it rot piecemeal. And after the youngster finished rotting into an ooze, it wanted to suck it into its belly, erasing the youngster's existence from the world. Zhen Ren did not struggle. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to lock eyes with the beast. The spider leader raised its 2 front legs, which were sharp as swords, and easily stabbed through the webs. He grunted as he felt the 2 dagger-like legs attempting to pierce through his back. The male played its role here and shielded him. This hindrance infuriated the spider leader even further. It pulled on a thread and closed the distance between it and Zhen Ren to only the width of a palm. Screech. The spider leader's mouth opened wide and screeched, spraying a rotting stench on Zhen Ren's face. At the same time, a green, sticky liquid dripped out like saliva from its mouth. His eyes opened wide as he thought the spider was going to bite off his head, but the next moment, the spider relaxed, closed its mouth, and shook its head at him. To his surprise, he saw the spider's face contorting into a cruel, mocking grin. He was chilled as realization dawned. The beast purely wanted to torment him and take its time enjoying his suffering. It wanted to listen to his screams and cries, to enjoy his struggle while he inched closer and closer to death. The pressure on the male increased and reached its limit. It could no longer protect him and was pierced through by the spider's sharp legs. They then stabbed into his flesh. The youngster first felt cold, then the pain hit him. Besides the intense pain, there was also extreme fear. He could feel the movement of the two spider legs. After piercing through the outer layer of flesh, one continued to pierce deeper, endangering his internal organs, while the other hit the bones of his rib cage and was obstructed. The spider continued to exert force and his rib bone broke. Ah. Zhen Ren shouted in pain and his face twisted instantly. The burning fires shone a red glow on the youngster's face, and the current Zhen Ren looked as hideous as a devil. The spider enjoyed itself silently, and its numerous eyes reflected the youngster's face. But the spider was quite disappointed as it did not find emotions of cowardice or pleading from Zhen Ren, only a fire of anger and hatred that burned brighter than the surrounding forest fire. He screamed continuously under the beast's torment. His head felt like it was going to split open and explode as a new set of memories surfaced in his mind. It was a tournament gallery packed full of people, and the duel in the arena was nearing its end. Sure enough, your family is worthy of the name of a former Southern great nobility, said a young man who had been knocked down into a corner. He was in a difficult situation currently, riddled with wounds, some even bone deep. It was the Templar knight, King Qi. His opponent was a middle-aged man with a long, thin mustache that split in the middle. In contrast with King Qi, he was completely unscathed. He held his head slightly high. He carried himself calm and unhurried toward King Qi. Zhen Ren found himself amid the crowd of onlookers, nervously watching the two. His eyes were mainly focused on the middle-aged man, for the man was his father, the Baoyi Zhen family head. Alongside Zhen Ren were many familiar faces. They were fellow Templars. Qing Kui, surrender if you can't win? Your opponent is too strong and you're too young. There's no shame in losing this battle. Qing Qi, think of your younger sister. Don't be stubborn. The young Templar knights shouted many things. Qing Qi's younger sister was also present. At this moment, her face was pale as if bloodless, and she was trembling like a pitiful little flower in a fierce storm. Qing Qi took a deep breath and stood up shakily. He lifted his long sword, though it took him all his might, and once again faced the Baoyi Zhen family head. Alas! A sigh rang out from the crowd. This duel was initiated by King Qi. Getting someone like him to admit defeat of his own accord is simply harder than repelling a giant dragon. What can be done then? Even if Qing Qi admits defeat, it will also depend on whether the Baoyi Zhen family head is willing to let him off. Indeed. Qing Qi's father and grandfather both died in that battle at the hands of the Baoyi Zhen house. Hatred runs too deep between the two families. Qing Qi cried out and launched another futile charge, which the Baoyi Zhen family head effortlessly dodged, and with a slight flick of his rapier, he sent King Qi's longsword flying. Cling. The longsword arced through the air, spinning, and its azure blade cut into the marble, embedding itself behind King Qi. The difference in their strength was clear. King Qi's sister could not bear it any longer. She walked over to the old knight who was presiding over the duel and pleaded, "Uncle Grandmaster, please, in consideration of the many years of friendship between our two families, I beg you to do something. Please save my brother." This old knight was none other than the Grand Master of the Fifth Order of the Temple. He coldly snorted and said with annoyance, "This is a sacred duel between knights. It is fair and impartial. There will be no favoritism." He looked at King Qi's younger sister with a stern gaze. "I have been trying to save your brother for a long time. However, despite being a member of my Fifth Order, he did not listen to me, the Grand Master, and insisted on challenging the Baoyi Zhen family head." "Well, how old is he? How strong is he? How much combat experience does he boast?" "He hasn't even fully cultivated the King Qi family signature battle art, bronze armament, yet he still dared to challenge the Baoyi Zhen family head. Is this the bravery and fearlessness of a knight? No, it is the foolishness of one whose mind is blinded by the desire for vengeance. What you see is the result. The Baoyi Zhen family head used a single battle art and utterly destroyed your brother's bronze armament. Thousand Needle Storm is the advanced version of the Baoyi Zhen family's signature battle art, 100 Needle Wind. It is a move that can only be used with gold cultivation, and hundreds, if not thousands, of Imperial Knights have died to it. Back then, even I was stabbed through the heart by a rapier of the Baoyi Zhen house. Your brother has not kept the code of Templar Knights. He has forsaken bravery and spurned patience. He has dug his own grave. As the current head of the King Qi house, he must bear the consequences of his recklessness. He must pay the price, even if that price is his life." The Grand Master's words gave no quarter and rendered King Qi's sister weak. Her knees gave and she fell to the ground, bursting into tears. The Templar knights around them were silenced by the Grand Master's rebuke, although they were indignant. They could only grit their teeth and clench their fists hard. The Baoyi Zhen family head gave the old Grand Master a deep look before approaching King Qi again. He said in an arrogant tone, "King Qi, family head, what other abilities do you have to continue resisting? Do you still have any battle key? If you don't have any, I will take your life with the next move." The Baoyi Zhen family head slowly raised his rapier and held it pointing upward, its tip almost pressing against his nose. "This will be the last act of your life. So, keep your eyes wide open and watch well. Be at ease. Killing you with Thousand Needle Storm is too grand of an honor for you. You fall short compared to your father and grandfather, therefore 100 Needle Wind is more suitable for you. If you are lucky enough to live after taking this move, then I will spare your pathetic life. There's no harm in that, right?" As soon as his voice fell, the rapier in his hand suddenly transformed into a radiant silhouette of a sword. "King Qi, roared. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He squeezed out the remaining battle key in his body and an azure light flickered, vaguely forming a lance. Boom! Both sides collided and then passed each other. An arm flew in the air, dripping blood as it fell outside the arena. It was holding a rapier. The audience was shocked into a deathly silence. With a thud, King Qi fell to the ground unconscious. The Bai Zhen family head's complexion was as unpleasant as it could be. He used his left arm to cover the wound over his shoulder where his right arm had been cleanly lopped off. Father. Zhen Ren let out a startled cry. His voice was trembling violently. The old Grandmaster entered the arena at this time and stood between the Bai Zhen family head and King Qi, separating the two. He furrowed his brows and with a look of utmost solemnity, he stared at the middle-aged man and said, Bai Zhen family head, the words spoken in a duel are sacred. This duel is over. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted as he glared at the unconscious King Qi. He gritted his teeth. His face was full of anger and hatred as the blood flowed from his wound. After what felt like a long while, he slowly nodded thick with malice and unwillingness and staggered out of the arena. Father? Zhen Ren ran over and supported the Bai Zhen family head. The crowd erupted into cheers. King Qi's younger sister cried tears of joy. The young Templar knights raised their arms while shouting, and many passers-by exclaimed in disbelief. The middle-aged man who had already regained his calm looked at the spectacle around him, took it all in, and said, My son, look at me. Tell me what our family motto is. One must not overestimate nor underestimate others. Zhen Ren reluctantly raised his head and said with a choked sob, Very good, remember it? Remember it well. The Bai Zhen family head gritted his teeth and said resolutely, Chapter 21, Transformation of the Hands. The memory had dispersed, but anger still filled Zhen Ren. He felt himself bursting with this emotion. He bellowed terribly. I cannot die. How can I fall here? I still need to protect my fiancée. I will leave this place alive, take control of White Sand City and revive the Bai Zhen family. My knight's path. How can my journey as a knight end here? Youngster raged in his heart. At this moment, he felt as if his blood was boiling. He felt as if his blood was rushing like a great surging river. It then turned into a torrent that cascaded into his hands. He felt a change beginning to occur. His hands violently swelled, his fingers elongated, and his nails turned into sharp black claws that seemed as hard as iron. He tried slashing with his claws, and with little effort, the spiderweb was torn apart. The claws started heating up and became red-hot as if they were branding irons. He did not think about it, and instinctively thrust his claws into the spider leader. It was caught off guard when his pair of claws stabbed toward it, and it could not dodge. Squish, the 1-foot-long claws plunged deep into the spider. Zhen Ren broke into a shout and exerted more force, almost pushing his entire hand into the gash. The spider stiffened as if it were struck by lightning. After a short breath, A copious amount of blood, as well milky white brain matter, spewed out of the puncture. When other spiders realized their leader, the silver spider, had died, they fled in haste and chaos. The two had escaped disaster. Dazed, Zhen Ren drew his hands out of the spider's roasted innards. He did not know what to make of the transformation of his arms. His hands had become like those of a gorilla. They had grown several sizes larger and had thick black hair, causing his forearms to appear tiny. From his fingers extended long, sharp claws, still exuding with heat like molten iron straight from a furnace. They resembled the claws of the monkey bear he had defeated. What is this? While he was still shocked, another transformation started. First, the red-hot claws cooled and crumbled to ash and dispersed into the air. His hands then quickly shrunk and returned to their original human form. All of the black hair also fell off, revealing fair human skin. Zhen Ren suddenly shook. An indescribable feeling of weakness came from the depths of his being. He was not only physically, but also mentally exhausted. He felt as if some part of his body was being hollowed out. Around him, the fires still burned, crackling as they did. Without the claws holding it up, the spider leader's corpse fell to the ground. It all seemed like a dream. "My lord, Lord Zhen Ren." ZD's shout at first seemed distant, but soon became louder and clearer. The urging voice woke Zhen Ren out of his daze. Gasp! The youngster took a breath of air. He gritted his teeth and pulled out the spider's 2 legs that were still stuck in his back. Blood immediately gushed out. He took out a potion he was carrying and poured it on his wound. Afterward, he rushed to Zidai's side. Although he did not have the dagger, the spider's legs, which were even sharper, were sufficient. Using them, he cut open the spider webs and rescued Zidi. "My lord, have you awakened your battle key?" Zidi asked with a pleasant surprise. Zhen Ren's thoughts were roused. Zidi was on the ground and I had my back to her so she didn't see my hands transform. "No!" "I used the spear tip to pierce through the spider webs," he unconsciously lied. The transformation was extremely abnormal. He subconsciously did not want to talk about it, as it would cause his fiancée to worry. "That abominable Zio ran away. We must find him and deal with him," Zidi said, viciously. If Huang Zio had not fled at such a crucial moment, the two would not have fallen into such a dire situation. Zhen Ren nodded and was just about to speak when a loud boom sounded. A large burning tree had fallen to the ground. Embers of fire flew everywhere and the fire grew further. "Let's leave this place," said Zhen Ren. ZD wanted to bandage his wounds, but he stopped her. Although the wounds were deep, they had stopped bleeding. Knowing his remaining stamina, escaping the fire was the highest priority. "Wait, those are all good things." "We shouldn't leave them behind to burn," ZD said as she pointed to the silver spider's carcass, her eyes gleaming bright. Thus, the two dragged the spider together and escaped the fire. Just after removing themselves to a safe distance, the two heard a muffled buzz. Thereupon, countless venom bee swarms flew into the sea of fire. There were so many of them they almost blotted out the sky. The numerous fire venom bees contained the fire that had spread for hundreds of meters and slowly extinguished it. After watching this scene, they did not dare stay near out of fear and rushed through the mountainous hills for several kilometers before stopping to rest and reorganize. Luckily, they found a satisfactory dwelling at the base of a cliff. For the next 3 days, Zhen Ren and ZD rested here. Using some bodily fluids of the spider, ZD concocted an aura potion that feigned the aura of a silver magic beast, which greatly increased the safety of their dwelling. The miraculous abilities of Zhen Ren's body were once again displayed. The stab wounds on his back recovered at an astonishing pace. Coupled with ZD's medicines, new flesh had already grown over his wounds in this short period. Zhen Ren had been worried the spider's legs would contain venom. It did not turn out to be so. ZD had used this time to dismember the spider. Although her work conditions were crude, she still tried her best to harvest usable parts. Using these materials, she concocted several bottles of corrosive agents and adhesive agents. These potions were all basic, but because they used high-end materials, their efficacy was worth looking forward to. ZD had said to him with regret, "If our conditions were better, I would have been able to concoct agility potions. It's a pity that these materials can only be used in such a wasteful way, all to concoct these little trinkets." Zhen Ren had smiled and consoled her, acknowledging the value of the trinkets she spoke of. ZD had used the monkey bear's blood as well as the cave's ore to concoct fire accelerants and retardants, both of which proved to play a great role. Chapter 22. A Transformation Potion. The sky was blue, and the branches of the trees overhead crisscrossed. As they continued forward, Zhen Ren and ZD felt the temperature plummeting. When they found a place with a wide field of vision, Zhen Ren observed the distance and discovered a snowy trail. "That's a snow cap." What the hell? There's a snow-capped mountain on this island. Based on the Hog's Kiss route, this island should be situated somewhere in the tropics. Rainforests were the norm in such regions. But here, there were not only forests but also snow-capped mountains. If Huang Zhao's words were to be trusted, then there was also a desert here. "My lord, look over there." "Those are Huang Zhao's tracks." ZD discovered. Zhen Ren inspected before nodding. "We are close to finding him, and perhaps the rest of the exploration team is with him." They adjusted their route. During their trek, they had discovered not only Huang Zhao's footprints but also the markings left behind by the exploration team. There were pine trees blocking their path ahead, so Zhen Ren raised the scythe in his hand and cut the branches that dangled to the ground one after the other and continued walking. This scythe was made from a bent spider leg. In addition, Zhen Ren, with the help of ZD, had made several spider polearms and a long sword. These new weapons were extremely sharp and made Zhen Ren's and ZD's travel much easier. The battle with the spiders had given a great boost to Zhen Ren's weaponry. The quality of the steel longsword he had before was a far cry from the excellence of the spider longsword. If it were in the past, Zhen Ren would have been very happy, but now he did not care as much. These days he was pondering over his transformation. His hands had abruptly transformed into the claws of a monkey bear. Afterward, he did not tell ZD the truth, but rather prevaricated with much clumsiness. ZD did not pursue it. His fiancée's tacit understanding with him touched his heart. But what exactly had happened? The first thing he thought of was transformation spells. Druids could shapeshift into wolves, bears, or even dragons. Mages could turn others into sheep, and rogues had their methods of camouflage. Could I be not only a Templar knight, but also have other occupations? He quickly dispelled this notion. Regardless of the kind of spell, it still required a casting process. However, the transformation of his hands was fluid, yet there was no spell casting involved. Moreover, there was also the magic and battle key restriction on this island. Then, is it a bloodline awakening? Bloodlines were often accompanied by distinct characteristics. The bloodline of Emperor Sheng Ming was the Sacred Hall bloodline. The members of this lineage all had silver-white pupils and snow-white wings. Half-bloods with elven and human blood had pointy ears. Human nobles with demon or devil bloodlines usually had horns. But why did my hands look like that of the monkey bear? Could it be that he awakened the bloodline of the monkey bear? Regardless of whether or not such a bloodline existed, was it not too much of a coincidence? Therefore, is the greatest possibility the makeshift potion Zidai concocted when she was trying to save me? Zhen Ren speculated that the irreplicable potion that saved his life was likely a type of transformation potion. At the time, ZD had infused a large amount of the monkey bear's blood into him, and blood was the main ingredient in transformation potions. Perhaps when his life was saved, the effects of the transformation potion remained latent in his body, and only when he faced the spider and was on the verge of death did the effects of the potion burst forth. Zhen Ren felt this was the most likely possibility, and with it as a basis, he speculated further. Is there still efficacy of the potion remaining? Can it activate for a second time? If it can, how long will it last? He hoped he was still capable of activating this transformation. It was a trump card. An extraordinary one that he had relied on to kill a terrifying silver beast. Even if there were various favorable factors that led up to it, it was impossible to deny that the claws had a terrifying offensive power. As for the consequences of taking this transformation potion, such as power erosion or bloodline contamination, he had no choice but to cast them aside for the time being. All that mattered was that their survival was assured. These hidden dangers could be settled after seeking purification from a temple clergyman in the future when they were safe. The wind picked up, the trees rustled, and the forest stirred with waves of shades of green. The wind seemed to blow from over the snow-capped mountains as it brought with it a sharp chill. This did not trouble Zhen Ren and Zidai. Their clothes were thin, but they carried with them many lumps of hot ore. They continued onward. A trickling mountain spring appeared before them. This should be groundwater, Zhen Ren guessed after observing. The spring water is very clear and cold. He did not hurry to drink it, despite the fact that their water reserves had long since dropped to a dangerously low level. Water in the wilderness was not so safe. Taking the risk to drink this water might cost one their life. There are many animal tracks here. There shouldn't be an issue. ZD's finger touched the mud around the spring, then her expression suddenly changed. Wait a minute, Lord Zhen Ren. Look over here. They saw a large number of human footprints on the other side of the spring. The footprints around the stream made it clear that once, many people crouched there to gather spring water. Excellent. These footprints are still fresh. It looks like the exploration team is nearby. But for now, "Let's first fill up our empty water bags," said Zhen Ren. They began collecting water. Fortunately, they had found water canteens. Without them to store water, exploring the wilderness would have been very inconvenient. Zidi crouched on the ground, stretched out her arms, opened the small mouth of the canteen to its limit, and immersed herself in collecting water from the spring. Zhen Ren made a deliberate posture as he gathered water. He did not immerse himself in gathering water, but had his head raised, glancing from time to time at his surroundings as he filled the canteen. In the wilderness, there were many beasts that stalked waterholes for prey. Once their prey dropped their guard as they drank water, these beasts would strike like lightning. Human armies also had a similar drill. While drinking or filling water, one must always keep their heads up to prevent being snuck up on by enemy troops. Which was why when the enemy appeared, Zhen Ren was the first to notice, and so he alerted Zidi. The two arose. 1, 2, 3. Some came out of the forest, some from the high rocks, and some from their hiding places in the underbrush. Soon, the two found themselves surrounded. Many of these men wore sailor clothing and had tanned faces from exposure to the wind and sun. Each one was armed, mainly with scimitars, but also with swords, spears, even bows and crossbows. A bronze elite walked out of the crowd and up to Zhen Ren and Zidi. Zhen Ren's eyes glinted at the sight of this man. Zidi's face flushed with displeasure. "It's you." We've caught you at last, Huang Zio." Chapter 23. Selling Oneself into Servitude. A few days ago. "Who's there?" the sailor on watch duty shouted, gripping his spear with agitation. A dark humanoid figure emerged from the bushes and, after taking one look at the sailor, fell unconscious and dropped to the ground. The sailor froze and cautiously made his way to the unconscious mystery person and poked his shoulder with the spear, flipping the body face up. Although the face was blackened with terrible burns, the sailor only frowned for a moment before recognizing this mystery person. "It's Huang Zio." "Huang Zio is still alive." "Team leader Lan Zio, your brother is alive, and he's back," the sailor yelled, alerting the entire exploration team camp. A crowd gathered together, led by Lan Zio, who had a robust body the size of 2 adult men, combined matched with a deep bronze aura. Finding his unconscious brother, Lan Zio first looked incredulous, then surprised delightfully. He crouched down, lifted Huang Zio's head, leaving him half lying on the ground, and cried out, "Brother, my dear younger brother, wake up!" Although Huang Zio was still unconscious, he murmured, "Water." As soon as Lan Zio held out his hand, the other sailors passed over a water bag. After being fed water, Huang Zio gradually awoke. When his vision grew clearer and he saw Lan Zio's rough face, he almost burst into tears, bawling, "Big brother, it's me! I've come back alive." His voice was hoarse and feeble. He had not had a good time chasing after this group on his own in this dangerous forest. "Huang Zio, what happened to you?" "We thought you were dead." Team leader Lan Zio tried to go back to find you several times, but everyone stopped him, for no one thought you would have survived. Lan Zio cried his heart out for you several times. An elderly man pushed his way into the crowd and said. He had a round face, a thin and shriveled body, and wore a pair of cracked spectacles. He had a large, hoary beard that had not been maintained for a long time. It now resembled a gray and dirty cleaning rag. This was Old Man Kang Eksu. All members of the exploration team respected him. It was because of his guidance the team managed to get out of the desert. Thank the gods and fate you are still alive. Oh heavens, it's truly a miracle, exclaimed Lan Xiao. Quick, tell your brother what happened to you. Lan Xiao was overcome with curiosity. Huang Xiao coldly snorted. I didn't die. I only fell unconscious back then. He gave a brief account of what had transpired. Lan Xiao sighed with emotion. Huang Xiao, so you really managed to save your own life? What a thrilling tale. The people around them echoed the sentiment and gave their words of admiration and congratulations. Trouble, gentlemen. It seems we are in trouble, the old scholar Kang Eksu, however, said with gravity. What trouble? Someone asked. No matter how much trouble comes, I'll not abandon my little brother. We'll fight against the spiders. Lan Xiao's eyes flashed with resolution. Huang Xiao continued, Everyone, don't worry, no spiders are following me. As long as you escape their hunting grounds, the spiders will just crawl back into the canopy. I stay with them for several days. Besides, I'm sure all the spiders were burned to death in that large fire. Huang Xiao's voice was filled with pride. Now that the danger had passed, his escapade turned into his capital to brag with. The old scholar shook his head. I do not mean the spiders, but those two people. I'm sure those two are long dead. A pity, though, Huang Xiao responded. He had not revealed that he had fled like a coward. Instead, he had said the spiders attacked Zhen Ren and Zidai, leaving him lucky enough to take the chance to escape. They may not be dead, the old scholar sighed. Lan Xiao muttered, on this strange island. Do those two young people really have the ability to escape from the furious spider leader? The old scholar still frowned. We know iron rank strength is restricted on this island. But what about silver? Or gold? Such a powerhouse is not among us, so we can't be sure that level of strength is also restricted. Huang Xiao gawked with eyes wide open. Mr. Kang Eksu, do you think those two are silver or even gold experts? That's impossible. They're too young. Besides, I didn't sense a silver or gold aura from them. Actually, the girl seemed to be an iron magician. The old scholar smiled and shook his head again. Could there be so few young powerhouses? General Bai Lang of Cold Iron City is 17, and the Jin Miguai House's Archmage Shui Si is only a 16-year-old girl. The recently risen star, Assassin Luo Shi, who was inducted by the Assassins' Alliance from among the commoners, is rumored to be an 18-year-old. No way. Those people are all future major characters. They're too far away from us. What are the chances I randomly ran into such people? The old scholar said in a flat tone. The possibility is high. According to your description, The girl is young and has iron strength. She, alone, is someone that can't be overlooked. In that case, what is the level of the force that nurtured her? She addressed the young man as, "My lord, so what is the status and strength of this young man?" Think about it. The crowd sunk into deep contemplation, and the faces of the two brothers began to look distressed. After pausing for a bit, the old scholar continued, "I suspect he not only has a high status, but is also a powerhouse on his own. Gold cultivation is unlikely, but it is likely he is a silver expert." Mr. Kang Exu, what proof do you have of this? Lan Zio countered, "What makes you conjecture this?" Kang Exu smiled. "We can think about this from a different angle. Suppose you found someone crying for help, and to rescue them, you would need to face more than a dozen bronze spiders. And there's just you and your teammate. If you do not have silver rank or gold rank strength, would you dare provoke these spiders to save someone?" Lan Zio's mouth opened wide, rendered speechless, while Huang Zio said to himself, mouth twitching, basically, "These two are most likely not dead, and I've offended a silver or even a gold expert. I shouldn't have run away. I should have given the dagger back. I made a mistake. I've made a big mistake." Huang Zio screamed, while gripping Lan Zio's arm hard. Under immense psychological pressure, he confessed the truth. Everyone's faces changed as they heard that he had run away with the crucial dagger. "Mr. Kang Exu, what should we do?" Lan Zhao had no idea what to do and could only look to the old scholar for advice. "Everyone, don't panic." Kang Exu lifted his hand and steadied them. "This matter has not gotten out of hand yet. Everything I said is just my speculation. It's possible those two have already become the spider's food or died in the sea of fire. Right? But didn't you just say it's even more likely that these two have already solved their troubles and are coming after us?" "We've left behind marks all along the way," Lan Zio said, his face mangled with confusion. Kang Exu nodded and stared at Lan Zio with a deep gaze. "Therefore, we must turn around now. We must confirm whether they are dead or alive. If they are dead, we could maybe pick up some excellent equipment. If they are alive and caught in some kind of predicament, we will need to go out of our way to help them, to repay them for saving Huang Zio's life and to atone for his last-minute escape. If they are coming after our lives, I strongly advise everyone that we do not resist except as a last resort. Think carefully. Are we really the opponent of someone who can deal with the spider group? Surrender. Surrendering is the best option. Don't forget, we were all together on the same ship and shipwrecked here together. They need us. All major figures need subordinates, or at least they need enough manpower to man a ship." Everyone nodded at Kang Exu's words. "Then what should I do?" Huang Zio anxiously asked. "Don't worry, you have me, little brother," said Lan Zio, but there was no confidence in his tone. Kang Exu looked at him and replied sincerely, "Stubborn resistance will only bring about your own death. Even if you run, where would you run to? Flee into the forest only to get eaten by wild beasts? Following my instructions is your best chance at survival. Remember, if those two are still alive, you must show them the worth your life has by letting you live. Don't be stingy with your belongings. Even if they don't need it, still offer it up to them. You must present yourself with a heart replete with remorse. Huang Xiao nodded as he desperately memorized Kang Xu's words. With that, the group returned the way they came, and at the mountain spring, they encountered Zhen Ren and Zidot. They took the initiative to reveal themselves, and Huang Xiao left the group and walked up to the two. It's you. We've caught you at last, Huang Xiao. The girl sounded displeased while the boy stood silent and looked at him unkindly. Huang Xiao palpitated. He wished that they had just died, but the two stood before him well and fine. Even if Huang Xiao was a boorish, foolish man, the old scholar had already explained the implications of the situation to him. Then, Huang Xiao saw the new weapons the boy carried on him. He recognized that they were made from spider legs and wood, and realization crept up in him that the two had killed the silver spider leader. In his heart, he bemoaned the fact that Kang Xu had been right, that he had been unlucky to have to run into two big shots like them. Clang! Huang Xiao threw his scimitar on the mountain rock. Then Huang Xiao plopped down on the ground, hit his head hard against the rock, and begged for forgiveness. Oh, great ones! I am Huang Xiao, the one who fled. I was wrong. I have committed an unforgivable sin. I will not resist. Be it death or dismemberment, I submit myself to the judgment of the Great Ones. The two looked at each other, both a little confused. They did not expect a situation like this. They had thought that these people had surrounded them with ill intent. In the end, Huang Xiao pleaded his guilt and surrendered. My lord, my lady, this old one is called Kang Xu. I am a scholar who once served the Shada house for 38 years. The old scholar walked over to them and said. Behind him followed Lan Xiao. The boy did not speak, but the girl stepped forward and said, I am ZD, the current president of Wisteria Merchant Guild. Now I have the honor of introducing to everyone here my lord, Zhen Ren. He is a noble whose bloodline can be traced back to a legend magic beast Golden Needle Queen Bee. He is the sole heir of the Baoyi Zen House, an eminent Templar knight, and a candidate for the position of the city, Lord of White Sands. Wisteria Merchant Guild? When ZD mentioned it, some among the crowd whispered to each other. This was a famous merchant guild that they had more or less heard about. A Templar knight. When she said it, many gasped. Lan Xiao shook, and Huang Xiao dared not lift his head, and he felt a drone in his ears. The Bai Zen House. Hearing it, the old scholar's pupils shrank. Kang Xu knew far more about nobles than Lan Xiao, Huang Xiao, and the others. He understood that the Baoyi Zen House was not simple. Although this family suffered much resisting the empire, they were still once a great southern noble family with a deep foundation. The current Bai Zen family head was a gold-rank powerhouse. Despite his heavy injuries, he could not be underestimated, and this young man before him was the heir of such a family. He had a respectful expression as he bowed and said with a deep voice, It is this Kang Xu's fortune to be able to pay my respects to my lord and lady. Lan Zhao also knelt on the ground. Lan Zhao kowtows to the great ones. Huang Zhao is my younger brother. I implore the two great ones to forgive him for his crimes. I am willing to give up my life for the price. Big brother. Huang Zhao raised his body and looked at Lan Zhao in shock, his forehead a blood-stained mess. Zhen Ren was impassive and silent, which caused the onlookers to feel more and more pressure. My lord, my lady, the scholar said, please allow this outsider to state all the facts I have seen. Speak, said Zhen Ren, breaking his silence. Kang Xu let out a ragged breath and continued. Huang Zhao set aside his unforgivable offense and did his utmost to return to his brother's side. He was frightened, confused, and weak to the point he fell unconscious. The foolhardy and gutless young man did flee in the face of death, but after he calmed down, he was burdened and tormented by his guilt and sin. He became mired in his deep remorse, and without the slightest concealment, he told us the truth. Afterward, he begged that we rush to the spider forest to save you too. It is because of this that we are here and have the pleasure of meeting my lord and lady. I request that you consider Huang Zhao's repentant heart and be lenient with his sentence. Huang Zhao and Lan Zhao gave Kang Xu a look of gratitude. Zidi looked at the two kneeling brothers and sneered. This lowly, cowardly, and selfish villain deceived Lord Zhen Jin by hiding the fact that there was a silver magic beast. He then got cold feet and deserted at a critical moment, putting a noble-blooded being in danger. He is scum that bites the hand that feeds him. Scholar, how can you advise that we be lenient with such a man? Kang Xu nodded repeatedly and smiled. Saying such things the first time I meet you, honorable ones, is indeed rude and overstepping my limits. However, the truth is that these two are not soldiers of the Empire. They are only sailors of the Hog's Kiss. It's not valid to talk of desertion, right? Alas, these two brothers are quite pitiful. They were born and raised as fishermen and lost their parents at a young age, and were left to fend for themselves with only each other to depend on. If my lord and lady were to execute the younger brother, I fear the elder brother would not survive on his own. Lord Zhen Jin, you are a Templar. A knight among knights. You were born noble, and your future is as vast as the skies. These brothers are nothing more than worms in the dirt. Lord Zhen Jin, you will surely be the future city Lord of White Sands. When that time comes, your glory will shine throughout the city, and your benevolence will be sure to nourish the citizens. Why must you be so uncharitable toward these two worms? If your lordship will forgive these two pitiful, lamentable worms, I believe these two will repent their entire lives and remember your kindness and mercy, and they will do their utmost to serve your lordship and repay your kindness. Zidi raised her brows and looked deeply at Kang Xu, but did not say anything. Kang Xu lightly kicked the kneeling Lan Zhao. He started and hurriedly yelled, Your lordship, please be merciful and give us brothers a chance to atone for our sins and to repay your life-saving grace. I ask that your lordship be forgiving and magnanimous. Please reluctantly accept us as your lowly servants. From now on, we will be at my lord's beck and call. Huang Zhao did not speak but remained prostrating. The two brothers' earnest pleading moved the crowd. My lord. Zidai looked to Zhen Jin, deferring to his decision with a subordinate attitude. Everyone looked at Zhen Ren except for Kang Zhu, who bowed his head and gazed at the ground. Looking at the two brothers' blood-stained faces, Zhen Ren said slowly and impassively, "It is part of my knight's code to assist the weak and save the dying. It is to keep by the code that I entered the spider forest to save you. One must not overestimate nor underestimate others. This saying is my Bei Zhen family's motto. Therefore, Huang Ziyo, Lan Ziyo, I am willing to give you both a chance. I hope you can serve with loyalty and earnest actions to change my opinion of you. Thank you. Thank you, my lord." Huang Ziyo and Lan Ziyo exulted. Everyone around them heaved a sigh of relief. When they looked at Huang Ziyo and Lan Ziyo, many could not avoid revealing envy in their eyes. Although these two had sold themselves into servitude, losing their freedom, they could now rely on a major figure like Zhen Ren and might even be able to soar to success in the future. Kang Xu once more bowed and said, "Lord Zhen Ren, your magnanimity is great like the earth, and your benevolence is irradiant like the sun. Praise be to you, for you will be our banner, and under your guidance, we lowly men can take the right path forward." Zhen Ren looked at everyone around him with his form straight as a spear and spoke, his calm voice reaching everyone's ears clearly. The light of the temple shines on every inch of land. The standard of the empire shelters all its peoples. Follow me, and I will lead you out of here. Yes, my lord. Everyone replied in unison as they half knelt one after the other. Chapter 24. The First Exploration Team. Gathering as many subordinates as possible was the plan Zhen Ren and Zidi had agreed on after discussions. This was why she had advised him to save Huang Ziyo. Although Huang Ziyo's actions had caused many mishaps to occur, the end result was much more pleasing. Both Huang Ziyo and Lan Ziyo had become Zhen Ren's servants. If things had gone according to the plan, the brothers would only be recruited and they would still have had freedom. But now that they had become servants, they had lost their freedom. These brothers were bronzes. Servants with this level of strength were valuable. Of course, Zhen Ren did not have a reliable way of binding them right now, such as a contract of servitude. In these circumstances, he could not make unreasonable demands of them. Huang Ziyo and Lan Ziyo had surrendered to him as his servants, and because of their influence over the team, it made the others also choose to follow him. As a result, he was able to gain control over the exploration team. Huang Ziyo was good with a halberd, while Lan Ziyo was good with a scimitar. These two were the strongest in the team. Among the rest, there were 2 archers and 1 crossbowman, and a mix of swordsmen, spearmen, and shield-bearers who numbered 13. Including the unarmed old scholar, there were a total of 19 people in the team. According to Kang Xu, when they first set out, the team consisted of about 40 members, but now less than half remain. These people had very poor defensive equipment. Huang Ziyo and Lan Ziyo wore leather armor, while the rest only had linen clothes. Basic necessities were not in short supply, and each team member carried sufficient food and water. Zhen Ren learned all this from Kang Xu. Since this mountain spring is drinkable, I would like you to instruct some men to gather more water. Half of the oil can be discarded. Zhen Ren gave the first order. Yes, my lord. Kang Xu courteously withdrew from the tent. This tent was brought by the exploration team, and the 2 brothers had personally pitched it. Zhen Ren could take a nice rest here. Just as Kang Xu left, CD lifted the tent flap and walked in. "My lord, this old scholar of ours is not simple," she said. While Zhen Ren had summoned Kang Xu for an audience, ZD conducted a preliminary interview with everyone else. From their words, she reconstructed a rough outline of the truth. So is it due to Kang Xu's analysis that Huang Ziyo and Lan Ziyo realized they were in trouble? Zhen Ren chuckled as he listened to Zidai's report. "It seems the trophies we got from the spiders intimidated these bunch a lot." He sighed from the bottom of his heart. "One must not overestimate nor underestimate others." The outcome of this incident was quite good, but the whole process prompted Zhen Ren to reflect deeply on himself. He had overestimated Huang Ziyo's character and did not suppose he might have been withholding information. It was his wishful thinking that Huang Ziyo would submit to him because he saved his life. But in the end, Huang Ziyo fled, abandoning his saviors. Later, due to immense pressure, two brothers capitulated and sold themselves into servitude. Was it because they were both genuinely repentant? Perhaps. But more likely they were forced to because of Zhen Ren's and Zidai's great strength as well as their deep background. The others? They were happy to have Zhen Ren as their leader. Why? Zhen Ren was strong. In such a dangerous environment, would the best survival strategy for the weak not be to depend on the strong? Zhen Ren also had the identity of a Templar Knight, and the fact that he had gone out of his way to save Huang Ziyo further convinced them that, despite his young age, he was someone they could trust as a leader. The most eye-catching of them all, however, was the old scholar Kang Xu. He had served a noble family for over 30 years and must have learned the wisdom of nobles in surviving and scheming. He was without battle strength, yet had the respect of the entire exploration team. Even the two brothers just about obeyed him. When Huang Ziyo told his story, Kang Xu was able to immediately perceive the status of Zhen Ren and ZD with great acuity. The exploration team followed his directions and headed back where they proactively surrendered themselves to Zhen Ren. Huang Ziyo and Lan Ziyo became his gifts to Zhen Ren. Even though they had become servants, they were still grateful to him. Ostensibly, the words he spoke to Zhen Ren were putting in good words for the brothers, but in reality he was making a transaction. Kang Xu took the initiative to join Zhen Ren, which allowed the latter to smoothly accept these two as bronze servants. In return, Zhen Ren gave him ample compensation. In the new power structure, Kang Xu was ranked third after Zhen Ren and Zidai. Zhen Ren's first order was for him to lead a group to gather more water. This was the youngster's response to Kang Xu, who joined him. He maintained his guard against him while at the same time being appreciative of him. He knew he needed this kind of talent at his side. Kang Xu could not be looked at as just a scholar. Any ordinary peasant could knock him down. However, he had knowledge and wisdom that ordinary people could only hope to have. Knowledge and wisdom were also a type of strength. An intangible strength. My memory being incomplete and my inability to use battle key must be kept a secret for now, said Zhen Ren. ZD nodded repeatedly with a solemn face. I understand, my lord. Zhen Ren had only just taken control of the exploration team, and there were still potential dangers. If these subordinates found out he could not use battle key, would that not lead to ill will? With battle key off the table, the difference between cultivation ranks in terms of physical capabilities was not that great. Regarding the Baoyi Zen motto, Zhen Jin only now understood what it meant in depth. Although he was now the leader of the exploration team, his grasp over the team was still weak. Ensuring complete obedience was not possible. Go make arrangements to call in each member of the team one by one. I will speak to them alone in this tent, Zhen Jin instructed ZD before she left. When Kang Xu returned to give his report, he was stopped outside by Lan Xiao and Huang Xiao, who were guarding the tent. Lord Zhen Jin is currently speaking to Bai Ya. Kang Xu was stunned. He knew Baoyi Ya. He was a youngster with a cheerful smile. The son of a hunter, not an outstanding member of the exploration team. Did Bai Ya do something wrong? Asked Kang Xu. No. Every member of the team is to meet Lord Zhen Jin to be interviewed, replied Lan Xiao. Kang Xu could not help but be greatly interested in this. What is his lordship asking them? Huang Xiao shrugged. Not much more than their personal background, family status, personal strengths, and information about the shipwreck and this island. At this moment, the tent flap lifted open and Baoyi Ya walked out in a spirited mood. Ah, it's Mr. Scholar, Bai Ya greeted first. Judging by your manner, it seems Lord Zhen Jin has treated you favorably, Kang Xu said with a smile and nod. Baoyi Ya broke into a grin. No, that's not it. Lord Zhen Jin promised everyone that as long as we performed well, we might be able to follow him and join him in White Sand City. At the very least, we can become a guard in White Sand City. Isn't this what you wanted? You gotta do well, kid, said Kang Xu as he patted Bai Ya on the shoulder. Bai Ya nodded and enthused. I will work hard. After receiving the go-ahead from Lan Xiao, Kang Xu entered the tent once again and met Zhen Jin. My lord, as per your instructions, we discarded half of the oil and used the containers to store water, he respectfully reported. Good, you did well. Go and rest. After lunch, there will be a meeting to discuss the course of our journey, so you should prepare well. Yes, my lord. Kang Xu bowed and withdrew. After exiting, he stood by the tent and observed. The people who followed him to gather water were also summoned. Each one did not stay in the tent for long, but when they came out, the looks on their faces were noticeably different from before they entered. Even the eyes of the usually unsmiling gleamed. Kang Xu took a deep look at the tent and smiled as he whispered to himself, This is good. Not all strong individuals had the talent to be a leader. In Kang Xu's opinion, it was rare for such a young man as Zhen Jin to have a cultivation of at least silver. It was likely he had spent most of his time cultivating. This took time and effort, and therefore it was natural to assume his other qualities such as learning and leadership to be poor. But now it seemed that Zhen Jin had at least passable leadership skills. The youngster was not yet the city lord of White Sands. As such, he could create promises of a beautiful future out of thin air for the team members who chose to follow him. The hearts of the people were gathered under him, the morale of the team was uplifted, and his control over the team was deepening. Chapter 25. The island's magic beasts are artificial. The afternoon meeting was held inside the tent. There were 4 attendants: Zhen Ren, Zidai, Kang Yixu, and Lan Xiao. Several animal hide maps were laid out on the ground. The largest of them was in the center. Zhen Ren pointed to it and said, "ZD merged all the maps we had to create this one." They all cast their eyes at this map. North to the top, south to the bottom, east to the right, and west to the left. The northeast corner of the map depicted a ship's anchor. Zhen Ren pointed to the anchor mark. This is where the exploration team set out. It is also the beach where the front half of the Hog's Kiss ran aground on. If the situation has remained the same, then there should be 50 to 60 people here, and the situation there should be controlled by the first mate. A cross was drawn on the southeast corner. Zhen Ren shifted his finger and pointed to the cross. This is where Zidai, I, and the rest of our group washed up at. There are also 3 landing crafts on this beach. A meandering path extended from both the fork and anchor. Both paths were marked with words or drawings at regular intervals. These 2 paths represented the path of Zidai's and Kang Xu's respective groups, but these 2 paths did not converge. Rather, they both abruptly stopped midway. In the middle of this large map lay a wide, blank void. Zhen Ren took out 2 smaller maps and slapped them down onto the blank part of the large map. One depicted a desert, and the other a mountainous and forested terrain. The top of the montane forest map depicted the monkey bear's cave, the spider forest, the mountain spring, and other notable locations. The 2 paths representing the 2 groups finally merged into one at the mountain spring. Zhen Ren's finger then moved to point at the marking of the mountain spring. Right now, we are here, and our goal, his finger shifted toward the anchor marking, is to reach here. No one objected. Cooperation and unity of strength were crucial for survival. With external help out of reach and unreliable, it was more logical to rebuild the ship and set sail again, and building and sailing a ship was impossible with few people. It goes without saying that there will be difficulties, with 2 obvious issues. The first is the magic beasts along the way. The second is the strangeness of the land here. What are your opinions? Lan Xiao replied in a deep voice, "Master, if low-level magic and battle ki were not restricted here, our strength would be much greater. But now, to deal with these bizarre beasts, we can only fight with our flesh and blood. However, no matter what, I and Huang Xiao will be your swords. Wherever your gaze reaches, your swords will be there to strike." Lan Xiao expressed his loyalty. Zhen Ren nodded, satisfied with his manner. "Then I look forward to your performance." ZD seemed to have keenly sensed something when she heard this, and she looked at Lan Xiao with a bewildered expression. That's a strange thing to say. If the restriction didn't exist, then all these fierce monsters would be using all kinds of quasi-spell abilities. We would be stronger, but they would also be more of a threat. According to my speculations, that will not be so, Lady Zidai, said Kang Xu. I believe the magic beasts on this island are unable to use quasi-spells. Ow. How did you reach such a judgment? ZD inquired. Kang Xu did not make a direct reply, but looked at Zhen Ren instead. May I ask, my lord, did you find any magic crystals in the bodies of the magic beasts you slew? Zhen Ren shook his head. So far I have not found a single magic crystal. This was clearly abnormal. Kong Xu nodded. Although we haven't managed to kill a silver beast during our journey, we do have a few bronze and iron magic beast carcasses. We also never saw a magic crystal. Why was that? A magic crystal is formed when a magic beast lives in an element-filled environment for a long time. As it grows and feeds, magic power accumulates in its body until a qualitative change takes place, and the magic power condenses into a crystal. A magic crystal not only stores the majority of a magic beast's magic power, but it also aids the beast in stabilizing and utilizing that power. Generally speaking, the more powerful a magic beast is, the higher the quality of its magic crystal. Neither Zhen Ren nor ZD had any objections. This was, of course, common sense. Kang, Xu continued, I believe the magic power in the beasts of this island is chaotic. They cannot coordinate or stabilize their magic power. Because of their chaotic magic power, the magic beasts cannot control their internal magic power, and no magic crystals are able to form. ZD nodded and then shook her head. It is true, magic crystals cannot form when magic power is chaotic, however. This is just one possibility of why these beasts are incapable of forming a magic crystal. More importantly, Mr. Kang Xu, how can you tell that the magic power within these magic beasts is chaotic? This detail made ZD react with suspicion. She herself was an iron mage. But she was unable to use magic here and was thus incapable of investigating the state of the magic power in these magic beasts. Kang Xu was just a mundane man, not even an apprentice in the study of magic. What methods did he have to do this? Faced with Zidai's doubts and questions, Kang Xu remained calm and collected. I extrapolated it. The old scholar introduced them to a new perspective. I believe the island's magic beasts are not naturally born. They are artificial. Artificial magic beasts? Zhen Ren and ZD exclaimed together and saw the astonishment on each other's faces. As for Lan Zhao on the side, he had likely heard Kang Xu's theory before and did not look surprised. In that case, how can you tell that these magic beasts are not naturally born? Rather, that they were artificially made? Zhen Ren inquired. Kang Xu slowly explained, ever since I arrived on this island, I have dissected many magic beasts. I found that, although they have a stable condition, with their organs working together closely as if they were born this way, on a deeper investigation, they were unnatural. ZD furrowed her brows as she mulled over his words. Unnatural? Yes, the old scholar nodded with a deep look in his eyes. They all lack a natural flow. Do you not feel that these magic beasts look like they were pieced together? ZD murmured, I once processed a monkey bear's carcass. A silver magic beast that died at the hands of Lord Zhen Ren. It had the tail of a monkey, the torso of a bear, and the hands of an orangutan, but with hard and slender iron-like claws. At first, it seemed it was an amalgamation of orangutan, monkey, and bear parts. However, its skeletal structure was very sound. It had 2 hearts while the rest of its internal organs perfectly supported its physique. I am a low-level mage and have spent most of my energy studying medicine. I have gathered many materials and am thoroughly learned in the composition of most creatures. Although this is the first time I have seen this kind of monster, I thought its physique was perfect without disabilities, mutations, or useless body tissues. What is so unnatural about this? Zhen Ren's heart skipped a beat. ZD mentioning the monkey bear made him once again think about the transformation of his hands. I suppose ZD is speaking about this event to highlight my strength. His thoughts spurred as he tried to uncover her intentions. Sure enough, he saw Lan Zio's eyes widen and look at him with admiration. He exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, "Master, you truly have formidable strength. Lord Zhen Ren, your talent is amazing. Your bravery and accomplishments will certainly be celebrated far and wide." Kang Xu echoed and then turned to look at Zidai. Lady Zidai, you are not wrong. I have confidence in your judgment. The structure of these creatures is indeed very logical and stable. I do not have the aptitude to be a mage, nor have I studied medicine. However, I have had the pleasure of reading many books. Some of them contained the histories of many noble families, of how they rose to power and of how they ran their territories. Their early developing years were actually a confrontation against nature, using human power to curb nature. These books contained records of wiping out ravenous bandits, resisting beast tides, hunting wolves near villages, repelling wild boars from farmland, and much more. In order to guide future generations, the forebears compiled these history books and left behind many meticulous illustrations. These included detailed records on the forms and habits of magic beasts, as well as how to resist and kill them. It is because I had benefited from these records that my foolish brain could ponder a bit deeper and arrive at many shallow but fascinating conclusions. As a result, it allowed me to sense the unnatural nature of the magic beasts on this island. Beasts with headgear are typically herbivores. Their headgear is their main weapon to defend against predators. Likewise, aggressive carnivores have longer and sharper teeth, more developed muscles, and are expert runners, especially in short bursts. Some of them have pads on their paws, which allows them to approach their prey more silently. Speaking hitherto, Kang Xu's words shifted. Not long ago, before Huang Zio found us, we had stayed on a sparsely forested hill. The temperature was low, and the wind occasionally carried a little snow. It was the limits of where we had explored. There, we caught a startling glimpse of a gold magic beast. It was a deer with enormous, bone-like white antlers that looked like crisscrossing branches. This deer ate meat, not grass. Furthermore, it also had a pair of huge snow-white wings. I named it, white bone-winged deer. Although it was only a quick glance, I think it should have a sound body structure that is stable and perfect to support its daily activities. However, it is not natural. You see, its build is not suited for flight. Its pair of huge wings could, at best, let it glide. It is carnivorous and lives at the top of the food chain, preying on other animals. However, it has antlers. Antlers are used for defense and are not good for attacking, chasing, hunting, stalking, or hiding. Take the monkey, tailed brown bear your lordship killed. When monkeys swing through the forest, their tails maintain their balance and stabilize their orientation as they leap through the air. But why does a bear need one? It is very heavy. What kind of tree could support it? Does it even jump a lot? Don't you feel a monkey tail growing on its body is redundant? Moreover, it has orangutan hands which are similar to that of a human. The biggest difference between the claws of many beasts and an orangutan's hand is that orangutans have thumbs. This structure benefits orangutans as they grab and move between tree branches. However, the monkey bear's hands have sharp claws. Is this not also redundant? This is what I meant by unnatural. Seeing everyone deep in thought, Kang Su continued, "The number one need in life is survival. Nature is cruel and harsh. Those that survive and reproduce often have amazing survival skills. These skills normally come from their organs. Take the mole, for example. It possesses hard claws and teeth and a suitable size for burrowing. But it is almost blind. In fact, it does not need to see because the soil is dark and without light. In place of its eyes, it has a nose that has an extraordinarily keen sense of smell. This is life in nature. It has strengths and weaknesses united in a way that allows it to survive the cruel competition of life and find its niche. However, when we look at the monsters on this land, they are excessively strong. Their structure is very stable, but contradictions and conflict exist within. They do not have a clear place in nature. This is the case with the monkey bear Lord Zhen Ren killed. Does it need a monkey tail? It does not. Likewise, with the white bone-winged deer. Does it need antlers? Again, it does not. They are instead a hindrance to its hunting. Chapter 26. A terrifying conjecture. I served the Shah house and have lived in a desert oasis for decades. Deserts lack water and have especially arid seasons. Most oases will dry up or even disappear completely. There was a red frog where we lived. It would drink as much water as it could, expanding its body by several folds as it stores all that water and would bury itself deep underground. When the drought came, it would become motionless, like a hibernating bear. During this time, they are exceptionally frail. Without mobility and because their bodies were inflated from the amount of water, their skin became extremely thin and frail. However, it is because of this metamorphosis that allows these waterlogged red frogs to survive the dry season. Whereas a much tougher beast would be buried under the sands. This is precisely the flow of nature. The water pouch red frog has found its place in nature. It has a strong ability to survive, yet is simultaneously very vulnerable. It has spared no effort to survive in nature. It cannot grow claws, teeth, wings, or such. The more powerful the organ, the more nutrients it needs. The more complex the tissue, the longer it will take to evolve. Competition in nature is too brutal, and the pressures are so immense it would not have evolved into an organism like the monkey bear or the white bone-winged deer. If the environment was accommodative and survival was not a stressful concern, life forms would become lazy, fat, and carefree. There would be no powerful life forms like the monkey bear or the white bone-winged deer. Such species can only be artificial. ZD sighed. I have learned much, and am in admiration of your erudition, Mr. Kang Xu. Zhen Ren nodded in agreement. Lan Zhao had already heard Kang Xu's analysis before and also voiced his agreement. If it hadn't been for Mr. Kang Xu, we would have died in the desert long ago. Kang Xu continued, Of course, this is only my conjecture. I do not have evidence to back the claims. However, I am almost certain that these strange magic beasts are not natural organisms. Besides the possibility of them being artificial, perhaps it could be due to some kind of mineral or the aftermath of a spell that caused these species to mutate. Lan Zhao asked with doubt, In that case, who could have created so many magic beasts? One of the greats of the empire? Could it be a god? Only gods have the power to create, right? ZD slightly shook her head. It could also be a magician. As far as I know, a legend mage can transform and operate a demiplane. Isn't that an imitation of the god's power of creation? Kang Xu sighed bitterly. Perhaps a legend archmage or one of the gods in the upper echelons of the empire set up an area here for experimenting with the powers of creation. This island is not small, yet no one discovered it before. Its location is awfully close to the sailing route of the Hog's Kiss. We were only able to land here because of the accidental shipwreck. Hearing that, Lan Zhao blanched a little. This island is too terrifying. An existence that can hide this island and create so many monsters, how powerful must he be? Killing us would be easier than crushing an ant to him. Strange, why hasn't he eliminated us already? We discovered his secret. Kang Xu whispered, Perhaps he is currently off the island? Perhaps he simply does not care and our every move is being monitored by him. He could be watching and taking pleasure in our struggles and only make a move when we are on the cusp of escaping from this island. Lan Zhao lost his composure, shrieking, Aren't we doomed then? For a while, the mood in the tent was quite heavy. In the face of such a grand existence, any escape plan or ambition of the young knight was a joke. After a long time, Zhen Ren let out a ragged breath. Mr. Kang Xu's conjecture is hair-raising. However, it does make sense. In light of this conjecture, we might as well continue to speculate that the terrain changing should also be artificial. Mr. Kang Xu, do you think this phenomenon is caused by a divine spell shifting the land or a magic formation with powers of teleportation? Kang Xu said, First of all, I think the shifting terrains are not aimed at us. It would be too easy for the great existence to target and destroy us. There is no need to make such a big move to do it. Secondly, I lean toward it being a teleportation magic formation rather than a divine spell. We experienced the terrain change firsthand. The entire process was very rapid. Absent-mindedly, we went from a rainforest into a desert. This is very much in line with the description of teleportation magic in books. I believe the terrain only changed because we were teleported, and the terrain itself was not moved. Otherwise, shifting a large piece of land often would be too draining. Of course, this is all still a conjecture on my part. It is like an ant guessing what the scenery from the high clouds looks like, laughable and out of its depth. Lastly, I think the teleportation mechanism is very possibly a measure used by the master of the island to maintain the island's ecology. ZD blinked. May I ask, how did you determine this? Kang Xu replied, I have discovered that it is not just us, but many of the beasts are also being teleported to different regions. Realization suddenly dawned on Zhen Ren. The youngster recalled the scaled leopards. They should have been living in the rainforest, but they ended up in the montane forest together with ZD and him. Here, they needed to set up their own new territory, so they first fought the monkey bear and later lost against the blade-legged spider swarm. If beasts were also being teleported by the island master, then perhaps the island master wants them to fight each other so he can choose the strongest monster. Perhaps like the alchemical puppet competition held by the Alchemist Guild, whose purpose is to cultivate the strongest living weapon? Kang Xu smiled. Lady Zidai, your analysis is very reasonable. That is indeed a possibility too. But I believe it's more likely that it's being used to maintain the ecology. Don't you feel that this island's natural balance is in imminent danger? Don't just look at the vastness of nature, for it also has a fragile side. Every year, the Shada House would hire bishops from the Temple of Life to aid in increasing crop yields. I have interacted with them and have also had the pleasure of consulting with vagabond druids. Within nature exists various cycles. The simplest example is the food chain. Plants grow out of the soil and are eaten by herbivores. Herbivores become food for carnivores. The feces of these animals, in turn, become the nourishment for plants to grow, and their carcasses decay and become fertilizer for the soil. Nature is full of these cycles. Even the most formidable predators will perish from battle, old age, or environmental changes. The Shata House once had a locust plague that lasted several years. It took the help of a druid master to find the cause. As it turned out, the scope of the locust swarm had grown and was hard to control because the bread scorpions that ate the locust eggs had become fewer. Why were there fewer bread scorpions? It was because, during those years, the Shada House was beginning to set up their own cavalry. They purchased a large number of land-traveling birds, and these birds were fond of pecking the bread scorpions under the sands. The cycle of life is like a chain, one link interlocked with another. They influence each other. If an issue appears in one link, it is possible the issue would be amplified and result in a catastrophe. There are too many monsters on this island, and they are not of natural origin. The burden on the island's ecology is enormous. If not careful, the cycle can break, which can result in an irreversible disaster, Kang Yisu finished. Your words make sense. Zhen Jin nodded. He thought of the monkey bear. The silver beast's food was ore. Looking at it now, it was clear it had no natural predators. If it was left to its own devices, sooner or later it would eat up all the ore. The heat emitted from the ore veins was a major influence on that region. Once heated up, it would cause many drastic effects, such as the temperature decreasing. In the end, however, because of the teleportation mechanism, The monkey bear fought the scaled leopards before finally dying at Zhen Jin's hands. The island's impending crisis was thus averted. ZD extrapolated, in that case, the reason why the island master built the rainforest, montane forest, desert, snow-capped mountains, and so on are to restrict these artificial beasts, stabilize the island's ecology, and maintain the balance of nature. However, I still feel that he is trying to filter out a beast that can adapt to all environments and has the greatest strength. Kang Xu added, I believe that teleportation is just one of the measures the island master took to preserve the island's ecology. He also put effort into other things as well. Take the fire, venom bees, for example. Don't you think that this swarm was made by him to specifically prevent forest fires? There is also the restriction magic. Magic and battle cry are restricted here more harshly than the restriction magic ring in Sky City. This is very unlike a defense mechanism because defending against low-level enemies is unnecessary. On the contrary, it is like a shackle that prevents these magic beasts from displaying their full strength. Therefore, I speculate that this restriction magic is actually a protective measure for these magic beasts. Please enlighten us, ZD asked. These magic beasts are not naturally evolved. Although they have a stable structure, they are not in harmony with the natural world. Furthermore, the magic power in their bodies is in conflict, so they cannot absorb elements and form a magic crystal. Perhaps the island master wanted to improve this aspect. He has already achieved stability in the body, an astonishing achievement. But these patchwork bodies might have brought with them difficulty in absorbing elements, and he could not perfectly solve it for the moment. Chaotic magic power is extremely unstable and can sometimes explode. Even if it is suppressed by force, it would cause magic corrosion in the host. If not dealt with, chaotic magic power will cause harm, and the beasts would barely survive longer than a week. Therefore, he created this unusual environment that restricts the usage of low-level magic and battle key to protect these magic beasts as it maintains their stability and allows them to live indefinitely. Concerning the practice of magic, Lord Zhen Jin and Lady ZD should know more than I. ZD slightly nodded and sunk into contemplation. Zhen Jin, on the other hand, was grave. He analyzed the situation at hand, whispering, On this island, we have found bronze, iron, silver, and even gold magic beasts. According to our current analysis, even gold-rank chaotic magic power will be successfully suppressed here. So, one would have to be at least a saint to freely use battle key? No matter how talented he was, he could never become a saint at his age. Chapter 27. Charging the Administrative Hub. Lord Zhen Jin, can you use battle key? Kang Xu inquired. Zhen Jin shook his head. He had planned with ZD to conceal his inability to use battle key. However, since they had reached this point in their discussions, hiding it was meaningless. Though Zhen Jin still concealed his amnesia. Kang Xu sighed. If anyone was able to activate gold or lower battle key, it would disprove my conjectures. This rotten old man had hoped his conjectures were wrong. In that case, Mr. Kang Xu, do you have any ideas to overcome the magic beasts and the environment to reach our destination smoothly? Zhen Jin asked in return. Kang Xu smiled bitterly. My lord, you overestimate me. I am only an old man with one foot in the grave. I served the Shaitas for most of my life, and I resigned because I wanted to spend the last years of my life completing my academic work by seeing the Beastmen and exploring the unique ecology of the Beastman continent. I have titled this work on evolution. Although I believe that nature has maintained the cycles and balance, the different life forms that live within are not static. Whether humans or dragons, animals or magic beasts, all are slowly evolving. Evolution, changes in the natural environment, and changes in the way organisms survive are all very closely related. Zhen Ren nodded. This is bound to be a classic. Kong Xu bowed and said sincerely, "It was my misfortune to have been shipwrecked, but to have encountered so many strange monsters has made me ecstatic because this perspective will provide strong evidence for my work. It was so that I could come into contact with these monsters that I volunteered to join the exploration team. It is my honor to have met your lordship here. During our time here, I will serve you with all of my dedication and knowledge. I am ashamed to fail to meet any of your expectations, my lord, but I can only ask you to forgive my incompetence. After all, I am only a scholar. I understand." Zhen Ren nodded. He had noticed that while Huang Zio and Lan Zio had sold themselves into servitude, Kang Xu had no thoughts about surrendering to him. What Kang Xu meant was this: during the time they were on this island and needed to escape from all sorts of danger, he would fully assist Zhen Ren, and once they reached the Beastman continent, he would part with Zhen Ren and move with his freedom to complete his book. If I become the city lord of White Sands, I will be sure to help you gather information on the Beastmen. I am truly grateful. Kang Xu bowed once again. Zidi suddenly proposed a bold idea. If Mr. Kang Xu's conjecture is true, then both this island and the magic beasts were altered. Then, this island is bound to have an administrative hub. Say, what do you think will happen if we find this hub? Lan Xiao immediately replied, "Isn't that too dangerous? An existence that can remodel an entire island and create so many magic beasts is something that we cannot fight against. This is simply asking for death." Zidi smiled and shook her head. "Not really. Think carefully. According to our previous analysis, there are two most likely possibilities. Possibility 1. The island master is not on the island. It would be opportune for us to raid the administrative hub. Possibility 2. The island master has been here all along, but he either hasn't made a move against us, is spying on us, is toying with us, or he doesn't care about us at all. But if we were to escape from the island, he would definitely take action to dispose of us to maintain his secrets. Therefore, rather than letting that happen, it would be better to storm the hub. Once the hub is destroyed, we would be able to stop the teleportations and also restore the island to normal. We would then be able to use magic and battle ki while those beasts collapse. This would be extremely beneficial for our escape." Lan Xiao was dumbstruck and realized it made sense once he thought about it. Zidi looked at Zhen Ren, her eyes glittering. "Lord Zhen Ren, if we can obtain this kind of magic technology, we could mass produce silver and even gold magic beasts. Even if these beasts can only last for a short while, they can still self-detonate. Don't you think this would be a huge advantage for us in White Sand City?" In that split second, Zhen Ren's heart skipped a beat. Gold subordinates, how extravagant. and the words mass produce also sounded wonderful to his ears. What was even more wonderful was that the created beasts would be fearless and fight to their death. This would give their enemies an extreme headache and even induce dread. Zhen Ren looked into Zidai's purple eyes, and they seemed like they were radiating the glow of gold coins. His understanding of her instantly grew deeper. The young knight could not help but think that the girl deserved to be the president of a merchant guild. In the pursuit of great potential benefits, she could even push the safety of her own life to the back of her mind. But Zhen Ren did not state his position yet. Instead, he looked at Kang Xu. "Mr. Kang Xu, what do you think?" He was displaying how much he valued the old scholar. His previous comments had improved Zhen Ren's evaluation of Kang Xu. Within him, Zhen Ren sensed the great power of knowledge. Kang Xu's broad-mindedness, rich knowledge, plentiful experiences, and profound cognition had helped unveil a layer of the fog surrounding this mysterious island to Zhen Ren and Zidai. "My lord," Kang Xu said slowly, "I do not approve of Lady Zidai's proposal. Firstly, we do not know the exact location of the hub. Looking for it is bound to take us on an adventure all over the island. We would need to confront all sorts of strange and terrible beasts, as well as the harshness of the environment. Secondly, say we found the hub. Common sense would indicate that the island master has set up strong and tight defenses around it. Could we get past the defenses just by ourselves? If we recklessly attacked the hub, would it alert the island master who might be away? Thirdly, concerning the island master's existence, terrain changes, and these beasts. These are all my speculations, and there is no evidence for them. Perhaps my guesses are all wrong. Perhaps this odd island is a part of the creations in heaven and earth, and we can never fathom the power and will of nature. Lastly, although the teleportation mechanism exists, there is still an interval between each activation. In theory, as long as we maintain a correct course and advance fast enough, we could return to the beach. Even if we get teleported midway, there is a high probability that the teleportation is random. Therefore, as long as we repeat these steps, there's a good chance we will reach our destination. Zhen Ren pondered for a moment, and then nodded. Your analysis is good. The administrative hub is too nebulous while the risks are too great, and our strength is lacking. Our first objective, therefore, is to join with the larger group and construct a ship to escape this island. As you command, Master, Lan Ziao said promptly. Kang Xu seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Zidi opened her mouth to speak, but then hesitated. In the end, she said nothing. Tell the others to rest for 15 minutes. Afterward, we will set out, Zhen Ren ordered. My lord, Kang Xu said again, I have a small suggestion. Please speak, Mr. Kang Xu. Allow me to report a joyous discovery. Kang Xu pointed to a part of the montane forest region on the map. Right here, at the edge of where we have explored ahead so far, there is a large flock of goats with at least 1,000 heads. I strongly recommend hunting this flock. That way, we will have plenty of food supply. Zhen Ren furrowed his brows slightly. A large flock of goats, numbering at least 1,000? The youngster looked at Kang Xu and then at Lan Ziao. He responded immediately. Master, there really is a large flock of goats. We have already tried and succeeded in hunting 2 of them. They are timid and gentle, and all they can do is flee. They are not at all dangerous. Many believe this is a gift from the gods. But our current food reserves are very abundant, said ZD. For now, they are, Kang Xu nodded. However, we still need to guard against surprises. For example, say the teleportation mechanism activates and sends us to the desert. Kang Xu turned his gaze to Zhen Ren, as he knew the latter was the one who could really make the decision. According to our investigation, the leader of this flock only emits a bronze aura. Lord Zhen Ren, there is no need to worry too much. These goats are on the lower end of the food chain. There must be many beasts, even gold beasts that feed on them. Perhaps the white bone-winged deer is among them. Therefore, the greatest risk in hunting the flock comes not from the goats themselves, but other predators. This matter is easy to guard against. After all, we are not in direct confrontation with these predators. Zhen Ren contemplated quietly. Kang Xu added, Lord, the primary reason why our exploration team set off was to gather sufficient food for the workmen constructing the ship. Although we have been lost for many days, if we bring back enough food, it will definitely uplift their morale and be of great help to them. At the same time, it will also be of great help to you, my lord. Zhen Ren nodded. That's a good suggestion. In that case, we need to modify our schedule a bit. First, we hunt the goats, then we set off. Based on his previous experiences, he knew that there were not many opportunities to hunt easily on this danger-ridden island. It was possible they would not encounter such a good opportunity again in the future if they gave up on this here. As per his future plans, he did not intend to go as deep into the island's hinterlands as he was now. Therefore, he was willing to follow their good advice. Chapter 28. My strength is quite great. The goats bleated as they swarmed about in disarray. The flock consisted of several hundred heads. Their fleece was greenish-gray, and their white horns were like 2 sharp curved swords. These goats had been leisurely grazing on the grass when 2 members of the exploration team appeared and drove them away. The 2 were armed with scimitars, but were not using them. Mere shouting was enough to easily drive away these frightened goats. Zhen Ren, Zidai, and Kang Xu stood on a nearby hilltop, watching the scene from above. The flock tried to change directions, but there were already men lying in wait. At the crucial time, they would appear to obstruct the goats' path forward. These goats were redirected again and again and eventually herded into a depression in the ground. The exploration team began to encircle them as many members appeared from all sides. Discovering that there was no way out, the goats spin in circles around the basin. The exploration team members raised their swords and swung them down repeatedly, harvesting the lives of the goats. Just as Lan Zhao had said, these goats were very timid. Faced with the butcher's knife, they did not resist. They cried out in fright as they crowded into the center in an attempt to escape death. But there were always a bunch of unlucky goats that fell into the outskirts and were easily slaughtered by the men one at a time. Kang Xu looked at this scene and said impassively, in the central region of the empire, there were many nobles who began to raise sheep in large enclosures. I had the opportunity to visit a few of those renowned sheep farms in the empire, Their scale was truly shocking. In my opinion, sheep as a species do not have the ability to survive on their own. Their survival is solely dependent on the tending and rescuing of others. Sheep do not have the slightest capability to defend themselves. The rams are more timid than the ewes. Even the tiniest peculiar sound is enough to make them cower. Therefore, they live in flocks simply to relieve their fears. Not only are they cowardly, but also stupid. They do not know what danger is, nor do they feel it approaching. It seems that no matter what happens, they would stubbornly stay still. Even in the wind and rain, to get them to move, they must have a bellwether guiding them. In turn, the bellwether would also stay still unless it's driven by a shepherd or sheepdog. Sheep are very frail. They cannot walk for long periods of time, and they easily collapse from exhaustion. When they run, their heart beats too quickly that they would have trouble breathing properly. Extreme heat or cold can kill entire flocks. They are also easily susceptible to disease. Sometimes simply being obese is fatal. Compared to sheep, goats are far more lively, healthy, and a bit more courageous. But overall, they are mostly the same. The habits and traits of these two species are not very different. Goats cling to humans and like to be petted. Humans can easily get along with goats. They are very easy to raise, and all kinds of fodder can be turned into goat food. However, sheep are more popular. This is because sheep have a lot of wool that can be spun into textiles. Especially in recent years, there seems to have been a great innovation in textile technology and machinery in the empire. The House of Chateau was also interested in the sheep business, so I was sent to the central region on an investigative trip. Unfortunately, the great nobles of the empire had intended to monopolize the textile machinery. Moreover, in the desert, soil is sparse, the environment is harsh, and the range of temperatures between night and day is great. All these factors make it impossible to create large-scale sheep farms. As he spoke, the goats continued to be slaughtered. Among the members, Huang Zio was the most conspicuous. Each stab of his halberd would pierce through 3 or 4 goats. Although he could not use battle ki, his physical capabilities that far exceeded that of an ordinary person were on full display. The first task Zhen Ren had given to him was to round up the goats. With his goal of wanting to redeem himself through his deeds, and knowing that his every move was being observed, he was showing his best performance. But then his unmatched halberd was blocked for the first time. It turned out that the head goat had gotten cornered to the point it started to fight back. The physique of the head goat was twice that of the other goats, almost the size of a pony. It brimmed with a bronze aura. The head goat spread out its hooves, positioned itself to face Huang Zio, lowered its head while flashing its sword, like white horns, and began to charge. Clip, clop, clip, clop. The goat's hooves clicked as it sprinted on the mountain. The sluggish head goat suddenly exploded with astonishing speed. Huang Zio clenched his teeth, readied his halberd in front of his chest, and stood his ground. Lan Zhao, who was attending to Zhen Ren, saw his younger brother's intention and shouted in anger, "You idiot! Get out the way!" "You can't use battle ki." Huang Zio's ears twitched. He heard his older brother's warning, but he continued to clench his teeth and stay there, If I flee from battle again, what kind of impression will I make on the master? Big brother, you are the one who's the idiot. This time I will wash away my shame, he thought. Filled with resolve, he opened his eyes wide and thrusted his halberd. The tip clashed with the goat's white horns. Then, Huang Zhao's complexion changed. The tip shattered and the halberd was deflected to the side. The head goat arrived right next to Huang Zhao, and at the critical moment of their collision, he barely held his halberd horizontally before his stomach. Thump. With a dull sound, Huang Zhao was thrown away. He arched through the air and fell onto the rocky ground covered with grass. His vision went black and he nearly lost consciousness. This guy, seeing his brother ignore his advice and nearly get disemboweled by the goat's horns, made Lan Zhao clench his fists. He said with an intense will to fight, "Master, please allow me to sort out this goat for you." Zhen Ren, however, watched the scene with an impassive gaze. "Go down and tell Huang Zhao to restrain it. I want to capture this goat alive." Lan Zhao's complexion immediately changed. He wanted to say something, but Kang Exu held out his hand to stop him. King Exu smiled. To earn Lord Zhen Ren's trust, Huang Zhao used this chance to redeem himself from his past shameful deeds. He knew full well that his strength was no match for the head goat, yet still he chose to risk his life. Now that he has been stuck down, he should know that he needs to change his attitude. Lan Zhao quivered and knelt on the ground on one knee. Master is benevolent and magnanimous. Master knew from early on of Huang Zhao's unbalanced attitude and repeatedly gave him opportunities to adjust himself and contribute merits. This one was muddled. Please punish this one for his mistake. Zhen Ren smiled and looked at Lan Zhao. There is no fault in loving your brother. Watch from the sides. After all, Huang Zhao is still weak. If he fails to capture it alive, you will do it in his stead. Lan Zhao was moved to tears. He knelt on both knees and hit his forehead against the ground, making a dull thud. Then he rushed down the hill. In the basin, Huang Zhao had already picked up a new halberd and was preparing to attack again. On seeing Lan Zhao coming over, he immediately became anxious. Big brother, why are you here? Does the master want you to replace me? He asked. Lan Zhao coldly harumphed and said, The master told you to restrain and capture the head goat alive. He has given you a chance to continue, and only when you are defeated will I take over. Huang Zhao exulted. Good! On hearing this, Lan Zhao was so angry that he nearly slapped Huang Zhao on the head. But he could not do anything but stand by the side. All the ordinary goats were soon slaughtered, and the field was left to the showdown between the head goat and Huang Zhao. Under the goat's constant charges, Huang Zhao was in a sorry state. Huang Zhao had had some amount of confidence in killing the head goat with his halberd. However, the order to capture it alive left him at a loss. Although both were bronze life forms, Huang Zhao could not use battle ki and was cautious and fearful when using his halberd. As a result, the head goat gained the upper hand. But Huang Zhao was set on displaying his resolve and showed no signs of backing down. After a short period of deadlock, They both were soaked in blood. The head goat was covered in slashes and cuts caused by the halberd. Huang Zio, meanwhile, had burns and bandages, and most of his blood was oozing out due to the strenuous physical activity. Lan Zhao was inwardly anxious. He had wanted to step in multiple times, but seeing that his younger brother was still able to resist, he could only suppress his urges. The head goat began to charge once again. Huang Zio's strength had fallen into a critical state, and although he barely dodged it this time, he was powerless to retaliate. The head goat, however, did not turn around to continue fighting Huang Zio this time. Instead, it rushed out of the encirclement. The encirclement was made up of exploration team members that only possessed ordinary battle strength. They cried out in alarm and got out of its way. They did not dare to use their flesh and blood to stop the wild head goat from escaping. Lan Zio was just about to step in when he heard Zhen Ren speak. "Enough. All of you withdraw. I will do it myself." "Master, I can still fight," Huang Zio cried out unwillingly. "You idiot, hurry up and withdraw." "Don't spoil the master's mood," Lan Zio reprimanded angrily. Everyone focused their eyes on Zhen Ren. Ever since Zhen Ren became the exploration team's leader, almost everyone was secretly speculating about his strength. Did he have silver or gold cultivation? Could he use battle ki? As the goat charged over, Zhen Ren remained calm and collected. When the horns were about to stab him, he reached out and grabbed both horns at the last second with great dexterity. Then, he forced the goat down. The goat's charge came to an abrupt stop as its head was pinned to the ground by Zhen Ren. It kicked about frantically with its powerful legs, throwing grass and dirt up into the air. But from start to finish, Zhen Ren's hands were as steady as a mountain. His entire body seemed like it was cast iron, as it did not shake even in the slightest. It gave the impression that the goat was as weak as a baby in front of Zhen Ren. Startled gasps came from everyone's mouths, which soon turned into shouting and cheering. Huang Zio stared wide-eyed. Zhen Ren had not used battle ki. With his physical strength alone, he was able to overpower the head goat. Such strength won over Huang Zio. Kang Exu was also quietly moved by this scene. He was fully aware that the physiques of humans and animals were not the same. If humans did not use their battle ki and only relied on their inherent qualities, it was actually really hard for them to compare to other beings of the same level. Humans were not born to run as fast as a horse, climb like a monkey, fly like a bird, or breathe and dive underwater like a fish. Compared to the numerous beasts, a human's greatest advantage was his intelligence. A human's strength, speed, endurance, and so on were not sufficient enough to compete against wild beasts. Therefore, if a human had silver battle ki and did not use it, and instead leaned on his own strength, it was most likely that he would lose to a bronze magic beast. Such physical quality. Kang Exu could not help but speculate, does it mean Lord Zhen Ren really possesses gold cultivation? Chapter 29. A Poisonous Issue. Kang Exu was clear about the division of power between practitioners. A silver battle ki cultivator, if not using battle ki, would be able to lift objects weighing up to 350 kilograms, hit with 800 kilogram, forces and face 20 to 30 ordinary adult men in battle with no problems at all. Their tolerance of the environment and pain would exceed that of a normal person. They would still find a powerful bow or crossbow dangerous. In other words, silver battle key cultivators were still within the category of human and were restrained by the human body's structure. They represented the limit of the human body's physical development. However, when one becomes a gold battle key cultivator, the quality of their battle key is greatly improved, and this battle key would nourish and transform the flesh to completely surpass mortal limits. Without using battle key, a gold powerhouse could run at a speed of 120 kilometers per hour and lift an object weighing about 10 metric tons. When facing a magnificent army of thousands of men wielding swords and riding horses, they would be able to cut down their general, seize their standard, and traverse the length and breadth of the field unhindered. An ordinary bow or crossbow was no threat to them at all. But enchanted ones would still pose a hazard to them. While the fight between the head goat and Huang Ziyo was taking place, Kang Yizhu saw several times the goat crashing into trees, knocking the towering things down. This proved that, although the head goat was only a bronze, when it gave its all, the impact force of its charge was very powerful, far more than an ordinary heavy cavalryman's charge. Human silver battle key cultivators relying purely on their body's strength would not be able to resist such a charge. Yet Zhen Ren effortlessly intercepted the head goat, which had had a long run-up distance for its charge. The power displayed had surpassed the realm of silver. Therefore, Kang Xu suspected that Zhen Ren possessed gold battle key. As far as I know, the bloodline of the House of Baizhen does not excel in strength, but is outstanding for its precision. If a knight had a support spell such as the strength of the bear acting on them, they could also do the same. However, with the magic restriction here, low-level support spells would fail to function. Maybe he took a strength potion? Ultimately, Kang Xu thought of the possibility of gold cultivation again. If Zhen Ren really is a gold powerhouse, with such strength, with such talent, the House of Baizhen will definitely rise again. As Kang Xu watched attentively, Zhen Ren suddenly shook his arms and, holding the head goat by its horns, he fiercely lifted it high into the air. Then, he ruthlessly flung it away. It fell to the ground and struggled a few times before getting back up on its legs. It looked dazed, as if the fall made it stupid. But its eyes turned red shortly after and ruthlessly charged toward Zhen Ren again. Zhen Ren pinned it down, let it struggle for a while, and threw it afar all the same again. After several instances of this, the head goat's unwillingness, anger, hatred, and so on dissipated and were replaced by dread and trepidation directed toward Zhen Ren. Eventually, the head goat stopped charging. After falling on the ground, it got up and stood still there. Zhen Ren took the initiative and walked toward it. As he approached, the head goat bleated and bowed its head. It averted its eyes from him and its bleeding body trembled. Zhen Ren petted its head and then its horns. The head goat shook even more greatly with fright and lay down on the ground. Under many worshipping eyes, Zhen Ren nodded with satisfaction and ordered, "Take it away and treat it a bit. Feed it, but don't satiate it." "My lord, are you trying to tame this goat as a mount?" Seeing that the fight ended, Kang Xu approached. Zhen Ren nodded, smiling as he asked, "Do you think it's possible?" "Of course it is," Kang Xu smiled and affirmed. As far as I know, goats are the most common mount in the dwarven continent. Goats are extremely skillful at trekking through towering mountains and precipitous ridges. As young as 1 year old, a wild goat can climb up a snow-covered cliff, crossing many obstacles that we humans cannot surmount along the way. However, I do not know the exact method of domestication. Zhen Ren nodded and asked again, "Are there tamers among the survivors of the Hog's Kiss shipwreck?" Kong Exu shook his head. "I do not think there are." "It's all right. If the Hog's Kiss didn't have one, I can just find one in White Sand City, can't I?" Zhen Ren patted the old scholar's shoulder. In this battle, he had gained what he wanted. Subjugating the head goat to tame it as a future mount was only a minor benefit. The main point was that he had shown how powerful he was in the eyes of the exploration team. His influence over them had received a great boost. He had learned his lesson from Huang Zio's betrayal. Once was more than enough. Zhen Ren had inscribed the motto of the House of Baoyi Zen in his heart. He kept Huang Zio under his watch. On the one hand, it was to squeeze out his value, while on the other hand, he used him to constantly remind himself of how to become a qualified leader. He looked around and let out a heartfelt sigh. This land is a treasure trove. This was the first time he had found such a paradise on this island. When the exploration team got to work, they were pleasantly surprised to find that the size of the goat flock exceeded previous investigations. For unknown reasons, the goat flock had multiplied unchecked here, so as to have simply flooded it. There were several flocks numbering over 1,000 goats, and even more flocks that numbered in the hundreds. The flock they rounded up was one of the latter. The exploration team members began to process the carcasses. The first step was to bleed, then skin, and then disembowel. Afterward, one part of them began cutting the chivan, while another part of the team washed the goat skins and stomachs. After the chivan was cut up, it was set up on a campfire and smoked. This would remove the moisture in the chivan, allowing it to be preserved for longer. After the goat skins were washed, they were also smoked and dried. Goat skin could be made into leather clothes, and goat stomachs could be made into water skin. The exploration team was busy for 3 days. Under Zhen Ren's command, they hunted 3 more flocks, and with him taking action, the bronze head goats yielded. The adult goats were killed, but some of the kids were left alive under Zhen Ren's special instructions. These goats were easy to feed, thus they kept tens of kids as well as 4 bronze head goats. Altogether, they were not much of a burden. This was the benefit of having more manpower. If it were only Zhen Ren and Zidai, they would not have the spare energy to do all this. On the 4th day, the exploration team officially returned to their journey. Their appearance had changed dramatically. Almost everyone wore leather clothes. These were crudely made, with simple holes cut out for the head. Under the armpits on either side were threads woven from rattan that tied the front and back of the goat skin together. The green-black wool was on the inside, while the yellow goat skin was on the outside. On the backs of each man was a huge goatskin bundle that mainly contained smoked chivan. In addition, there were also water skins. Many water skins made from goat stomachs were attached to everyone's waists. Food and water reserves were stocked aplenty, almost to the limit of what the team could bear. Huang Xiao was at the front, scouting ahead. Zhen Jin, Zidai, and Kang Yizu walked in the middle of the group. At the rear, Lan Xiao was in charge of herding the goats. The head goats now had simple rattan reins on them, and heaps of supplies hung on their sides. The supplies were mainly meat and potable water, and, among other things, folded tents and spare weapons. Throughout the morning, the team trekked up and down the montane forest. They only rested a few times, each respite no more than a quarter hour. At noon, they rested for half an hour. The team was divided into two groups. One stood guard, inspected their supplies, and did other surveys while the other sat down and ate lunch. Kang Xu inspected the front and rear meticulously and made sure that no one was missing and that food, water, and other supplies were accounted for. The goats, who were the most worrying, were also tranquil. Behind the cracked glasses were the old scholar's carefully watchful eyes. He found that the group that was eating was very relaxed. Some were teasing each other while others were kneading their calves as they ate. The group standing guard stood with their eyes fixed and backs straight. The exploration team's morale was high. Kang Xu had been with the exploration team ever since they had set out. He had never seen these people exuding such elan, and he understood what the key cause of this was. It was not the savor of smoked chivan nor the relative peace of their journey, but the young knight, Zhen Jin. He was the one that brought about the change. His great strength gave everyone a strong sense of security and greatly raised hope in their hearts. Huang Xiao and Lan Xiao became his servants, and they worked hard for him. Although Zhen Jin had not shown his battle key, he still had a deep background and was suspected of having gold cultivation. Along the way, Zidi had been with Zhen Jin, never going further than an inch. She was the president of the Wisteria Merchant Guild, and her skill in making potions in the last several days also came to Kang Xu's mind. Kang Xu's gaze finally rested on Zhen Jin. During his life, he had met many nobles. He was certain at this point that among young nobles, Zhen Jin was among the handful few at the top. He had talent, strength, and even more remarkably, he was a qualified leader. Under his influence, the exploration team had rallied together and their morale had soared. Kang Xu could foresee the currently down and defeated house of Bai Zhen would rise once more because of Zhen Jin. If it were possible to follow such a lord, to witness his successes and exploits step by step, to be a part of the Bai Zhen house's rise, then perhaps centuries later as a scholar, my name would accompany him and be recognized as a symbol of wisdom by future generations. What a wonderful thing that would be. Alas, a pity. If only I could have met such a nobleman when I was younger. The old scholar's face did not show the slightest hint of the regret that he had in his heart. He walked over to Zhen Jin's side and, in the same respectful tone he always used, reported the results of his inspections. Very good, Mr. Kang Xu. Thanks to your suggestion, we hunted enough meat and have an abundance of reserves. Now, come sit down. Let's have lunch together, invited Zhen Jin. Kang Xu replied, my suggestion was secondary. If my lord hadn't led the way, we would not have what we have now. Zhen Jin smiled. These days, interacting with Kang Xu made him more and more pleased with the scholar. He may look ordinary, but his mind was not. It was he who decided the direction the team went toward, and all he used was a wooden stick thrust into the ground in the sun. Kang Xu's attitude and demeanor always upheld Zhen Jin's noble status. This allowed Zhen Jin to feel comfortable. He was also very capable and reliable at handling affairs. Thus, the more Zhen Jin used him, the more pleased he was. If Kang Xu had strength, even if it were only iron, he would be the most optimal candidate for a noble steward. Unfortunately, he lacked aptitude for the practices, which was truly a pity. Even so, Zhen Jin wanted Kang Xu by his side as much as possible. He was a talent. One more learned than Zidai, and she was a magician. Of course, this was because Zidi was too young. Furthermore, when she was studying, most of her time and energy was spent learning pharmacology. Zhen Jin could guess the reason why Zidi did so. Good pharmaceutical products had great market prospects and could be lucrative. The farther they removed from the snowy mountains, the warmer it became. The midday sun was at its most intense, and the new leather clothes began to exhibit their efficacy at insulation. Perhaps because of having eaten their fill, everyone began to look a little listless. Without any warning, a fatal crisis quietly struck this tranquil atmosphere. It began with a shout from one of the young men of the exploration team. "Lord, my lord, not good. The kids are lying on the ground motionless, all dead." "What?" Zhen Jin paled. Those kids were very useful. On the one hand, the exploration team could eat them in case of an emergency. On the other hand, if they reached White Sand City smoothly and the kids were still alive, they could be reared and domesticated. In this way, Zhen Jin could raise some cavalry. Having had his plans destroyed, he immediately stood up and wanted to personally investigate. "Do you know the cause?" he inquired of the young man. He recognized the young man. His name was Bao Ya, born to a hunter's household. He had embarked on the Hogs Kisto White Sand City to join the army. Bao Ya looked flustered. He shook his head and replied, I don't know. Everything just happened suddenly, my lord." Zhen Jin grunted in understanding and was about to step forward when a sudden intense burst of vertigo assaulted him. He was caught off guard and violently shook, almost falling to the ground. He barely remained standing and found the exploration team members who had just been in high spirits all swaying side to side and collapsing to the ground. Almost instantly, most of the exploration team lost consciousness. Zidai, Huang Zio, and Lan Zio were holding themselves together with difficulty. Huang Zio suddenly pulled out his dagger from his bosom and shouted angrily at Bai Ya, "Everyone is poisoned, but how come you're all right?" "Did you poison us?" Chapter 30. My Elegance as a Leader. Faced with Huang Zio's anger, Bao Ya was full of fear and confusion. He shook his head as he took steps backward until he stumbled and fell to the ground on his butt. "It wasn't me, it really wasn't me," he shouted, desperately denying it. Huang Zio approached him but collapsed midway. His face was ashen, and his ghastly countenance resembled that of a sick man who had fallen into a pit of icy water and was fished out only at the brink of death. "Why are you the only one not poisoned?" Huang Zio croaked out, glaring at Bao Ya grudgingly. Lan Zio suddenly cried out, "Ah! Perhaps the island master has made his move, not only poisoning us, but also leaving one man alive so that he can spread the word. It's like a great pirate who, after having plundered a ship, intentionally releases some of them to spread his notoriety." Huang Zio, still holding on to the vestiges of his consciousness, heard this and was very puzzled. "Ooh! This island has a master," he thought. Zhen Jin and the rest had kept their conjectures a secret because there was no proof, and revealing it would be a blow to the exploration team's morale, which could result in anxiety or even emotional breakdowns. Both Huang Zio and Lan Zio had collapsed to the ground. Among them all, only Zhen Jin was still standing, though barely. Even so, Zhen Jin felt an ever-increasing chill in his body, as if he was sinking into a bed of ice. Lan Zio struggled to stand up and failed even after several attempts. His gaze suddenly paused on Bao Ya, and he said, "I remember that he didn't eat the Shivan, not a single bite. The meat was poisoned." Poison in the meat? ZD froze at the words. Before the Shivan was ready to be eaten, she had checked and confirmed that there was no poison. Is it the amount? Is it because we ate too much that we got poisoned? Frowning, Zhen Jin inquired. ZD shook her head and smiled bitterly. "I tested for such a simple scenario long ago. But it is possible that there was some kind of poison I was unable to detect." "Baya, did you really not eat a single bite of the Shivan?" Baya nodded, stammering out, Yes, my lady. I don't like eating Shivan. I have been eating dry rations these days. If Bao Ya was the culprit, now would be the best time for him to act." Currently, Zhen Jin barely had the strength to put up resistance. Alternatively, even if Bao Ya was plotting something, his decision to poison them at this time was too stupid. In the wild, having companions at one's side would increase one's chances of survival. Running away alone was too risky. Bao Ya's behavior brushed away suspicion of him, so Zhen Jin turned his gaze back to Zidai. She had fallen to the ground, but her eyes were still spirited and full of thoughts. "Lord Zhen Jin, could you come over and use my dagger to cut an incision on my arm?" she suddenly asked. Zhen Jin nodded. Struggling, he moved to Zidai's side and pulled out the dagger strapped to her calf by its hilt. The dagger's blade made a long, thin cut on Zidai's tense arm in one gentle slice. From the wound, Zidai's flesh could be seen. Disturbingly, it had turned a greenish gray. Blood should have been flowing out in rivulets, however, only a little poured out. This blood had a relatively low temperature, and a strange greenish gray also was mixed in with the red blood. Zhen Jin immediately associated this phenomenon with zombies. He felt a wave of cold air from the wound and murmured unconsciously, "Is it really a cold poison?" ZD frowned. It seemed like a cold poison, but it also seemed unlike one. She thought of something, but the idea was vague and she could not grasp what had flashed in her mind. "I'm running out of time," thought Zidai. She felt that her body was stiffening and growing increasingly colder. If this continued soon, her heart would freeze and stop beating. Zidai knew she needed to make a decision as soon as possible. "My lord, the red, white, mushroom-capped vial. Stiffly, ZD pointed toward the small bag at her waist. Zhen Ren opened the small bag, revealing the interior of neatly and densely packed small potion bottles. There were 3 that matched Zidai's description. After a quick identification, he discovered that all 3 were the same. He also knew that ZD had a good habit. For each type of medicine, she would use a different size bottle, stopper, label, etc., to differentiate them all. After he opened the white mushroom-like cap, he put the thumb-shaped vial to Zidai's lips. She opened her mouth and he poured the thick red liquid into her mouth. Just after a small mouthful, her eyes suddenly rolled back and she passed out. The reaction stunned all those who were still conscious. Zhen Ren's heart sank in an instant. Their only pharmacist had fallen unconscious. What were they meant to do now? Take off the goat skins. Go back. Suddenly, Kang Exu's weak and hoarse voice came. After exhausting all of his strength to say this, he lost consciousness once again. Both Huang Xiao and Lan Xiao had confidence in Kang Exu's words. Huang Xiao could not move, but Lan Xiao, to an extent, could. He immediately doffed his woolen clothes. Several breaths after taking them off, Lan Xiao felt a noticeable difference. It has an effect. I can feel my entire body warming up again, he cried. It was strange. The greatest purpose of woolen clothes is to keep the wearer warm. Previously, when they were near the snowy mountains, these newly made woolen clothes made the people feel happy. But now, after removing these clothes that were meant to keep them warm, their cold, stiff bodies regained vitality. What was going on? Zhen Ren did not have the leisure to ponder on the mystery. Although he did not understand it, he still ordered Baoya to remove the woolen clothes off the fallen exploration team members and did the same himself. After taking off the clothes, most of the team members who had fallen to the ground, but had not fallen unconscious, regained the strength to stand up. However, Zidai, Kang Exu, Huang Xiao, and a few others were still unconscious with their eyes shut tight. Carry them and let's go back immediately, said Zhen Ren, his voice steady and his gaze unwavering. Everyone who was awake knew the urgency of the matter. They used all of their strength to drag the unconscious members with them as they returned the way they came. Some, including Kang Exu, Zidai, and Huang Xiao, were carried on the backs of the head goats. Most of the goats Zhen Ren had ordered captured were dead. Only the 4 strongest, the bronze head goats, were left. The further they retreated, the better everyone felt and the more of their strength returned. Despite the temperature dropping increasingly lower, they were no longer cold and stiff. On the contrary, they became warmer. Finally, when everyone returned to where they had hunted the sheep, many had completely recovered. Zidi and Kang Exu also regained consciousness. Zidi untied the bandages on her arm and examined the recently made cut. She discovered that the greenish-gray flesh had returned to its normal color. Her blood also flowed out normally. They were no longer a horror that resembled a zombie. It was as if everything that had happened before was just a nightmare. But 2 dead bodies grimly reminded everyone that it had all indeed happened. The exploration team had lost 2 members. These 2 lost consciousness and did not awaken even as they were heading back. By the time they reached here, they had breathed their last. I understand now. I understand why there are so many goats here. It's because they're all poisonous, and whoever eats them will pay with their lives, exclaimed Huang Ziyo, with a face full of horror. It's a curse, a devil's curse. We can only stay here. As soon as we go a little far from here, we will be poisoned again. It'll only result in our deaths. Everyone discussed this with fright. They looked at the goats in the distance, grazing leisurely with fear. Zhen Ren then stepped forward, looked around and shouted, "Oh, wow!" Calm down. His prestige among them had been established, so upon his order they meekly shut up, ending their chatter. But Zhen Ren was aware that pressure alone would not be enough. He also had to alleviate the panic in their hearts. Thus he continued, "With me here, what must you fear? Things are far from getting out of hand, and do not forget, we still have Miss Zi Dai. Not only is she a mage, but she is also an extraordinarily skilled pharmacist. The fact of Zidi losing consciousness upon drinking her potion was seemingly forgotten by Zhen Ren. However, a number of them had seen it and had spread this fact during the return journey. Zhen Ren understood the hesitation in their hearts. He confidently smiled and said, "Back then, none of us knew the cause of the poisoning, and it is normal to make mistakes during diagnosis and treatment. When using medicine, it is always important to administer the correct medicine for the illness. Now that we know the root cause, it is a different kettle of fish. How can these mere goats tie our hands and feet? Gentlemen, I must still lead you out of this island. It is far too early to give up now." Their confused, frightened faces started to change. Zhen Ren had blonde hair, fair skin, a high nose bridge, and eyes that shone like the stars. His appearance alone was outstandingly handsome. He was also the heir to the house of Baoyi Zhen, a knight of humanity's strongest force, the Order of the Temple, and one of the contenders for the position of the city Lord of White Sands. Though he was wearing tattered mail, carrying a spear on his back, and had a long, crude knife at his waist, these embarrassing traits only highlighted the youngster's resilient and indomitable mettle. He was like the rising sun at daybreak. The light was not blinding and instead brought hope. He was like a flag that fluttered atop a white castle under a serene blue sky. As long as one caught sight of it, they would be unavoidably attracted to it and would want to be commanded by it. "My lord, as long as we have you, there is nothing to fear. You are a knight, a Templar knight. In our moment of crisis this time, you are the one that saved us," hailed Bei Ya, full of emotion, breaking the silence. "Master, we brothers have pledged with our lives to follow you, no matter when or where, no matter if the sky falls on us or the earth opens up under us," professed Lan Ziyo. The exploration team members began to shout animatedly. "Lord Zhen Ren is right. By following Lord Zhen Ren, we will definitely escape from here." "That's right. I will entrust my life to you, my lord." Chapter 31. The Truth Behind the Poisoning. Zhen Ren looked around. Seeing that everyone's agitated mood had settled down, and that the light of hope was glimmering in their eyes, he felt relieved. He ordered Huang Ziyo to direct everyone to set up camp again and create a defensive perimeter by laying traps. Inside the tent, Zhen Ren, Kang Exu, Zidai, and Lan Zio gathered together once more. Kang Exu started first, ashamedly admitting his mistake. This is all my fault. I did not expect the goat meat would be poisonous. The immediate benefits blinded my eyes to reason. When I found how large the flocks were, I should have realized how strange it was and been alert to any potential dangers. Zhen Jin shook his head. This island is strange and terrible, and we all wanted to procure more food. The blame is not yours alone, Mr. Kang Exu. As the leader, I am even more to blame. However, it is meaningless now to dwell on our mistakes. Let us think carefully. How should we solve this dilemma? Sighing in admiration, Kang Exu replied, "This cold poison is very unusual. On the surface, it seems the cold poison will flare up as long as we travel a certain distance away from this place. But I believe the temperature is the true cause. Here, near the snowy mountains, the temperature is low, and the cold poison does not flare up. As we get farther from the snowy mountains, temperature increases, and after reaching a certain degree, the cold poison in us would be triggered. The evidence supporting this theory is the woolen garments. When we took them off, our body temperatures rapidly fell, thus alleviating the symptoms of the cold poison. That is all I know about the cold poison." After he finished, he turned to Zidai. Zhen Jin and Lan Zio also did the same. Ever since Zidi regained her mobility, she had been experimenting with concoctions using goat meat and her own blood. Presently, she held a glass test tube containing a blood-like liquid in her hand. She then carefully dropped small pellets into the tube. When the liquid came into contact with the pellets, it began to bubble and boil. Then, with a bang, the test tube exploded. The red liquid that was in it spilled onto the tent's flooring. But Zidi was not concerned. She bent down, her eyes focused, as she carefully picked out the small pellets from the carpet. After a dozen breaths, she had collected many of the pellets into the palm of her hand. She examined these pellets. Immediately, she discovered all kinds of cracks had appeared on the pellets. These cracks were not normal. Rather, they were tinged with a gray hue. Seeing this, her eyes shone. "Everyone, I believe I have found the true cause." "Oh. What kind of cold poison is it?" asked Zhen Jin. Zidi shook her head slightly. "In reality, there is no cold poison in the goat meat. Before we ate the meat, for safety, I used various methods to test the mutton's edibility. My results were not wrong. The goat meat is not poisonous." The other three were baffled and wondered if something else was where the poison came from. But Zidi shook her again. "The goat meat is indeed the cause of the problem." While the doubt on Zhen Jin's and Lan Zio's faces grew stronger, realization dawned on Kang Exu's face as he blurted out, "Is it an imbalance of magic power?" "Correct. That is the cause. Here, near those snowy mountains, the concentration of ice elements is high. As the goat flocks survived and multiplied here, the ice elements seeped into their bodies. If these goats were born of nature, then their bodies could coordinate and accumulate the stable magic power and form a magic crystal. However, According to our previous conjecture, these goats are all artificial creatures and cannot coordinate their magic power. The ice elements in their bodies cannot be assimilated in a natural way, and although the elements can be transformed into magic, the magic power is very chaotic and mutually conflicting. Other than the inability to form a magic crystal, it also possesses another characteristic. When the temperature is low, it is relatively stable and lurks in the body. When the temperature increases to a certain degree, it would suddenly burst out and cause symptoms similar to cold poison. Back then, I thought it was a cold poison, so I took a detoxifier potion made of fire element ingredients. As a result, the fire attribute magic power in the potion instead stimulated the ice attribute magic power further. The clash of these two elements was what caused me to lose consciousness. ZD paused and then continued. Because of this, after we took off the goat wool clothes, our body temperatures rapidly fell. This allowed the ice attribute magic power to once again stabilize, thus quickly improving our condition. On hearing this analysis, the others were enlightened. This kind of situation was actually quite common during the cultivation of practitioners. For instance, while meditating, a mage made a mistake and the transformation of ice elements into magic power fails. It would erode their bodies as if they were afflicted with cold poison, and they could even completely freeze over. Battle key cultivators such as martial artists, knights, and swordsmen would eat the flesh of magic beasts or drink magic potions. But if they failed to digest the tremendous magic power in it, they would also suffer from backlash. This phenomenon was not only present among human cultivators, but was even more common all throughout nature. If mermen who lived their lives in the ocean went into the desert during the day, their skin would dry up, their spirits would become listless, and other problems would also occur. This was because during the day, the desert would be filled with fire, light, and other elements. Being immersed in such an environment, the merman would inevitably absorb the fire and light elements. Although these elements were not actively absorbed, magic power would still form on their skin. This magic power would conflict with the water element magic power formed within the merman, causing dry, cracked skin and mental exhaustion. In the north, a lush parasol tree was suddenly faced with a blizzard. After the blizzard, all of the parasol tree's leaves would fall off, leaving only bare branches and frostbite in many places. This was magic power corrosion caused by the sudden increase of ice elements. Nature counters this by having many methods to resist magic power corrosion. For example, a pine tree in the snow could keep its wood-type magic power stable in an environment of abundant ice elements. Another example were the rhinos of the savanna. To resist the scorching sun, they often roll in the mud to construct an armor of mud. At the same time, the armor also shields it against mosquito bites. The creation of a layer of earth-type magic power would replace the skin in the war of attrition to defend against the corrosive magic power of the outside world. Wait a minute. Following Lady ZD's explanation, isn't this goat meat a great thing? This meat looks ordinary, but actually contains magic power, and so it can be regarded as magic beast meat. Magic beast meat is an expensive cultivation resource, said Lan Xiao, his voice reaching a whisper toward the end. As a grassroots bronze, he was very conscious of cultivation resources. Indeed, the process of battle key cultivation had a great demand for magic beast meat. For instance, those who cultivated fire battle key usually had to eat fire attribute magic beast meat. On the one hand, Magic beast meat was full of nutrients, and eating it in the long term would enhance the cultivator's vitality. On the other hand, the magic beast meat contained fire attribute magic power. After a battle key cultivator ate it, the magic power in the food would seep into the cultivator's body. If ignored, this foreign magic power could cause great harm. However, if the cultivator used a fire-type battle key art, they could rapidly absorb and transform this magic power, not only removing the hidden danger, but, more importantly, increasing their own battle queue. King Exu nodded slightly. What you have said is indeed a possibility. The difference between magic beast meat and ordinary meat lies in whether it contains magic power. Compared to normal magic beast meat, the magic power accumulated in the goat meat is quite unusual. When the temperature is very low, the magic power is stable and reined in, lurking deep within their bodies. And when the temperature rises to a certain degree, the magic power would reveal its chaotic nature, breaking out and posing a fatal threat to those who ate it. If one had an outstanding ice-type battle key art that is capable of withstanding and transforming this ice-type magic power, then this goat meat would be a valuable magic beast meat for those who cultivate it. However, there shouldn't be many of these people, said Zhen Ren with a ruminating face. A battle key art was a method of coordinating, balancing, and circulating magic power in the body as battle key. There were many battle key arts of varying quality. An outstanding battle key art not only needed a creator of great talent, but also for the successive generations to perfect it. The battle key arts that stood at the apex and were recognized as such were extremely few in number, so few one could count them on their fingers. For example, Emperor Shang Ming's Sacred Brightness Battle Key, Duke Benghu's Polar Blizzard Battle Key, and Saber Sage Wanri's Blazing Flame Battle Q. The better battle key art was, the more efficiently it could absorb and transform the magic power in magic beast meat. Under normal circumstances, the magic power in magic beast meat was relatively stable. After being processed, the magic power would not disperse quickly, and it could be easily perceived, absorbed, and transformed. But this goat meat was clearly not normal. The goats were not born of nature. The abundance of magic power accumulated within their bodies far exceeded their life level. The structure of the goat flocks were also strange, with the vast majority being ordinary beasts and only a few being bronze beasts. Looking further, once the magic power in the goat meat burst out, it was capable of immobilizing bronzes like Lan Zio and Huan Zio. But when it was quiet and lurking, whether it was Zhen Ren, Zidai, Lian Zio, or anyone else, none of them could sense it. These two characteristics of the magic structure had raised the requirements of the ice-type battle key arts by a large margin. Chapter 32. A familiar feeling. If this goat meat could be developed as a resource, it would have a high commercial value, said Kang Yexu. He raised his index finger. Firstly, the magic power contained in an ordinary goat is far more than the amount in a normal bronze magic beast. The cost of raising these ordinary goats compared to the cost of raising the same number of bronze magic beasts is enormous, completely different concepts. Then he raised his middle finger. Secondly, although the composition of the goat meat's magic power is dangerous and strange, when cold, the magic power is subdued and stable. It means the goat meat has a natural advantage for storage. Under normal circumstances, once a magic beast is killed, the beast's accumulated magic power will dissipate as time passes. Usually, a magician or an alchemist is needed to process the magic beast's body on site to seal in the magic power to stabilize it for as long as possible. Consider the largest magic beast hunting group in the Shangming continent, the giant mouth hunting group. After they kill a magic beast, they would have the specialized staff at the scene dismember it, seal it, transport it to the camp, and then use magic formations to enhance the seals. Even with powerful seals, the magic power would still dissipate, and their value would also fall as time passes. As such, in the case of extremely precious magic materials, the giant mouth hunting group would not hesitate to use a teleportation formation to transport it. The cost of processing and transportation is enormous. And the more powerful the magic beast was, the costlier it would be. As such, as long as the conditions were right, the giant mouth hunting group would try to capture magic beasts alive. They would transport the magic beasts alive back to the cities and kill them there to sell the magic materials fresh. But this method has its own problems. Magic beasts are expensive to feed, and it takes powerful practitioners to monitor and suppress them, requiring much manpower, which also has high costs to maintain. Finishing, Kang Yexu returned to the main topic, the goat meat. However, our goat meat is different. As long as we construct a low-temperature container, the ice-type magic power in the goat meat would be stable, with few leaks. This is a huge advantage that could save us a lot of the storage and transportation costs. Zhen Ren felt a rush of excitement as he listened. He had had a plan for these goats. It was to turn these goats into mounts and develop a cavalry unit. In the future, when he became the city lord of White Sands, if he had an elite cavalry unit, it would be of great aid to control the state of affairs. Therefore, Zhen Ren was not afraid of trouble and had personally subdued 4 bronze head goats and captured many of the kids to attempt to tame and raise them. In the end, while the 4 bronze goats had survived, the kids died. It could be said that Zhen Ren's goat cavalry plan was a complete failure. But now, he found another possibility. It was to sell the goat flesh directly. Such was life. Plans could never keep up with changes. Cold reality brings disasters, smashing dreams and plans, while often bringing gifts at the same time, allowing men to hold on to hope. Hope was everlasting. The key was whether a person could find it. Many would fail to find hope in their lives and sink into despair. For, to find hope, one did not only need a pair of bright eyes, but also a good mindset or deep wisdom. Zidi's eyes glowed as she agreed with Kang Yexu, saying, "If we can find practitioners who can digest this goat meat, it would indeed be a huge business. Since ordinary goats are very easy to capture, we could even conduct large-scale rearing. The feeding and transportation costs are far lower compared to bronze or iron magic beasts. This business could be quite lucrative. Besides, there is another wonderful aspect to it. As long as we sell in bulk at low prices, this business could allow us to build relations with the top nobles of the empire. Looking at it like that, these goats are walking, bleeding piles of gold coins," said Lan Zio, his voice feverish and eyes wide open. Zidi looked at Zhen Ren and said, "Lord Zhen Ren, if we can develop and control this business, it will, no doubt, be a great help to you. Regardless of competing to become the city lord of White Sands or after you become the city lord, you will need a great amount of capital. This business is like giving yourself wings. It could also bring us the support of top nobles. Zhen Ren nodded, knowing the future prospects and benefits, but his demeanor was still calm. This matter needs to be considered for the long term, but the matter at hand is to solve the chaotic magic power in our bodies. The atmosphere in the tent then calmed down a little. The ice magic power could not be allowed to remain lurking in their bodies. Even if the magic power had little activity, it would still secretly eat away at the body. In the short term, it seemed harmless. But, in fact, the magic power was damaging their vitality. Moreover, if their body temperature ever rose, it would become a deadly killer. Zhen Ren did not want this. He needed to resolve his own problems while saving everyone's lives. He still wanted to take these people with him to the Beastman continent to compete for the lordship of White Sand City. So, how could he resolve this conundrum? Gazes gathered on Zidai. It all depended on the pharmacist's performance now. Zidi was solemn as she felt the heavy burden on her shoulders. She muttered, "I need to experiment first. For the time being, I cannot give you an answer." Zhen Ren nodded. "What do you need? We will do our best to help you." And so Zhen Ren gave his tent to Zidai. Lan Xiao once more led a group out to hunt goats, with Kang Xu personally conducting the dissections. Zhen Ren also hunted a bronze head goat to help. The goat flesh, bones, and fur, which contained magic power, were transported to the tent in batches. Lights in the tent were lit from the gloaming till close to dawn. Zidi had dark circles under her eyes when she opened the tent flap. "I need grass." "Grass?" asked Zhen Ren, who was keeping watch outside the tent. "The food of the goats. The more grass, the better. Note that it must be plucked out by the roots," instructed Zidi. Zhen Ren nodded and gave the orders. Fortunately, he had these subordinates and ample manpower. On his own, he would not have been able to meet Zidai's urgent needs. He did not know how much progress Zidi had made and was worried, but his face revealed none of it. He continued to stand by the tent, his hand resting on the crude wooden hilt of his blade, and his body ramrod straight. Whenever the exploration team members passed by, they would see Zhen Ren's silhouette, and their restless hearts would be calmed, and their hopes would swell. Everyone dug out the grass by the roots, and after the dirt was removed, the grass was sent to the tent in heaps. The tent was like a bear that had woken up from hibernation, endlessly devouring food with an insatiable stomach. Zhen Ren could smell all kinds of strange smells wafting out from the tent. When the sun was up in the east and the sky was filled with the rose tint of the morning, Zidai's voice came, "Lord Zhen Ren, are you still there?" "I am," replied Zhen Ren. "Please, come in." Zhen Ren's spirit was roused. He turned around, opened the flap, and entered. The smells were even more pungent inside the tent, lingering about as a faint mist. Zidi's face was haggard, but her wide-open crystal-clear eyes revealed her excitement. "Luckily I have not failed," said Zidi, raising the glass vial in her hand, which was filled with an azure liquid. "It turns out," she continued, "the goats are also victims like us." What actually contained the accumulated ice-type magic power was this grass. The life aura of this grass is very ordinary. However, it contains rich ice-type magic power. When the goats eat this grass, the magic power would enter their bodies. Then when we ate the goats, we also became contaminated by this unusual magic power. The truth revealed by ZD surprised him. Based on what you said, does that mean that these grasses are comparable to magic plants and have astonishing value? Asked Zhen Ren. ZD nodded. This grass is extremely rich in sap, especially the roots, which are comparable to fruits. However, I still suggest we sell goat meat. This kind of grass is very easy to copy, whether by a druid master or the Temple of Life. As long as they can acquire a certain amount of the grass, they could cultivate this in large quantities. And that is not considering beings like Grand Duke Sanexu. The potion was made, but its actual effects still needed to be tested. Of course, Zhen Ren would not be the first to drink it. He ordered for a small group to gather. When Huang Xiao heard this, he immediately volunteered to be first. This drew the berating of Lan Xiao, and Huang Xiao had to give up. As the younger brother, he dared not resist his older brother. Thus, before everyone's gazes, Lan Xiao swallowed the first potion in one gulp. Blah! Immediately after drinking it, his face turned blue. He grabbed at his throat, opened his mouth, and gagged with wide-open eyes. But to his distress, he could not expel anything. "Big brother!" shouted Huang Xiao in alarm. The others were also bewildered. "Don't worry. This is a normal reaction," said ZD in a level tone, reassuring them. Just as her voice fell, Lan Xiao suddenly bent over and vomited a mouthful of blood. The red blood had a blue hue mixed into it. In particular, there were a few thumb-sized ice chunks. These ice chunks exuded a dense cold air and had a strange blue-purple color. After vomiting these things, Lan Xiao instantly felt lighter and relaxed, and the blue on his face quickly receded. ZD checked the vomited substances and said with a smile, "Good, you should have thrown up all the ice-type magic power inside your body. The purpose of the potion I made was to absorb the ice-type magic power, coagulate it, and expel it via vomit. As long as you do not eat any more of the goat meat, the poison will not appear again." In order to confirm it, everyone accompanied Lan Xiao a certain distance from the camp. Not only did they walk to where they had found themselves poisoned before, but went even further away than that, and Lan Xiao was still energetic and did not have any unusual conditions. Everyone was exalted and started taking the potions. Zhen Ren drank the sixth potion. This was ZD's special arrangement. With the previous tests, there was sufficient proof of the medicine's efficacy. Therefore, she was at ease when Zhen Ren took the potion. After taking it, Zhen Ren had a similar reaction to Lan Xiao. He vomited out blood and ice chunks, expelling all of the ice-type magic power that was in his body. This is, in a split second, Zhen Ren's complexion changed. "Is there something wrong?" ZD rushed over with concern. "It's nothing," said Zhen Ren, shaking his head. However, his heart was still reeling from the shock brought to him. Just after he vomited, he felt an indescribable feeling of emptiness. This feeling had left a deep impression on him, so much so that he had recalled it many times. He was extremely familiar with it. Not long ago, when he killed the silver blade leg spider, his hands had transformed into sharp claws. When his hands returned to normal, he had felt this exact same feeling of emptiness. What is going on? Thought Zhen Ren with doubts growing in his heart. Chapter 33. Regaining a Secret Skill. It was late into the quiet night. It was dark in the tent, disconnected from the chillness of the outside. Zhen Ren was lying on a mat made of hay and dried leaves, his body covered by a thin quilt. Previously, he and Zidai had slept and ate in the open, but now their circumstances became very cozy and warm. A feeling of weakness was still lingering in his body. This was the potion's residual effects. Neither the cozy sleeping environment nor his exhausted body were enough to make Zhen Ren fall asleep. The youngster's eyes were wide open and his brows were furrowed as he pondered over the empty sensation he had felt after vomiting the ice cubes and blood. There is no mistaking it. It was the exact same one sensation. Zhen Ren was completely certain at this point. At the time, he had to deal with the blade-legged spider, but he didn't have a dagger, thus he was unable to cut the spider's webs, and was in a dangerous situation. However, at the most critical moment, his hands unexpectedly transformed into sharp claws that pierced into the spider's body. Thus, Zhen Ren counterattacked, killed the blade-legged spider, and turned peril into safety. Afterwards, his hands turned back to normal and an indescribable feeling of emptiness came from deep within his body. These two feelings were exactly the same. The effect of this potion is to condense the magic power related to the frost in my body into a ball, and then induce vomiting. Therefore, this empty feeling should be because I suddenly used up a massive amount of internal magical power. Zhen Ren placed great importance on this discovery. It was because this transformation ability contained enormous value. Due to the current situation, Zhen Ren couldn't activate his battle cry, making it hard to display his true strength. If he faced desperate straits once again, and he could change his hands into sharp claws, it would no doubt be a strong trump card. After all, this trump card killed the silver-level blade-legged spider in one fatal strike. According to my current understanding, did ZD really unintentionally make a transformation potion when she was treating me? And that was how I gained the monkey bear transformation? A transformation potion was a type of magic potion. Powerful grandmaster pharmacists could even make potions that could temporarily transform humans into great dragons. In the past 100 years, transformation potions had become the craze in the upper class of the human race. The key figure that caused this was Duchess Amy. Not only was this Duchess's personal strength formidable, she also had great influence, and she was very fond of a woman's charm and beauty. She personally researched and developed innumerable transformation potions. Different from the mentality of previous great master pharmacists, the vast majority of potions made by Duke Ai were very basic. The potion's effects were very minor. After drinking them, people would change skin color, hair color, or straighten up their noses, enlarge their eyes, etc. Currently, within the markets of the Shangming Empire, Ai's transformation potions were already a household name and were bestsellers all year round. This business was also the biggest source of income for Ai. Zhen Ren carefully recalled his memories. He charged to his death and killed the monkey bear. In the process, he was seriously injured and was on the verge of death, and he fell unconscious with a few intervals of fuzzy consciousness. Yet, he distinctly remembered one scene where ZD had directly infused the bear's blood into his body. According to ZD's later explanation, she was desperate and had no choice but to make a risky attempt. Fortunately, her risky attempt succeeded. The bear blood contained a great amount of magic power similar to when I ate the goat meat. These magic powers were concealed within my body, and when my transformation used up this magic power, it led to me feeling an intense sensation of emptiness. Naturally, there's another possibility: battle key. The situation is still quite complicated. Perhaps I aroused my potential during the crisis of life and death and instinctively activated my battle key. This island prohibits the activation of low-level magic and battle cry. However, no one has accurately measured the upper limit of this prohibition presently. Perhaps I have gold-level cultivation. At the critical moment, I might have temporarily broken through the seal and used my gold-level battle key. Gold-level battle key is not the most important thing. The key is that, at that dangerous moment, my bloodline awakened. When bloodlines awakened, a person's physical appearance would change. For example, a knight with the dragon bloodline would start to grow dragon scales on their skin. A warlock with the Hydra bloodline would have their circular human pupils transformed into vertical snake pupils. The Marquis Jin Mangqi of the Shangming Empire was a powerful individual at the saint level. In recent years, he had been very active on the battlefield and was quite famous. Whenever he fought a bloody battle, the battle key in his body would stimulate and awaken his bloodline, causing gold static lightning to hover from head to toe. His originally black hair would change completely into gold, and it would expand in size and form into something resembling swollen muscles. 2. Bloodline awakening was not commonly seen, even amongst the strong experts. Only a portion of them would have it. This was because bloodlines within one's body needed to reach a very high concentration to have the possibility of awakening it. If I have gold-level cultivation based on my current age, my talent must surely be outstanding. This kind of talent also means I possess a fairly dense bloodline. It is not strange for bloodline awakening to happen to me. But the source of my bloodline should be the Golden Queen Bee. After my bloodline awakens, I should have the characteristics of a queen bee. Then, why did I have claws? Perhaps my body has other bloodlines. Such things could not be determined precisely. Human nobles were often frivolous, and many bloodlines often mixed. If these bloodlines were never stimulated, they would stay dormant in the body throughout their entire life. Under the stimulus of death, I activated my gold-level battle key and awakened some mysterious bloodline in my body, changing my hands into sharp claws. However, why were they the same as the monkey bear's claws? Is it really a coincidence? Therefore, after Zhen Ren considered all possible factors and possibilities, he still felt that a transformation potion was the most likely. There was a possibility of bloodline awakening, but the probability of it was comparatively small. But this brought upon a whole new issue. Is there still the magic power of the monkey bear remaining in my body? If so, is this magic power having a corrosive effect on me? The consequences of magic corrosion were grave. Different bloodlines basically could not coexist peacefully. If a human noble had two bloodlines within them, one would be high level while the other would be low level, one strong and one weak. When they started cultivation, the higher level bloodline would become stronger and stronger until it finally expelled the inferior bloodline from the body. If both bloodlines were high level and were stubborn, it would be quite troublesome. One must cultivate a specific battle key art and pay great caution to the balance between these two bloodlines. Balance can base one bloodline as the main and the other as supplementary. It was also possible for both bloodlines to maintain equal strength. However, if balance was broken, violent conflict would form between the bloodlines and the practitioner would be heavily injured or even die. Bloodlines determined aptitude, and aptitude was the key to grasping strength in the future. The human race's pursuit of bloodlines had always been crazy and persistent. Nobles would think of every possible method to intermarry with stronger bloodlines. Many nobles were connected by marriage, and the private lives of nobles was a confused mess, not only because of personal lust but also to make the aptitude of their clan's next generation outstanding. Among all the races, humans were experts at reproducing. They excelled more in this aspect compared to elves and dwarves. However, among the offspring of nobles, those with outstanding talent were always a minority. Furthermore, the more powerful an individual was, the more difficult it was for them to reproduce. The price of giving birth was also extremely high. In addition to offspring, humans also used other dishonest methods. For example, they could use magic, make medicine, construct habitats, and make deals with devils, etc., to forcefully implant high-level bloodlines into their bodies. Forcefully implanting high-level bloodlines was not impossible. There were even many methods that could all temporarily succeed. However, all outcomes were usually poor. Firstly was mutations, where the human body would produce horrifying aberrations. These deformities were not limited to the physical body and could also affect the mind. Many cases had symptoms such as insanity, sleep-talking, confusion, dementia, etc. Secondly, the life form's original stability would be completely smashed. Their lifespan would be severely reduced and they wouldn't survive for long. Finally was the withering of the soul. Zhen Ren had never heard of a case where someone was completely successful in obtaining a bloodline through external force. This was why bloodlines were so rare and precious. Higher-level bloodlines produced outstanding aptitudes. Outstanding aptitudes over time would form formidable strength. And strength led to authority. This was the reason why human nobles were nobles and why they could place themselves over the majority of the same race. It was because of their solid foundations. Bloodlines were the cornerstone and pride of the nobility. ZD treated me and unintentionally made a transformation potion. This transformation potion could let me transform my hands into a beast's claws. This means that external force was used to mix the monkey-bear bloodline into me. This kind of inferior bloodline will have a bad influence and contaminate my noble bloodline. If this influence is high, my cultivation aptitude will also fall as a result. Transformation potions could not be abused. The consequences of abuse were serious and would have a disastrous price. Regardless of whether I am currently at the silver or gold level, I am still quite young with a long future ahead. This is only my starting point, and by no means my end. If this transformation potion dims my future prospects, then it is not worth it. Bronze, iron, silver, gold. Above these were the saint and legend level. Above legend level There was even higher. Who wouldn't want to rise to saint, legend, and even higher? 3. Zhen Ren did not want to see his growth obstructed by this monkey bear blood, reducing his potential and hope and making his originally radiant prospects appear gloomy. I know from experience that the empty feeling means I have consumed an enormous amount of internal magic power. In that case, does that mean the monkey bear's magic power has been used up? Previously, when my hands mutated for the first time, did it use up all the corresponding magic power? Do I currently have any leftover magic power inside my body? After that time, regardless of my attempts, my arms were incapable of transforming. Does this prove that all relevant magic power has been depleted? Including the latest occurrence, when I drank the potion, the foreign magic power within my body converged and was vomited out. Was the potion ZD made to target the frost magic power also effective against the monkey bear's magic power too? Maybe I should reveal everything to Zdi so I can ask her to assist me in designing a specialized emetic potion for myself? Zhen Ren's train of thought was diverse. However, he was in poor health, as he soon fell asleep in the tent. Where am I? Am I dreaming? He did not know how long it had been when he found himself in an expansive area. He was facing a long wooden table with a bow and arrow laying on it. 100 meters away stood 3 archery targets. The wooden table was manufactured in a crude style. The targets were human-shaped rice straw dummies with circular white cloth around their heads. These white clothes had many layers of circles drawn on them, with the innermost circle specially smeared with a red fuel. This was an archery practice range. The range only had 2 people. One was Zhen Ren, while the other was a middle-aged man. The man's body was straight, he had a slender beard, and his slightly raised face had the impression of noble arrogance and pride plastered on it. Zhen Ren recognized this middle-aged man. This was his father and the current Bai Zhen clan patriarch. Because of his incomplete memory, Zhen Ren did not feel any emotions towards the man. However, the memories he did recall let him learn of the close relationship between them. Lord Father, I have obeyed your summons. Zhen Ren found himself speaking. The Bai Zhen clan patriarch nodded. It has already been a few days since you have returned from the imperial capital. I have come to check whether you have been training hard in the imperial capital. This time we will compare arrow techniques. If you can win, I will bestow you a swift bee. Upon hearing this, Zhen Ren's eyes immediately brightened. Swift bee was a flying mount. Although it could only fly 3 meters above the ground, it was still invaluable, with few rarely circulating in the market. The number of nobles in the empire that had the technology to breed swift bees were few. The Bai Zhen clan was one of them. But after a moment, Zhen Ren heard himself speak in a sad and hesitant tone. But, Lord Father, your arm? Zhen Ren immediately understood. This scene should have taken place not long after the Bai Zhen clan patriarch and King Qi dueled. Zhen Ren had more than relevant memories about this, he knew. The Bai Zhen patriarch, his father, had formidable strength. However, because he was negligent in his fight against King Qi, his arm was chopped off. Indeed, nowadays the Bai Zhen clan patriarch only had 1 arm remaining. Therefore, how could he hold a bow? The Bai Zhen clan patriarch, however, didn't care at all. It's okay, you shoot first. Zhen Ren then picked up a longbow, skillfully nocked an arrow, and with a whoosh hit the target's head. Perhaps it was because of Zhen Jin's gloominess that he didn't hit the red bullseye. Zhen Jin put the longbow back onto the table. It was the Bai Zhen clan patriarch's turn. The Bai Zhen clan patriarch smiled faintly as he undid a button on his clothes with his hand and revealed a hidden bag from within. The hidden bag had fine needles, threads, and 10 long needles which were all densely packed into it. The lengths of these needles were identical. Each of them were the size of an adult's index finger. They seemed like crystal, but with a faint, cloudy white color instead of being completely transparent. Keep your eyes open, my son. The Baoi Zhen clan patriarch used his index and middle finger to grasp one of the white crystal needles. The next moment, he activated his gold-level battle key and imbued the crystal needle with it. In a split second, the long crystal needle flashed with a bright golden luster. The Bai Zhen clan patriarch faced the archery target and lightly flicked his fingers. Whiz! Zhen Jin's ears suddenly echoed with the whistling sound of the needle as it pierced through the air. At the same time, he saw the golden needle streak across the air as it left a bright ray of light behind. The ray of light flew straight into the center of the archery target. Soon after, with a loud bang, the entire target completely shattered. This is... Zhen Jin's mouth was agape as his face was full of shock. The Baoi Zhen clan patriarch smiled and explained, "There are many kinds of battle cries skills. Among them are those that cannot be easily revealed to others. They are known as secret skills. Now that you have seen it, this is the secret skill the Baoi Zhen clan has handed down through the generations, the needlepoint explosion. Do you want to learn it?" "I want to learn it. I will ask Lord Father to bestow upon me his teachings." Zhen Jin loudly spoke, his spirit clearly roused, and his previous devastation and gloominess were swept away. The Bai Zhen clan patriarch then proceeded to impart his teachings on the spot, and then put a crystal needle into Zhen Jin's hand. Zhen Jin made use of this opportunity to observe and emulate. He couldn't help but inwardly think, "This white crystal throwing needle is not ordinary. It is at least a tool of the gold level." After that, Zhen Jin found that even after many attempts, he still couldn't succeed. You have grasped the secret, and your process of using it has no mistakes. The reason why you didn't succeed is not strange. The middle-aged noble cleared up the confusion. The reason you have failed lies in you not having enough battle keys stored up. To fully use the needlepoint explosion secret skill, you need to consume a great amount of battle kai. Even with gold-level cultivation, one can only use 10 needles in a row, nothing more. Based on your current total battle key, you should barely be able to imbue and throw one needle. The Baoi Zhen clan patriarch made an estimation. Zhen Jin laughed bitterly. "Lord Father, if that happens, isn't using this secret skill a bit dangerous? Using up all the battle ki one had to barely use one needle. If he faced an enemy and missed the target, without any battle ki to support himself, Zhen Jin would be in a very difficult situation." The Baoi Zhen clan patriarch's smiling face gradually dwindled and his expression turned grim. He stared at Zhen Jin and said with profound meaning, "My son, reality is always cruel. Regardless of whether it is a battle or something else, you will always be faced with risk. Many times, You will find that using your full strength for that one shot is the wisest choice. It is very uncomfortable when using up all your battle ki. That kind of empty pain can be very uncomfortable. Sometimes we have no choice but to do it. Don't be scared of the risk, and don't be afraid of sacrifice. Chapter 34. I Want You. H. With a light sound, a dagger flew through the air and embedded its tip into a wooden stake. Zhen Ren slowly withdrew his hand and thoughtfully looked at the many wooden stakes before him. When he got up in the morning, he issued a command to collect long-range weaponry. Bows and crossbows were the most common. In addition to those, there were also some specialized throwing weapons like throwing axes and tridents. There were also some that could be used as throwing weapons like short spears and throwing daggers. All of these weapons were now accurately thrown by him into wooden stakes near and far. Zhen Ren moved his fingers while he examined his present performance, and inwardly evaluated himself. Strictly speaking, throwing daggers are not weapons specially made to be thrown. Yet I have thrown a dozen daggers without any slip-ups. I can hit wherever I want. Daggers aside, regardless of whether it is a javelin, a throwing axe, or a trident, it is all the same. It goes without saying that the bow and the crossbow were the same. If I also had darts, I should be able to do the same. Darts weren't commonly seen. In the eastern part of the Shangming continent, there was a unique battle ki art whose cultivators were light as Swallowzone and had great ability in throwing darts, flying daggers, and other similar weapons. Therefore, dart weapons were quite prevalent in the eastern part of Shangming continent while being extremely rare elsewhere. The results have proven it. Last night was not a dream, rather I recalled another memory. Before this kind of long-range throwing results was beyond Zhen Ren's abilities. But after last night, he accomplished it very easily, like it was instinct. No, this should be the results of my diligent cultivation and training in the past. I was simply unable to use it, and my dream last night had unsealed my memories of it. It's a pity that although the needlepoint explosion secret skill reappeared in my memories, I am still incapable of using it. If I could fully use this secret skill, it would be very powerful and would pose a great threat to the island's fierce monsters. Zhen Ren sighed to himself. To this day, he still hasn't been able to activate his battle ki. The needlepoint explosion was a battle ki art with its main premise demanding he imbue the special flying needle with his own battle cue. Therefore, as long as Zhen Ren couldn't use battle ki, he could not display the needlepoint explosion's true might. Even so, with his memory reappearing, Zhen Ren's strength still jumped up a bit. Previously, he had wielded a longsword fighting bravely in close combat. But now, because he had the ability to throw, his scope of attacks had increased to several hundred steps around himself. This is truly worthy of being the Baoyi Zhen bloodline. In terms of accuracy, the Baoyi Zhen bloodline is strong enough to be ranked in the top 5 in all of the Shangming continent. Lord Zhen Ren, you are the Baoyi Zhen clan's hope and are sure to bring the entire clan back into glory. As Zhen Ren was contemplating, he heard a familiar voice. He turned around and, as he expected, saw Kang Ixu. Kang Ixu slowly walked over and looked at the many stakes filled with thrown weapons. His face showed a respectful expression. But Zhen Ren shook his head. He had been practicing since dawn. Apart from confirming that the dream was a memory, His biggest expectation was wanting to use this golden opportunity to spark other relevant memories and understand how to activate his battle qui. However, it was unfortunate that he didn't succeed. As a matter of fact, he had previously inquired about his subordinates' battle key arts and secretly attempted to use them. Yet regardless of his great efforts, this island prohibited all low-level magic and battle qui. He simply could not feel any reaction and was unable to activate the battle Q hidden within his body. He couldn't confide these vexations onto Kong Xu. "Tell me, how is the current situation?" Zhen Ren stood still, regulated his breathing and asked while watching Kang Xu walk up to him. Kang Xu was clearly here to report on the situation. "Reporting to my lord, not one person has died." In one sentence, Kang Xu made Zhen Ren relax and heave a sigh of relief. Kang Xu proceeded. "We are indeed lucky that Lord ZD is such a pharmacist." Nearly everyone has benefited from her potions. Currently, more than half of the group has taken the medicine. These people are all very weak, some are unconscious, some have fevers, and serious illness was unavoidable. A sufficient amount of medicine had been made. However, for the purpose of safety and security, Kang Xu planned to have the exploration team take the medicine in batches. So there was still a portion of them that hadn't drunk the potion. Zhen Ren nodded and asked about a key issue. "So, to what degree have the bodies of those who took the medicine declined?" Kang Xu shook his head slightly. "The present situation is still developing, however, looking at the current results, it seems all of these people are in weak health and their strength has dropped to varying degrees depending on the person. Some have trivial drops while others have comparatively serious drops. However, the overall situation is still fine. At least, no one has been disabled or crippled." Upon mentioning this, Kang Xu's complexion sank. "My lord, I believe that the danger of magic corrosion has been resolved, and its threat to the whole group is not that great. However, there is another difficult problem in front of us. Food." Zhen Ren's eyes flashed with clear understanding. "My lord has a clear view." Kang Xu bowed with unconcealed worry. "We really do not have much food left." Zhen Ren nodded. He had been paying close attention to supplies since the beginning and was not surprised. Originally, Kang Xu suggested hunting large amounts of goats to acquire goat meat. No matter if it were the exploration team or the people at the beach, food was in huge demand. The exploration team originally had abundant food, however, it had been a long time since they left the beach and entered the forest. The majority of their food had been consumed. Zhen Ren and ZD had plentiful food, but it was only enough for the two of them. With the current sharp increase in the number of people, the amount of food that could be shared to each person seemed sparse. Unless Zhen Ren decided to abandon these people to preserve his own food. "How long will it last?" Zhen Ren inquired. The scholar immediately replied, "I've roughly calculated that we have enough for about 15 days. Half a month." Zhen Ren nodded, his heart satisfied with Kang Xu's report. This is the role of an advisor. Kang Xu is a qualified advisor. He discovered the problems ahead of time and warned us of them. Many things seem very trivial, and it can be hard to take care of everything too as the leader. At this time, someone needs to check and plug the leaks. 15 days is a long time, however, it is still in the danger zone. A sense of urgency rose in Zhen Jin's heart. He had experienced dangers on this island for many days. He understood deeply how difficult it was to acquire food on this island. Kang Xu must have understood it as well. It was because after he had joined the exploration team, he also went through many dangers and trials. No one could gain large amounts of food in one go. The only opportunity was the goat hunt. In the end, there were many problems with the goat meat, and the entire exploration team almost died. Do you have any good ideas? Zhen Jin thought for a while and asked Kang Xu again. Kang Xu hesitated before saying, I am ashamed and I am powerless to do anything in this matter. However, perhaps Lord Zidai can do something about it. When Zhen Jin heard this, his heart was moved as he looked deeply at Kang Xu. A thought rose in the youngster's mind. Kang Xu's words are referring to something. Don't tell me he saw something. Also, the grass's secret is actually hard to keep hidden. Perhaps it could deceive the others, but Kang Xu had been following closely from beginning to end. He has an extensive breadth of knowledge. It would be quite normal to understand this secret. Zidi discovered that the goats were also victims. It was found that the real source was the seemingly ordinary grass all along. She told Zhen Jin to keep this confidential. Zhen Jin's thoughts swirled incessantly. In light of the stated facts, there is one simple way to solve our difficult food problem. Zidai could make more potions and give it to the goats. After the goats spit out the chaotic magic power, wouldn't it be fine to eat the meat? Kang Xu's proposal seems to point towards this method, however, he has not openly said it. After all, this grass is special. It contains dense ice, elemental magic power, and is a top-notch natural resource. Any force would cautiously cover up this secret. It is very possible that Mr. Kang Xu clearly understands while pretending to not know this. He is truly worthy of someone who has served nobility for most of his life. Thinking about this, Zhen Jin couldn't help but admire Kang Xu more. The most admirable bit about Kang Xu was that he knew how to restrain his intellect and not offend others because of his wisdom. He raised his proposal just right to minimize the likelihood of resentment from others. 1. But at the same time, he still followed his own principles. Kang Xu knew, to the exploration team, food was extremely important. Currently, the team had plenty of water as there was a rare replenishment spot nearby. Food was the key. Once there was a food shortage, the body's energy intake would decrease, strength would continue to decline, and combat ability would fall. Therefore, the ability to resist external crises would fall accordingly. If it didn't get better, this vicious cycle would drag the exploration team into the abyss and destroy them. As a matter of fact, everyone knew about the food reserves. Once the food reserves entered a dangerously low level, the exploration team members would involuntarily feel mental pressure. This kind of mental pressure would increase more and more. It was very possible that no vicious beast needed to attack, as the group would collapse into internal strife to fight over the remaining food. Before this, Zhen Jin and Zidi were only 2 people. They could satisfy their food needs. However, with many personnel as there was now, although many things became more convenient, it also brought about many of its own pressures and inconveniences. Kang Xu was worried that Zhen Jin would be careless in this regard. Again, food was vital. Therefore, he pointed out this problem. From his point of view, protecting the entire exploration team's existence was how he protected his own life. Kang Xu was a scholar. He didn't cultivate battle ki. To raise his chances of survival, he could only attach himself to others. At the same time, the more people there were in the team, the greater the value of his management and scholarly knowledge would be. Kang Xu understood how to survive. This kind of talent is something I really want to employ. Zhen Ren sighed to himself. Although Kang Xu was just an ordinary person, he possessed great scholarly knowledge, understood appropriate behavior, and possessed impressive wisdom. Serving as a noble steward is not suitable for him. He is not a practitioner, thus he cannot control a situation. However, he is completely qualified to act as an advisor. He could even be outstanding as one. Kang Xu had the clan he had served for many years because he wanted to write his own work. This is his ambition as a scholar and is understandable. For an ordinary person, it is definitely better to remain at their lord's side. Why put yourself in danger for a book? Zhen Ren thought about this and his heart couldn't help but be moved. Previously, I had intended to take advantage of Kang Xu's ambitious attempt to slowly draw him to my side. However, now that I think about it, isn't the present dilemma perhaps a good opportunity to recruit him? Zhen Ren changed his perspective of thought, and his eyes slowly shined. Before he thought to slowly scheme, but he wasn't the only Templar Knight going to White Sand City in the future. There were still at least 2 other competitors for the City Lord's position. Therefore, the best opportunity was not in the future but right now. On this dangerous island, Kang Xu had to attach himself to other talented people to survive. So, this island is actually my opportunity. For the first time, Zhen Ren felt the loveliness of the island. Chapter 35. Explosive Blazing Horse Cavalry. Zhen Ren wasn't in a rush to look for ZD right away. Following behind him was Kang Xu as the 2 arrived at the camp. There were many people lying here. These people had recently taken the potion, thus they were weak and powerless at the moment. These people needed to be comforted. My lord. I pay my respects to my lord. Upon seeing the Templar Knight, Zhen Ren, coming over, the injured people struggled to get up to try and pay their respects one after another. All of you, stop, lie back down. Zhen Ren waved his palm in a downward motion. Don't worry, everyone. The Imperial flag is still flying, and the Templar gods are also watching over everyone attentively. This setback is nothing. As long as we have not lost our lives, everything is possible. Follow me and we will leave this island and reap glory. After Zhen Ren encouraged them, he left the tent together with Kang Xu. As long as we have you, my lord, morale will not collapse. You are the pillar of hope in our hearts. Kang Xu sighed. Zhen Ren smiled. Kang Xu's attitude was not pure flattery. Zhen Ren really did have such an influence. This was being a leader. It was one of the effects of being strong. It is only natural, however. The most important factor is my identity as a Templar Knight. Zhen Ren was well aware of this fact. In the hearts of the Empire's people, Templar Knights always had a majestic status. Zhen Ren left camp, taking Kang Xu along with him, and arrived at a nearby hillside. A crude, temporary thatched house had been built here. There was a circular fence around the thatched house. Within the enclosure were a few goats. These goats were the former flock leaders and possessed a bronze-level aura. Since the exploration team members were in weak health after taking the potions, these goats had been isolated here. There was no one looking after the goats except for Baiya. Because the youngster didn't eat any goat meat, he didn't suffer from the chaotic magic power corrosion and avoided the disaster. As a result, he earned the nickname Lucky Boy 1. The lucky boy Baiya had been quite busy these last few days. Not only had he been taking care of the bellwethers, but also the incapacitated people. Many people that received his care accepted his kindness, making him very popular. Among them was Huang Ziyo, who had a prior misunderstanding with Bai Yao. After Baiya took care of him, Huang Ziyo took the initiative to impart Baoya his battle key art. Sensing Zhen Jin's and Kang Xu's arrival, he promptly opened the gate and respectfully welcomed the two people in. "My lord, I'm sorry. I have failed to live up to your expectations. I haven't accomplished anything." Baiya looked ashamed. Zhen Jin patted the youngster's shoulder and consoled him. "It doesn't matter. I know you have worked hard." Although Zhen Jin was younger than Bao Yai, as Baiya listened to these words, his nervous and anxious mood immediately dissipated a lot, and his shame turned into appreciation towards Zhen Jin. "Many thanks, my lord. You are so magnanimous," Bao Ya said. Zhen Jin waved his hand to indicate that he wanted Bao Ya to withdraw. He had originally ordered Bao Ya to train these bellwethers, with the intent of taming them into mounts. If this plan succeeded, it would be of great help to Zhen Jin now, and even in the future. Zhen Jin had constantly kept the notion of a goat cavalry in mind. The reason why he gave this task to Baiya was because he was healthy and active and wasn't corroded by magic power. It was also because he was from a hunting family and had dealt with many beasts. But right now, the results had shown that Baoya was incapable of taming these goats. Zhen Jin wasn't disappointed, as his hope for this was very small. Normally, this kind of thing was done by beast tamers or druids. Zhen Jin knew that counting on a common and young hunter was somewhat unrealistic. "My lord, your subordinate asks to be excused." Baoya withdrew. Soon, there were only two people in the enclosure, Zhen Jin and Kang Xu. Then, Zhen Jin opened his mouth and said, "Concerning the food shortage issue, I have already found a method to solve it. A great amount of medicine could be made. Then the goats would drink it and vomit out their internal magic power, thus purifying their meat." Upon hearing what was said, Kang Xu hesitated and pondered for a moment before saying, "My lord, I fear this method won't work. We can only clear out our internal magic power because we suffered from corrosion. However, these goats are actually the source of the magic power. The magic power is a part of them, similar to their limbs or organs. If we give the goats the medicine, although it can eliminate a great amount of their internal magic power, there would always still be some leftover that can't be cleared away. At the same time, this would also inflict serious damage onto the goats to a far worse degree than us, with the most likely possibility being that they will die on the spot." Zhen Jin laughed and looked deeply at Kang Xu. "These goats are victims just like us." The true origin of the magic power is not them, but actually the seemingly ordinary grass growing nearby. Zhen Ren revealed the truth so frankly that Kang Xu was stunned on the spot. The old scholar looked at Zhen Ren, their eyes meeting midair. The old scholar blinked. He suddenly realized the deeper meaning in why Zhen Ren had said this. Zhen Ren continued, "It can't be that you haven't realized this secret yet, Mr. Kang Xu." Kang Xu's heart trembled. Zhen Ren's constant pressure gave him the illusion that he was facing a ruthless swordsman's unrelenting attacks. The old scholar's face flashed with hesitation, his gaze wavering as he replied, "I am dim-witted and did not realize this secret." Zhen Ren stared at Kang Xu for a while, and seeing that the other party made no further responses, his heart was filled with disappointment. Zhen Ren made a faint hum, slowly turned around and stepped towards the fence gate. Kang Xu followed close behind. Just as Zhen Ren was about to open the gate, Kang Xu behind him suddenly said, "Lord Zhen Ren, your candidness and vision is something men can't help but admire in their hearts. You possess the acute foresight of a person of high status. Even though you are in dire straits, you still try to organize a cavalry. The impact of cavalry is indeed big, for it can attack and defend very well. Having outstanding cavalry on hand will usually allow one to grasp the initiative. However, according to my humble self's perspective, these goats are not your optimal choice. You still have a better option." Oh. Zhen Ren put one hand on the gate and slowly turned to face Kang Xu. "Then let me hear your wise opinion, Mr. Kang Xu." "My lord, although these goats are high-level life forms, they are not products of nature. There might be hidden dangers within them. Moreover, they can't coordinate their magic power. Even if they became a cavalry, their upper limit would be quite low. In addition, my lord, in the future you will be the lord of White Sand City, and the surrounding terrain is mostly flat, deep into the wilderness continent in that direction. There is a vast forest. There is no mountainous terrain, which is unsuitable to display the power of the goat cavalry." Kang Xu spoke frankly and with assurance. Zhen Ren was expressionless, but his heart approved of what Kang Xu said. Zhen Ren also understood these shortcomings. However, the problem was, apart from the goats, what else could he use to organize a cavalry? Right now, Zhen Ren was very impoverished. Although he was a Grand Templar Knight, even his subordinates had all only recently come under his command. And once they left this island, whether or not they would continue to follow Zhen Ren was something that could be debated. Kang Xu suddenly asked, "My lord, how much do you know about the explosive hoof-blazing horses?" "It sounds quite familiar." Zhen Ren frowned as he thought, then suddenly said, "Duke Heng Li?" Duke Heng Li was famous for being a playboy when he was young. His parents died early on in his life and his relatives greatly doted on him. He lived an indulgent life and lacked strength. However, when the Eastern nobles rose in armed rebellion, his relatives lost their lives in an ambush. Thus, Heng Li was promoted to a clan leader. Before he could react, the nobles' armies launched a great attack. Heng Li didn't have the time to grieve. Under the support of clan's knights, he served as the commander-in-chief to hold back the allied armies. 2. As the two armies fought, Heng Li's clan's knights dauntlessly attacked their enemies to protect their homeland. However, they were powerless in the end. They quickly got suppressed and fell into a predicament. Seeing that the general situation seemed to be on the verge of collapse, in order to survive, the cowardly Hang Li decided to secretly flee. However, as he was in a panic, he didn't clearly recognize the horse and got on an explosive hoof-blazing horse by mistake. The explosive hoof-blazing horse had a violent temperament and was even crazy. If it was provoked, it would fight to the death, with little regards towards its own life. When Hang Li was whipping the horse to flee, he accidentally hit its buttocks. The explosive hoof-blazing horse immediately became indignant, and in spite of Hang Li's shouts and efforts to rein it in, it charged into the desperate battlefield where the armies were struggling against each other. The morale of the clan troops was originally gloomy, but when suddenly they saw Hang Li's one-man charge, they were immediately influenced by his spirit. One by one they began to roar. Their morale rose and launched a fierce counterattack, disregarding their lives. The allied enemy forces were caught off guard. Their front line was broken through, leading to their defeat. Hang Li won a crucial battle by accident 3 and saved his clan's territory. This story about him was revealed by him in his drunken stupor. As a result, it propagated throughout the world and became widely known. Kang Xu nodded. Exactly! In those days, Hang Li rode this kind of horse. This humble one knows a method that can be used to nurture explosive blazing horse cavalry. Upon hearing what was said, Zhen Ren could not help but reveal his shock. Are you sure? Explosive hoof-blazing horses had a wild temperament and were very liable to anger. A slight provocation would make them crazy enough to fight to the death. In addition, the bodies of explosive hoof-blazing horses were very strong. They were very tall and their heads were generally a meter higher than the majority of war horses. Their hooves were also thicker and harder than most war horses, as if they were made of steel. Its explosive strength was very powerful when it ran. It only needed a few breaths to reach its maximum speed. And they weren't just applicable for short distances, they had considerable endurance to run long distances. Zhen Ren was a Templar knight. Although his memory was badly damaged, he still had general knowledge. He deeply understood how important a knight's mount was, and how tremendously it improved their combat ability. The explosive hoof-blazing horse's height could allow knights to tower over the battlefield. On the battlefield, a slight advantage could be the difference between life and death. Wasn't the explosive hoof-blazing horse's height more than a slight advantage? The explosive hoof-blazing horse's hoof was also a powerful weapon. An excellent cavalryman could order their warhorse to stand tall and kick the enemy with its front hooves. When an explosive hoof-blazing horse kicks, it can pierce through common iron shields. Not to mention the tough muscles all over its body can produce a frightening impact force in a charge. Because of its outstanding qualities, many nobles and commanders had tried to form explosive, blazing horse cavalry. However, the performance of such a cavalry had always been terrible on the battlefield. It was because the cavalrymen couldn't control the explosive hoof-blazing horses. Especially when the explosive hoof-blazing horses were provoked, regardless of the cavalrymen's efforts to restrain it, they would always charge towards the enemy in front of them with no regards for their life. Explosive blazing horse cavalry were also very easy to outmaneuver. A slight bit of provocation could make the cavalry units rush into the firing range of magicians. Under a magic bombardment, the explosive hoof-blazing horses would actively throw away their lives along with their riders without fear. If met with a cunning enemy general with good tactical knowledge, these kinds of cavalry could even be maneuvered into attacking their own side, turning into chess pieces in the hands of the enemy. Explosive hoof-blazing horses had many advantages, but they also had a huge flaw which eventually led to the concept of explosive blazing horse cavalry becoming a laughingstock. But now, Kang Xu suggested that Zhen Ren form a unit of explosive blazing horse cavalry. Zhen Ren stared sharply at Kang Xu. Although they had only interacted for a short period of time, he didn't believe that Kang Xu was a person without common sense. Sure enough, the next moment Kang Xu added, "This humble one has a method that can allow cavalrymen to exercise basic control over explosive hoof-blazing horses." The reason why explosive hoof-blazing horses cannot be organized to form cavalry is because their temperament is extremely violent. But by using my method, it can make up for this flaw. This battle key art is still being developed. It is not complete and has much room for improvement. If your lordship does not dislike it, I'm willing to offer it to your hands. Zhen Ren narrowed his eyes and nodded. "Mr. Kang, your contribution will be recorded in my heart." The relationship between cavalrymen and their mounts was not a simple riding relationship. Cavalrymen and their mounts would not only interact with each other, train together, and foster a mutual understanding, they would also instill their battle key into their mounts. Battle key would circulate within the mount's body, allowing the mount to move faster, have a stronger defense, recover faster, have greater strength, etc. As the cavalry charges, stimulating the battle key would link the cavalryman and their mount even closer, thus forming a single entity. According to Kang Xu, he had grasped a recently created battle key art. By using this battle key technique, cavalrymen could effectively control their explosive hoof-blazing horse and not allow the latter to go crazy with madness. The value of this battle key art is certainly very high. Kang Xu continued, "Lord Zhen Ren, although these goats have a dense life aura, they are still monsters. They cannot coordinate their magic power, nor can they stabilize it. This also implies that cavalrymen cannot instill their battle key into the goat's body. Even if a cavalry unit was formed, they would not have any potential while also being a great hidden danger. In fact, it would be wiser to use the potions to eliminate their internal chaotic magic power and immediately butcher them after, thus obtaining a great amount of food and solving our current predicament. Even if the goat meat was to be processed, there would still be a risk that it might retain residual magic power. However, under the current situation, could the exploration team have high standards? Chapter 36, Bizarre Flying Squirrel. Food was very important. A food shortage would make the entire exploration team sink into dire straits. Even the stress of a shortage might terrify the exploration team and cause unrest. After the discussion with Kang Xu, Zhen Ren went to Zidai's tent alone. The size of this tent was second only to Zhen Ren's. There was no bodyguard outside the tent. Originally, Zhen Ren wanted to give Zidi some staff. However, Zidi clearly expressed that she didn't need any. She had her own means of defending herself. Zidi was resting. She had made medicine for the exploration team. The extremely big workload and troublesome process exhausted her. Zhen Ren was pacing outside the tent. Although the issue was grave, Zhen Ren did not want to rashly disturb Zidai. "I need to let her properly rest." As Zhen Ren was thinking this, Zidi's nose twitched as she slept inside the dusky tent. Soon after, she slowly opened her eyes. "Is it you, my lord?" Zidi's voice came from the tent. Zhen Ren was just about to leave, but upon hearing the voice he immediately turned around. "It's me! There is something I need to discuss with you." Immediately, a rustling sound came from the tent, and before too long, Zidi, who was dressed neatly, opened the tent flap and greeted Zhen Ren. "My lord, please come in." Zidi welcomed Zhen Ren into the tent. Zhen Ren directly stated his purpose for visiting. Zidi shook her head. "I am very sorry, but I will have to disappoint your lordship this time. Although Lord's method is feasible, there is actually a key material needed to make the potion. I am almost out of this material and only have a little left in reserve so I can guard against any mishaps." "What material is it, and can we find it here?" Zhen Ren was unwilling to give up. Zidi shook her head with a vexed expression. "Perhaps this material grows somewhere on this island. However, I don't have any relevant clues. Besides, even if I have the material to make enough medicine to use on the goats, is a situation where the gains do not make up for the losses. Because if we do this, we would expose the secret of the grass. After the goats were cleared of their chaotic magic power with the help of the potions, the others would realize that the goats were also victims. The true source of the magic power, the grass, would also be exposed. This grass was a magic plant. It was far easier to pluck and transport than the goat meat. Zhen Ren, I've already informed Kang Xu of this secret." Zidi was stunned for a moment, and soon realized, "My lord, what you have done is the right thing. Kang Xu really is a rare talent." Perhaps he had already discovered this secret earlier, but he didn't reveal it. This is proof that he has considerable wisdom. Perhaps he didn't discover this secret. However, your lordship decided to be frank about this secret. This will certainly make him understand that your lordship wants to treat him with sincerity as one of your own. Congratulations to my lord for attracting this kind of outstanding advisor. Zhen Ren shook his head and told Zidi what happened after that. Zidi didn't expect that. "To think he has such a surprising battle key art." She soon pursed her brows, her voice somewhat concerned. "My lord, such a battle key art was given so easily, I'm afraid it's not worth much." Mr. Kang Xu is a scholar. He is not a beastmaster, and most crucial thing of all is that he does not possess extraordinary strength. If the value of this battle key art was high, he could definitely exchange it with other nobles for even more benefits. Regarding this, Zhen Ren had a different opinion. Kang Xu is not a naive man. He handles affairs quite properly. He understands the value of this grass. Therefore, this battle key art is at least equal in value. This is his bargaining chip to preserve his own liberty as well as rejecting my solicitations. But by doing this, he has instead made himself more valuable in my eyes. Upon saying this, Zhen Ren smiled. With regards to the food shortage issue, Zhen Ren once again inquired Zidi's opinion. Zidi, too, did not have any good methods. She only said, "This area of this island is very big. It is also full of danger as well as great wealth. We can only keep our eyes open as we travel. Maybe we can find a better source of food than the flock of goats. Besides, before finding you, my lord, we had set up many camps by the waysides. There are some supplies still kept in them." If we can find them, obtaining those supplies can also relieve the food shortage issue. Zhen Ren nodded and prepared to leave with slight disappointment. Just as he lifted the tent flap, Zhen Ren's face flashed with hesitation. However, he still turned around and inquired, "Zidai, do you still have the monkey bear's blood from earlier?" Although he asked this, Zhen Ren did not hold much hope. The monkey bear's blood contained magic power. It was a type of magic material. However, as time passes, the magic power would rapidly dissipate. It was not easy to preserve, and to keep preserving it was very costly. But Zidai's response pleasantly surprised Zhen Ren. She actually still had a bit of the monkey bear's blood. "Give it to me," Zhen Ren said. Zidai did not ask anything as she directly opened up her small waste bag and gave Zhen Ren a few glass vials. Zhen Ren grabbed the glass vials filled with the monkey bear's blood and left Zidai's tent. He was the strongest one in the exploration team. Currently, there was a food shortage, and because almost everyone had taken the potion, their strength had decreased greatly. Zhen Ren couldn't activate his battle key in this kind of situation. The ability to transform his arms into claws had become his strongest means. According to my previous conjecture, drinking this monkey bear's blood can replenish the corresponding internal magic power in my body. It is very possible that the transformation can be reproduced. Zhen Ren thought to himself as he held the vial in his hands. With a look of unwavering determination, he said to himself, "Of course I will not drink this blood other than as a last resort." Chaotic external magic power would corrode the body and reduce its potential. However, like what the Bai Zen patriarch said in his memories, one must not be afraid of the risks, nor should one fear when sacrificing their lives. Early morning. White mist lingered between the towering trees. Turquoise moss and multicolored mushrooms decorated the woodland. A small saffron deer was looking for food in the woods. It took fancy to a short shrubbery. It was about to approach it when a series of sounds suddenly came from the other side of the shrubbery. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The small deer was frightened as it turned around and ran away with lightning speed. After a few breaths, the squeaking noise grew closer as it became mixed with the shouts of people. "Give chase. Don't let those flying squirrels escape. Use the crossbows. Use them quickly." The sounds grew louder and louder, and soon after, 3 flying squirrels squeaked as they leapt over the shrubbery, wildly rushing to escape. The pursuers behind them were hindered by the shrubbery and were forced to slow down as they watched the flying squirrels disappear into the forest. What a damn pity. Alas, we still couldn't overtake them. The leaders of the pursuers were the 2 brothers, Lan Ziyo and Huang Ziyo. Huang Ziyo was still unwilling to give up and wanted to chase after them, but Lan Ziyo stopped him. "Have you forgotten Lord Zhen Ren's orders? Don't break away from the larger group right now. We are already very far from Lord Zhen Ren. I just want to get more food. These flying squirrels are large, their meat is safe to eat, and they are all very plump." 1. The exploration team didn't have much food remaining, and the incorporeal pressure was already pressing hard on everyone's hearts. However, when Huang Ziyo recalled Zhen Ren's orders, he could only clench his teeth and relent. When the pursuers returned to the group, they saw that Bao Ya and others were already processing squirrel carcasses. They would skin, cut, wash, and finally smoke them. It had already been over 10 days since ZD made sufficient potions and solved the problem of magic corrosion within the exploration team members' bodies. After recuperating for a few days, Zhen Jin then led everyone to continue their journey. This group suffered the poisonous crisis. The strength and combat capabilities of nearly everyone slid down a notch. However, suffering together brought them even closer in mutual understanding. During their journey, they met with one crisis after the other, all of which Zhen Jin stepped bravely forward and united them to beat back the invading magic beasts. I am very sorry that we only killed 2 flying squirrels, Lord Zhen Jin. Huang Xiao walked up and reported to Zhen Jin with shame. Zhen Jin nodded and gave his instructions. Give them to Bai Ya for processing. Not everyone was proficient in processing beast corpses. But Bai Ya was from a hunting family and was trained in that since childhood, thus he was very familiar with it. The goat meat poisoning incident allowed the youngster to show off his talents. He was nicknamed the Lucky Boy. He had tended to almost the entire exploration team, and because of his diligent hands he gained a good relationship with the others. Huang Xiao carried the 2 flying squirrels and walked over to Bai Ya. Bai Ya was in the middle of processing another flying squirrel. His knife had already skinned it and disposed of its internal organs. At the moment, Bai Ya was trying to cut off the squirrel's neck. Even after several slashes with the knife, the neck bone still wasn't completely severed. Hey, Lucky Boy, use this. Huang Xiao laughed and gave Bai Ya his sword. One glance would be enough to reveal the sword's shoddy quality. Its handle was only a slightly polished block of wood, and the blade was fastened in with hemp rope. However, its blade was fearsome as it shimmered coldly. It seemed to be made of iron, yet wasn't iron. It was a blade-legged spider's limb. This was, of course, Zhen Jin's weapon. However, after the poisonous incident, the combat capability of the entire exploration team fell. In order to improve their combat might as much as possible, Zhen Jin picked out a few bladed weapons and lent them to his subordinates. Bai Ya received the sword. It was his first time he held it. The first thing he felt was how lightweight it was. It wasn't as heavy as he imagined. Bai Ya aimed and slashed at the squirrel's neck. A flash of cold light crossed his eyes, and the previously stubborn flying squirrel's bone was severed cleanly in 2. Bai Ya immediately revealed his shock. Before, when he cut the bones, it felt like he was cutting iron. His hands had felt numb after many unsuccessful cuts. Now, by using this blade, it now felt as effortless as cutting through bread. It was too easy. Truly ferocious. Bai Ya gazed at the blade as he gave his sincere admiration. It is only natural, after all, it was from a silver-level magic beast. Huang Xiao laughed. Bai Ya shook his head. No, I meant Lord Zhen Jin. That silver-level blade-leg spider must have been very frightening. But his lordship prevailed over it. He really is worthy of being a Templar Knight. As Bai Ya spoke, his heart was filled with adoration and reverence, all of which were revealed on his face. Huang Xiao smiled and approvingly said, "Yes, we are truly fortunate to come across Lord Zhen Jin." The others have not said anything about their most recent encounter with the flying squirrels, but Lord Zhen Jin threw daggers with infallible accuracy. The great majority of the flying squirrels were slain by his lordship. Wait a minute, I can process the carcass of a flying squirrel chieftain with this blade. As Bai Ya thought of this, Excitement spread across his face as he ran to another place. The carcass of the flying squirrel chieftain exuded a bronze-level aura. However, the aura was currently dissipating rapidly. It would not even take half a day for it to completely dissipate. There was a dagger in the flying squirrel chieftain's eye. It was a mortal wound dealt by Zhen Ren's hand. Baoya tightly grasped a spider-blade sword. After he slowly moved to an appropriate position, he then used the blade to cut hard and quickly skinned the squirrel's fur. The flying squirrel chieftain's fur was very tough. An ordinary iron sword could not cut it. However, under the spider blade sword, everything was cut when it met the blade's edge. As Baoya cut open the squirrel's abdominal cavity, his hand suddenly stopped moving. What happened? Quan Zio questioned. Baoya wasn't too sure as he said, "The flesh of this flying squirrel chieftain, it seems to be different from the other flying squirrels." Huang Zio glanced at it. "I don't see any differences." No. Baoya appeared grave. He returned the sword to Huang Zio before crouching on the ground to touch the flying squirrel's nearby internal organs and bones. Afterwards, Baoya's tone became more certain. "Indeed, there are many minute differences. I should first give this to Lord Kang Xu." "Okay, that's a good idea." Quan Zhao approved. Chapter 37. I am confronted with a difficult decision. Kang Xu was a very erudite scholar, and he could find many things from the corpses of magic beasts. Before Zhen Ren took over as leader of the exploration team, Kang Xu had assisted the team greatly. Kang Xu had already seen an ordinary flying squirrel corpse before. However, if the flying squirrel chieftain was dissected and something abnormal was found, he wanted it reported to him immediately. "My lord." Baoya quickly carried the flying squirrel chieftain's corpse over to Kang Xu. "Oh, it's you, Baoya." Kang Xu nodded, his eyes immediately shifting to the flying squirrel chieftain carcass that Baoya was carrying. "My lord, please take a look. Perhaps I may be a bit too anxious, but there are some abnormalities." Baoya gave the flying squirrel chieftain's body to Kang Xu so that he could examine it closely. Kang Xu examined it for a moment, and his expression gradually became serious. "Baoya, you have done well." Kang Xu praised him as he stretched out his hand to pick up the flying squirrel chieftain's body. But immediately after, the old scholar sighed and reined his hand back. The old scholar was feeble and frail. He had even suffered magic corrosion from before. Although the poison was removed, his body was still harmed greatly. "Go pick it up and follow me to report to Lord Zhen Ren." Kang Xu said to Baoya. "Yes, my lord." Baoya accepted the order at once. Inside the tent, Zhen Ren and Zidi were currently having a discussion regarding bows and crossbows. Because of the magic corrosion, the real combat power of the exploration team has dropped by a lot. With no outsiders present, Zhen Ren revealed the deep worries in his heart. It was already hard enough to explore this island. Now we need to assume even greater risks. Zidi hesitated before speaking. "Lord Zhen Ren, we have already hit our limit." "In the short term, the exploration team situation will only remain like this. Unless we use a high-level magic potion or a corresponding magic spell or a divine spell and the like. However, presently, we do not have any high-level magic potions. And I would not suggest using it even if we did, because it is not cost-effective. Regardless of whether it was a high-level magic potion, a magic spell, or a divine spell, the cost would be huge. Just for the purpose of treating these ordinary people, even if there were 2 bronze-level elites, the gains were still not worth the cost. After a pause, ZD added, "As a matter of fact, there are many repercussions of magic corrosion. For instance, there are all kinds of oddities and even untreatable chronic diseases, a reduction in life expectancy, as well as more." Zhen Ren sighed. "We don't need to consider those matters for the time being right now. I only want the actual combat strength to be increased." "Do you think we can make crossbows?" These past days, Zhen Ren realized from experience the benefits of long-range attacks. For instance, not long ago, there was a bronze-level magic beast, the Flying Squirrel Chieftain. However, when Zhen Ren shot his dagger, it had suffered a mortal blow. When the Flying Squirrel Chieftain died, the rest of the Flying Squirrels immediately fell into chaos, thus allowing the exploration team to grab this opportunity and scored a decisive victory with no casualties. ZD spoke with consideration from the heart. "My lord, your method is correct. As long as we increase our long-range firepower, we can supplement our combat power greatly while preserving our physical strength and helping reduce casualties. However, I fear we cannot make any right now. Firstly, we do not have any crossbow craftsmen. Although the structure of crossbows are very simple, making them, however, requires experienced skill. We are all amateurs. Secondly, we don't have a blacksmith. The truly strong crossbows use steel plates for the crossbow prod in order to have a high draw weight. The structure of a crossbow is also very meticulous, requiring metal wires. All of these things need a blacksmith to forge them. In addition, first-rate crossbows need to have a mechanism installed to assist in drawing the bowstring. Even the Empire is not able to mass-produce this mechanisms. Every year, they are purchased large-scale from the goblins of the lava continent. Scholars were not necessarily magicians, but all magicians were scholars. Zedai was the current president of the Wisteria Merchant Alliance. The arms market usually had the greatest profits, thus she understood crossbows well. However, Zhen Ren didn't give up easily. He still insisted, "I don't plan to use steel plates for the crossbow prods, only a wooden board. We can dry tree bark and tear it up to make rope. This will be our bowstring. In fact, we have many magic beast tendons, too. Although the draw weight of these crossbows will be much lower, they would be easier to draw and it can be achieved with our manpower alone. The only obstacle is the crossbow mechanism. Crossbow mechanisms are delicate and need specific metal components, the hardest part being the metal wires. Zedai, you're right, we don't have a blacksmith. However, we only have a few people and don't require a blacksmith to produce them in mass for our numbers. We only need you to use potions to corrode metal in order to form crossbow components and wires." Zhen Ren was also familiar with crossbows. Despite not remembering many relevant memories, he still had common sense. In fact, all Templar knights had crossbows. These crossbows were comparatively small as they were specifically made for use while mounted. ZD sighed, "I am very sorry, my lord." Currently, I do not have any potions that can corrode metal into specific shapes. I do not have that potion with me. However, if we collect the appropriate materials needed, I could make it on the spot. But magic beasts with corrosive acid are not easy to deal with. It is highly possible that one would cause enormous casualties to the entire group. In addition, there is something I want your lordship to pay more attention to. As she said this, ZD subconsciously lowered her voice. My lord, if your plans are executed smoothly, everyone in the group will have a crossbow. Such a group would not be easy to control, and it would be very dangerous. Zhen Jin's pupils shrunk. ZD was right to warn him. Zhen Jin recalled the time when Huang Xiao fled. Do not overestimate people and do not also underestimate them. Zhen Jin murmured in his heart. It was hard to fathom the minds of men. When facing his savior, regardless of whether it was intentional or otherwise, Huang Zhao had fled with the dagger. On this island, where danger lurked on all sides, what kind of extreme situation would show up in the future? Looking at it now, all these people supported Zhen Jin as leader. But what if an extreme situation happened? For example, if they were all fleeing from magic beasts, would someone shoot their companion with a crossbow in order to make them bait to distract and slow the pursuing magic beasts? Especially in this kind of environment, where low and middle rank magic and battle key could not be activated. Regardless of whether it was Zhen Jin or Zidai, both were weak. A sharp sword or a flying arrow could be deadly to either of them. People had fatal weaknesses. The members of the exploration team were not soldiers of the Baoi Zen clan. Cultivating loyalty usually needed time. Zhen Jin was not someone who couldn't listen to the opinions of people. If crossbows won't do, then we can only try to use bows. Longbows definitely won't do, as the jungle makes it too inconvenient to use them. Moreover, the requirements of the archers are also high. Short bows could work. They are more convenient to make compared to crossbows. Still, it needs some training. Long-range attacks firstly had to be accurate. Because Zhen Jin had recalled more memories, he suddenly knew how to perform long-range attacks. However, such a situation was difficult to replicate. The exploration team members were not proficient bow users, except for Bao Ya. He was the son of a hunting family. Using a bow was one of the methods he depended on to make a living. If there was enough manpower, Zhen Jin could select bow experts to form a specialized division of archers. However, right now, he had a severe shortage of manpower. The main reason why he wanted bows was to protect these people and to reduce casualties as much as possible. We can find wood everywhere here, thus, making bows is not at all challenging. If we are individually inaccurate, then a group volley and barrage can make up for the deficiencies. Still, it is necessary to conduct combat training, otherwise, there would not even be a barrage of arrows. However, carrying out training requires sufficient food. Zhen Jin began to feel a slight headache. Drawing bows would consume a lot of physical strength. The higher the draw weight, the more strength needed. Many crossbows needed to have the mechanisms installed, else manpower alone could not pull the bowstring. The time an archer needed to aim was a time where one needed to maintain a taut bowstring. This also consumed a lot of physical strength. As more physical strength was consumed, the more food was required. Without food replenishments, Recklessly training was absolutely asking for trouble. Therefore, to conclude, the problem originated from food. The food shortage was the most serious issue right now. Zhen Ren was in a state of vexation when Kong Xu and Bai Ya came looking for him. The two brought the flying squirrel chieftain's corpse with them. "We have discovered something unexpected, my lord," Kong Xu solemnly said. Zhen Ren's vision subconsciously shifted towards the flying squirrel chieftain's corpse. "Don't tell me you found a magic crystal!" "Not at all." Kong Xu motioned to Bai Ya. Bai Ya, after seeing Zhen Ren nod, lifted the flying squirrel chieftain's carcass onto the table. Kang Xu then instructed Bai Ya to pry open the incision on the flying squirrel's body, exposing vivid muscle texture. "Lord Zhen Ren and Lord Zidai, please look here." Kang Xu's finger pointed at the muscle texture. Zidi glanced at it and suddenly frowned. "Indeed, this is somewhat different from ordinary magic beasts." Zhen Ren also realized it. Normally, magic beast muscles were fibers bundled together, forming a whole. Yet the muscles of the flying squirrel chieftain were many thin sheets, overlapping closely like fish scales. "Now look here at this second location." Kang Su then displayed the flying squirrel chieftain's internal organs. Zhen Ren and Zidi made another discovery. The internal organs all had a white covering similar to fascia but thicker. Zidi was puzzled. This really is different from ordinary magic beasts. But what does this distinctly different structure mean? Although Zidi was a magician, she was not as erudite as Kong Xu. Zhen Ren's general knowledge also could not help him understand the scholar's intentions. Kong Xu saw the puzzled faces of the two and plainly explained, "I strongly suspect that this flying squirrel chieftain can discharge a strong electric current." "Hey! What do you mean?" Zhen Ren was puzzled. "Squirrels can discharge electricity?" Bao Ya blattered. Kang Xu continued explaining, "There is a special type of fish that thrives and inhabits the seabed or in big rivers. People call it the electric eel. The body structure of this fish and this flying squirrel chieftain are very similar. When they want to discharge electricity, all of the muscles will pulsate and produce a terrifying burst of electric current that can electrocute an elephant in an instant. But they also have insulating fascia in their bodies that protects themselves from the electric shock." 3. Then why did this flying squirrel not emit electric shocks prior? Bao Ya questioned. Kang Xu shook his head. "This electrical shock is not magic. Rather, it originates from its unique bodily composition. Magic is when a magician uses their spirit to draw support from the elements according to laws in order to create something out of nothing. But electric eels have specialized organs and tissues. It's like being able to speak by having a throat and being able to fly by having wings. Electric eels can at most produce electrical currents. They cannot control the current's flow. But electric eels live in water. If an intense electric current was produced, all underwater life near it would suffer a terrible electric shock. With regards to the flying squirrel chieftain, even if it produces an electric current, it would all depend on its environment. Trees, the ground, and the air are all often strong hindrances to the electric current. Therefore, Only when the flying squirrel chieftain touches an enemy would its ability to deliver an electric shock be revealed. But beforehand, Lord Zhen Ren threw a dagger and killed it in midair. As a result, this ability was also hidden for the time being. It turned out to be like this. Bao Ya suddenly realized. ZD narrowed her eyes. So, if we confront this kind of flying squirrel chieftain in the future, iron armor is instead a weakness. It would be best to wear thick leather armor. Kang Xu shook his head. Leather armor is not enough to guarantee safety. The faces of people are normally exposed. At the same time, the claws and teeth of the flying squirrels are very sharp. It is entirely possible that they can tear the leather armor apart and shock them afterwards. Zhen Ren nodded. So, the best way to deal with a flying squirrel chieftain is still long-range attacks. However, we have too few bows on us. Although Zhen Ren could throw accurately, he could not always kill in one strike so easily. He was also not a nanny for the others, and his subordinates weren't the ones meant to be protected. My lord Lan Zio is here to report to you. At this time, a voice came from outside the tent. Lan Zhao was a bronze-level elite, therefore Zhen Ren had dispatched him to scout around them. Zhen Ren called Lan Zhao into the tent, discovering that the latter was cheerful. My lord, good news. I have found where the flying squirrels gather. It is not far ahead. These flying squirrels have dug holes in the trunks of big trees and made nests there. I have roughly counted that there are many tree holes. This group of flying squirrels is very large, almost 1,000. If we attack, we can greatly replenish our food. Kang Xu muttered. It seems that this kind of flying squirrel has not changed its nature of living in large groups. There. Zhen Ren raised his eyebrows as he subconsciously looked at ZD. ZD knew Zhen Ren's meaning and immediately said, I've already tested them. Common flying squirrel meat has no issues. Of course, the magic beast meat of the flying squirrel chieftain is something that cannot be eaten indiscriminately. Bao Ya shouted, hunting this kind of large-scale squirrel group is very dangerous. Lan Zhao glared at Bao Ya for an instant, then looked at Zhen Ren and took the initiative to request that he lead the assault against the flying squirrel community. Kang Xu shook his head. Lan Zhao, you underestimate these flying squirrels? A bronze-level flying squirrel chieftain can explode with an electric shock. This is a huge community. It is very possible that it has an iron-level flying squirrel leader. What? Lan Zhao stared blankly. Zhen Ren sunk into reflection. He found that he was confronted with a difficult decision. But this time, Zhen Ren found it hard to decide. This matter, I want to think it over carefully. All of you retire. Go back to your respective work. Yes, my lord. Regardless of what you decide, I will support you. ZD left this sentence as she finally departed the tent. Chapter 38. I prayed to God. It was deep in the night, and a bonfire lit the camp. The burning firewood would crackle from time to time, accompanied with sparks flying into the sky above. This camp was not stable. Although there was fencing which was hastily arranged, time was too short, and so the short fence's defense against magic beast attacks was negligible. The most it could do was psychologically comfort the exploration team members. The real defense measures were the large amount of traps scattered in the camp's surroundings. If a ferocious beast attacked, these traps could hinder them and make a lot of noise that would alert the camp. Of course, there were people all around the camp on night watch, providing another layer of protection. In the past, most of the exploration team would already be asleep, however. Tonight, not many were sleepy. There were many people conversing around the bonfire. The news about the flying squirrel's abilities, as well as the food shortage dilemma faced by the team, were all well known. What should we do in this kind of situation? Food is the most important thing. Without food, there would be no need for magic beasts, as we all starve to death. No one would be exempted because no person cannot eat or not drink. I think we should get rid of these flying squirrels, even if the flying squirrel chieftains are strong. The majority of the flying squirrels are still ordinary beasts. Believing that will get you killed. As long as the flying squirrel bites your flesh, one electric discharge would be enough to kill you. Even if the flying squirrel chieftains are rare, there are not many of us, and it can easily kill us all. Thinking back now, it really is terrifying. During the day, I was only 5 steps from the flying squirrel chieftain. Fortunately, it died by Lord Zhen Ren's hand. Can the flying squirrel chieftain really discharge electricity? Someone expressed their skepticism. But he heard that it was Kang Xu's deduction. He didn't have any more doubts. Looking at it another way, this is all thanks to Lord Zhen Ren. If he hadn't killed the flying squirrel chieftain in one attack, we would certainly be dead. In my opinion, we absolutely cannot touch this beast group. Perhaps we might come across a better food source next time. That is the reason why we had better take a detour. Perhaps finding the main group is better. Your way of thinking is too naive. Is there any food in the main group? You can't forget that. The main group dispatched us not only to search the surroundings but also to look for food. I don't know how long the journey is to the beach where we can join the main group. It is very possible that we might run across an even more formidable magic beast on the road. In the end, how long can our food support us? Kang Xu was lying in the tent as he listened to the outside voices. He looked up at the tent with the ceiling, a clear mind. At most, the food would only last 7 days. But at this moment, Kang Xu was more concerned about the group's state of affairs. Every man had their own ideas. The group was disorganized. Everyone had their own respective opinions. And at this moment, the leader needed to make the final decision. However, although Zhen Ren held this position, his influence as a leader hadn't yet entered deeply into the hearts of the people. In the goat meat affair, it seemed Zhen Ren raised his leadership prestige through his good deeds. However, in the end, everyone got poisoned, the group was tormented, and not enough foodstuff was gained. Thus, Zhen Ren couldn't do anything to consolidate his authority. In that case, let's see what happens this time. Kang Xu's mind said. To be honest, this was not a good opportunity. But reality was always this way. It was indifferent and merciless. There were always mishaps and difficult problems in it, not within people's expectations. People cannot anticipate reality, let alone force it. Regardless of whether it was Zhen Ren, Zidai, Kang Xu, or even the entire exploration team, they had all been forced into a corner by reality. Only by overcoming this difficult reality can you truly become the leader of this group. Well then, Zhen Ren, our young leader, what will you choose? Kang Yexu held this question as he slowly fell asleep. What should I choose? Zhen Ren was lost in contemplation. As the leader, he couldn't escape this duty. He could only assume responsibility. Currently, the team does not have enough food. Dealing with this flying squirrel group is one way to acquire food. But the risks are very high and the exploration team has insufficient strength. Suffering the electric shocks of a flying squirrel chieftain will inevitably cause disastrous casualties. But I need a victory. A great and complete victory would be the ideal outcome. If it is only a Pyrrhic victory with large casualties, it would certainly cause the remaining people to lose hope and would no longer look forward to my leadership. At the same time, the scope of the exploration team is also not big. If there are large casualties, how can those remaining still support me in the White Sand City Lord competition? Besides this choice, Zhen Ren understood that there was another option. We could give up this flying squirrel community and continue exploring. Perhaps we might find another good source of food in the future. This choice will stabilize the exploration team temporarily, however. Our food supplies will only last 7 days. Who knows what we would encounter next? It might be a weaker beast group. We might also encounter a terrifying magic beast that could destroy the entire exploration team. If food is strictly rationed as much as possible, we could last over 10 days. But the risk of doing this is too great. Once food starts becoming scarce, the will of the people will become frantic. They would even guard against each other, kill each other, and eat each other so that they can survive. My prestige is not yet able to suppress these ideas. If this kind of situation occurs, the exploration team won't just collapse, it would riot. Not only me, but ZD will also be implicated. As Zhen Ren was contemplating, a sudden thought popped up. This thought was so audacious and horrible to such an extent that Zhen Ren was scared. If I was forced into desperate straits, would I kill and eat other people in order to survive? No, how can this be a possibility? If I do this, is there any difference between me and a wild beast? I am a Templar Knight. Zhen Ren felt deeply ashamed. Templar Knights represented light and courage. On the battlefield, Templar Knights would always lead the charge. In life, they would uphold justice and protect the weak. As it turns out, being a leader is so challenging. I fear that I am moving towards insanity. Otherwise, how else could I have such a dreadful way of thinking? At this moment, Zhen Ren clearly sensed that serving as a leader was not easy. Leaders had to shoulder their own responsibility. They could not fail to live up to their subordinates' trust. They needed to find the correct path when bewildered and guide everyone through predicaments. Besides this, there were other things that Zhen Ren had to shoulder. He thought of ZD as he saw it. His fiancée had always trusted him. She had protected him with all her strength and gave him her steadfast loyalty. He thought of his clan and his one-armed father. He could not die. He had to become the Lord of White Sand City and be the crux of the Bai Zhen clan's revival. In addition, his pride as a noble and his honor as a Templar Knight. As he was pondering, Zhen Ren's brows tightly furrowed, his chest tightened, and he felt as if he were suffocating. His tent was already the most spacious, but at this moment, the tent seemed like the claw of a giant monster that was closing around his throat. Zhen Ren resisted the tremendous pressure as the voices outside the tent gradually grew quieter. Most of the exploration team entered their tents to sleep, while Zhen Ren felt more and more pressure. After an unknown amount of time, Zhen Ren softly grunted and suddenly stooped over. He powerlessly sat on a marching blanket and leaned on the tent's only wooden pillar. Zhen Ren gasped for air, his forehead soaked in sweat. He felt intensely tired. This kind of tiredness was not a lack of physical strength, rather from his mental exhaustion. In the end, what should I do? Zhen Ren was still at a loss and very distressed. He subconsciously knelt to the ground and began praying once more. O great Emperor Shangming, my God, thou art above the skies, and no fog could ever stop thy march. Thine hands hold the reins of the vast empire and guide millions of thine people towards victory. Thou art so wise, thou art so decisive, thou canst see through the course of destiny. Now, thine humble and devoted believer prays to thee. I beseech that thou point out mine path. I ask that thou clear away the fog of fate. I request that thou bless and protect me so that I can uphold my noble's pride and my knight's honor. But the god did not respond. Zhen Ren waited. He waited for his god's response with indescribable expectation. Time continued to pass by quietly. The wait was endless. Zhen Ren half knelt on the ground, his head hanging low as he faced towards the Shangming Empire. What? It was a stubborn wait. Zhen Ren showed unprecedented patience during this prayer. Eventually, the ice-cold breath of night bored its way through the tent cracks and dug into Zhen Ren's nose and penetrated into his heart and skin. Zhen Ren's heart seemed to chill as his anxiously waiting heart fell to the bottom of a valley. At last, Zhen Ren realized the cruelty of reality. His god had not answered his prayer, and great Emperor Shangming had no instructions for him. Late into the night, it was completely dark inside the tent. There wasn't a single ray of light. The half-kneeling youngster Zhen Ren seemed like a stone statue. After a long time, the stone statue sighed, stopped kneeling, and got up with difficulty. Zhen Ren stomped his sore legs and feet to loosen them. His eyes were dull and his heart was heavy. He knew that he could only rely on himself. Without the guidance of God, the path ahead was darkness. Yet he must continue on. Staying put could only lead to death and would disappoint everyone. Life was like this. People often had to make all kinds of decisions, not knowing what the future would hold. Everyone knows how reckless their choices are. Yet people had to bear the consequences of their choices, whether it was sweet or bitter. Zhen Ren could only continue to ponder. Strangely enough, he no longer felt despair or hopelessness as he pondered like before. It seemed like he broke through a limit, or maybe his god's unresponsiveness made him realize that there was no one to rely on. When early morning came and the sounds of birds singing grew, did Zhen Ren realize that the entire night had already passed. He lifted the tent flap just in time to see the morning sun. The sunlight passed through the clouds and lit up the woods. The morning forest had a white mist that made the air seem cold and moist. Zhen Ren breathed in and felt a burst of freshness. The moment he lifted the tent flap, he was a wise military leader who understood everything and would only make the most correct choices. Even if he knew that he wasn't, he had to act like it. His face had no signs of hesitation, for he had already decided. Everyone quickly gathered to hear Zhen Jin's series of orders. Lan Ziyo, for the next several days you will continue to sneak and investigate more information concerning the flying squirrel community. Quan Ziyo, Bai Ya, and Kang Yi, you will be in charge of selecting wood. We will be making short bows. Zidai, I want you to make potions. It would be best if it can affect the flying squirrel chieftains as well. Yes, Zhen Jin had resolved to hunt the flying squirrels. Chapter 39, Lumbering. Zhen Jin issued several orders in a row, whether it was Huang Ziyo, Lan Ziyo, Bai Ya, Kang Exu, or some others. They respectfully obeyed immediately. However, there were still exploration team members around Zhen Jin who still had uncertainty in their gazes. Zhen Jin shouted, "Now, if you have a different opinion, put it forth immediately." A Templar knight will never punish those who speak out the words in their hearts. No one spoke, but there were a few who opened their mouths before hesitating. Zhen Jin's face darkened. He knew he hadn't established enough prestige as a leader yet. Kang Exu spoke at the right moment. "My lord, your decision is undoubtedly wise. Even if the flying squirrel chieftains can produce a deadly electric shock, they are still very rare. Your lordship's arrows and throwing daggers have always hit with unfailing accuracy. 1. In the past, we have encountered many beast groups. Excluding the goat flock, this flying squirrel group is the weakest. If we give up, I'm afraid we will not have such good luck as to encounter a more suitable group than this flying squirrel community. This is my humble suggestion. We spend time to strategize. Proper tactics can help us easily surmount these stupid flying squirrels. After all, human minds are far more intelligent than wild beasts." Very good. Zhen Jin nodded, showing his praise. Scholar Kang Exu, your idea is very pertinent. In fact, we only need to get enough food. We can attract the flying squirrels in batches and control the scale of the fight. As long as we can hunt enough food, we need not risk our lives against a flying squirrel chieftain. Zhen Jin's words were actually quite optimistic. Beasts' behaviors were hard to predict, especially since everyone was unfamiliar with these flying squirrels due to only having brief contact with them. On this island, other creatures similar to these flying squirrels all had traces of artificiality and aren't really natural things. Therefore, their behaviors, characteristics, and so on were really hard to predict. Zhen Jin and Kang Exu both knew this truth. However, after this meticulously delivered dialogue, everyone no longer wavered like before. The gazes of a few became steady once more, and morale had risen to a certain extent. Zhen Jin hadn't established his prestige and Kang Exu had feeble strength, however. With their combined influence, they could mobilize the exploration team's zeal. Zhen Jin became increasingly more satisfied with Kang Exu. His heart inwardly evaluated. Kang Exu understands how to coordinate with me. Perhaps he is even more outstanding in this aspect than Zidai. Although ZD is a Merchant Alliance president, she is still too young and primarily focused her time and energy on her magic cultivation. Although Kang Exu has no strength, he has still served nobility for half of his life. He has ample experience and has always assisted me in controlling the exploration team. After breakfast, everyone quickly mobilized. This was a forest and there were trees as far as the eye could see. Making short boughs required the appropriate wood. We need 2 types of wood right now, one type to make the bow limb, and for the other kind, we only need the bark to make the bowstring. Which ones to select, I do not know. I will need Bei Ya and Lord Kang Exu for that, Huang Zio said as he looked at Kang Exu and Bai Ya. The old scholar smiled. Although this island is full of strange and bizarre mutated beasts, the trees and grasses are relatively normal. These kinds of trees are our objective. Bao Ya followed. Senior Huang Zio, me and my father once cut down forest trees to make our own bows. Roughly looking at it, this kind of tree is the closest to the ones from my memories. Combining Bao Ya's experience in Kang Exu's knowledge and Huang Zio hacking and inspecting the trees, the 3 people nailed down the 2 types of trees without a hitch. Huang Zio then set out to chop down the trees. After all, he was a bronze-level warrior whose strength far exceeded that of normal people. The spider blade sword was extremely sharp. With one swing, a tree would slowly tilt to the side before crashing down to the ground. Bao Ya walked forward and used a blade to cut into the tree trunk and pried off a piece of tree bark in a skillful motion. The bark was dark green on the outside, but when Bao Ya flipped the tree bark over, he saw the tree bark's internal layer. The tree bark's internal layer was a yellowish green. Bao Ya touched it with his finger and felt it was smooth like satin. He nodded slightly and evaluated. The internal layer of this tree bark should make top-notch rope. The 3 chose another big tree. This tree was much sturdier than the one they previously cut down. Huang Zio took out the sharp blade that Zhen Ren let him and was just about to use it to cut it down. Kang Exu stopped him. Don't use that kind of weapon, use an axe. This kind of sharp weapon can only exert its real strength when used by practitioners. Regular people should better use axes. Huang Zio was willing to accept the advice and selected an axe to chop the tree. Iron swords were likely to bend when used for logging. People would not do that except as a last resort. The exploration team had quite a few axes. Their original purpose was to make gathering things like bananas, coconuts, and so on more convenient. Their secondary purpose was to cut open a path. If they found a steady source of food, having an accessible path would make things easy. Huang Zio swung his thick arm, and after a dozen chops, there was a large crack in the tree trunk. If I could use battle key, it would only take 1 swing to chop down this damn tree. Huang Zio grumbled his dissatisfaction with his performance. Although bronze-level battle key could not be imbued to a weapon or cover the body, it could still greatly increase physical fitness temporarily after activation. Depending on their battle key art, a cultivator's strength, speed, endurance, and recovery ability would all be enhanced to varying degrees. After a few more chops, the crack in the tree trunk reached the breaking point. Huang Zio shifted his position and used his strength to push the tree trunk over. Then, he cut up the tree trunk, took out the tree's core, and cut out a plank. Bao Ya and Kang Exu looked at the long plank with satisfaction. Kang Exu got Huang Zio to bend the plank, which revealed that the plank's toughness was excellent. The 3 looked happy as this matter had gone smoothly. Let us report back to Lord Zhen Ren. It's time to lead the others in cutting down these trees. Kang Exu decided. The 3 were near the camp. It had been cleared out and was relatively safe. The 3 quickly returned to camp. Zhen Ren was overseeing the camp and led the overall situation. After learning about the achievement of the three, Zhen Ren thought for a while and asked Kang Yexu, "How many people do you think you need, and how long will it take to get enough wood?" Kang Yexu had clearly thought about this on the way back and immediately answered, "Of course! The more manpower the better. But my lord, we have a few points we need to pay attention to currently. First is the safety of the small logging teams. It is generally dangerous to do lumbering in the countryside. All cities provide patrols and escorts to protect the teams. Even if everyone in the exploration team is a fighter, their stamina is limited. Lumbering is a very physically demanding work that can exhaust men, therefore it would also decrease their combat strength. If real peril appears, the lumbering exploration team members would find it hard to resist. Second is food. I suggest we reassign a few people to gather as much food as possible from the surroundings. It is likely that they won't harvest much, but our foodstuffs have already reached a dangerous level. Even if it is only a little bit of food, it is good nonetheless. Thirdly, this wood can be utilized in more than one way. Not only can it be used to make short bows, we could also use it to set up more fortifications. On the way back, I talked with Beiya. He knows many hunters' traps. We can arrange more and bigger traps. Although they can't deal with people, these flying squirrels are just beasts. We possess a superior intellect. Fourth, I believe this is the most crucial point, as well as the most difficult to solve. Our time is really scarce. No matter if it is making bowstrings or bow limbs, both need to be dried. Making bowstrings and short bows will take at least 1 day. They will need to be dried for at least 2 days. The time left to set aside for training is very small. Like before, Kang Yexu gave Zhen Ren many pertinent recommendations. Zhen Ren nodded. Kang Yexu was as reliable as ever. Zhen Ren had always believed that Kang Yexu was the optimal candidate for an administrator. Managing people was not simple. In this aspect, ZD did not have enough experience. As for Huang Zhao and Lan Zhao, their skill was in battle. According to Zhen Ren's understanding, these brothers could not contribute as commanders. They could only lead the charge. With regards to Kang Yexu's distress, Zhen Ren smiled and calmly fished out a potion. In the next moment, Zhen Ren saw Kang Yexu's eyes light up. Zhen Ren replied, "With regards to this point, I already have a solution. There are 2 potions here, one to smear on the bough limbs and one type that can rapidly dry tree bark 1 night is enough. However, you must take note of the fact that these potions can only last 1 day, nothing more. These potions were all made by ZD at the last moment. These potions were the main gain from Zhen Ren's and Zidai's discussion about bows and crossbows. Kang Yexu was overjoyed at the unexpected good news. Having these would be great. There was not enough food, which made time very pivotal. The potion seemed negligible, but in fact it solved the biggest trouble faced by the exploration team. Zhen Ren proceeded to assign Kang Yexu to take responsibility for leading the team members in lumbering. He then ordered Beiya and others to collect food with Huang Zhao, accompanying them to be in charge of their safety. On the other hand, it was also to purge the camp's surroundings. 3. Huang Zhao had bronze-level strength. Even if he couldn't activate his battle key, his fighting strength surpassed an ordinary warrior. Thus, Everyone is assigned to the lumbering team or the search team. The lumbering team doesn't have anyone protecting them. Kang Exu was worried. Originally, the scale of the exploration was relatively large, but by the time Zhen Jin took over, there were only about a dozen left. After the poisoning event, combat power and physical strength slid down overall. A task that originally only needed one person now needed 1.5 or even 2. Thus, manpower seemed to be in very short supply. Be at ease. I will personally guard the lumbering team, Zhen Jin said. Kang Exu immediately relaxed. The safest place was certainly next to Zhen Jin. He thought Zhen Jin would guard Zidai. Even if her strategic importance declined on this island, ZD was still a magician after all. Kang Exu pondered before asking, "If so, then does my lord intend to order Lan Zhao to protect the camp?" Zhen Jin shook his head. "No, investigating the enemy's position is more important. Lan Zhao must still scout out the details of the flying squirrel community. He can move about alone. The strength of the others is lacking. They would only be a burden." Kang Exu frowned and reminded, "Lord ZD's safety." Zhen Jin smiled. "I have spoken with her. She will stay in camp alone. She's also a pharmacist and has her own methods of protecting herself. If she encounters a difficult danger, the lumbering team is nearby and can reinforce her immediately." Kang Exu no longer had any objections. He was clear about the exploration team's lack of manpower, and Zhen Jin had done his utmost best with his arrangements. Chapter 40. Making Bows. Thump, thump, thump. The sounds of axes chopping on trees repeated continuously. Vigorous swings embedded axes deeply into tree trunks, sending wood chips flying. Then the exploration team members shook the handles and pulled it out. When a large enough gap was cut into the tree trunk, the trees began to teeter. The lumbering team members yelled warnings and then pushed and stomped onto the tree trunks. The tree trunks creaked and crashed to the ground with a loud bang. The sound of countless branches breaking was followed along with tree leaves flying everywhere. Although the exploration team only had a few axes, it greatly helped to increase their efficiency and lowered their stamina consumption. Next, they sawed the tree trunks into pieces to make transportation easier. These tree trunks would be rolled into the camp for more delicate processing. The exploration team did not have a saw on them. However, Zhen Jin lent them one. Zhen Jin's saw came from the blade-legged spider. The blade-like spider's hind legs were slender, straight, and had a packed row of sharp teeth. This was an excellent natural saw. The blade-legged spider was indeed a silver-level magic beast, and the exploration team members quickly realized how powerful a silver-level magic beast was. They worked in pairs as they used the spider leg to saw the thick tree trunks as easily as a knife cuts through white bread. The scholar Kang Exu had plenty of experience in leadership and commanding. Because Zhen Jin was keeping watch, he divided the people into 2 groups. One group went to cut wood, the other to peel and tear tree bark into thin threads. Every so often, the 2 groups would swap with each other. This way, the team members could save their energy, rest somewhat, and maintain the work pace. The lumbering team accomplished beyond their quota in one morning. A large quantity of logs were rolled in by pieces towards the camp and stacked in a corner temporarily. In addition, thread made from tree bark had already been smeared with potions, An increased supply of lunch was needed because everyone was extremely hungry. Bao Ya and Huang Ziyo also returned for a meal. They hadn't harvested much, a few birds and a pheasant. The harvest was clearly not worth their efforts, but at least they cleared out the surrounding woods. What surprised everyone was that Zhen Ren ordered everyone to take a small nap after lunch. This hadn't happened before. This was actually Kang Exu's suggestion. A lunchtime nap could guarantee that the team members worked efficiently in the afternoon. Although the lumbering was finished, there was still a lot of work remaining. A large number of tree trunks had been chopped into planks. These were to be made into the embryonic form of the short bow limb. Thus, the planks required a certain length and thickness. Even if the planks that came from the entire tree trunks, the best planks were from the tree core. This was a job for a carpenter. It would be great to have a good carpenter, but all of the exploration team members were laymen, resulting in amateurish quality immediately appearing. Many tree trunks were destroyed, and although many planks were made, none met Bai Ya's standards. The inadequate planks could be used for hunter traps. Even the worst planks could still be used as firewood. After being burnt, charcoal and tree ash was formed. These were both good resources that had high practical value. In their current situation, the exploration team required all and any resources. Whatever resources they could obtain could not be discarded. The progress of the carpentry was considerably slow, making Zhen Ren's heart more worried and irritated, even though he knew it couldn't be rushed. To tell the truth, Ziyai's potions really helped him a lot, saving crucial time. Furthermore, Kang Exu's plan was rational and adequate. The scholar had already evaluated that the morning situation did not meet standards. After the exploration team gradually became familiar with their work, the amount of wood wasted began to greatly decrease. One after the other, more and more planks met the standards. After the number of planks rose above a certain degree, Kang Exu commanded everyone to make bow limbs out of the planks. The crafting was actually quite simple. They only needed to turn the planks into strips, which were slightly thicker in the middle and had two slightly thinner ends that had notches suitable to hold the bowstring in the future. After passing Bao Ya's inspection, the short bow arcs were smeared with potions and laid out in a dark corner to dry. After finishing the work, many people shouted that they felt that they could be a bow craftsman. Many others were constantly moving their fingers or massaged their arms, fingers, thighs, and other muscles. The soreness made them grimace. Their bodies were already approaching their limits, but there was still work to be done. Large quantities of arrows needed to be made. There was a general standard to select an arrow shaft. Wood that met the standard had to be processed, cut into long cylinders, and then polished to smoothen the surface. Of course, the exploration team members doing this weren't experienced in the process. They mainly made arrows out of the straightest branches with lengths and thicknesses closest to normal arrows. Bao Ya was guiding those making the arrows. To make arrows, they would first brush off any bark on the branches to make shafts. Then they would use knives to carefully cut feathers, and after that, they would use a potion to glue the feathers to finally make arrow feathers. Finally, arrowheads were baked so that the wood would carbonize and harden, then finally sharpened. The arrows made by this method could not compare to army standard ones. First of all, the arrow shaft material was inferior and the arrow feathers were not high quality. All of them were rough and slipshod work, yet they could not be rejected. The exploration team didn't have many feathers. Most of what they had came from Bao Ya's hunt today, so each one had to be treasured. The only thing the people were grateful for was the potion that ZD made at the last moment. The glue really was firm. As for the arrowheads, they were simply wretched. They were not iron arrowheads. They would turn into scrap after several uses. Their natural destructive power was very low, but it could still threaten ordinary beasts. Outside of the production of arrows, there was still more work. For example, there were wooden shields taller and wider than a person. They were made from tree trunks and rattan, and when thrust into the ground, they would form a simple and short curtain wall. These were also called arrow-blocking shields. In the past, humans had this kind of fortification when besieging castles. Nowadays, that kind of fortification had long been phased out. Even if someone used it, its surface would have a layer of iron. Besides these shields, there were wooden spears. The exploration team could hold the spears and stab at the flying squirrels from a safe distance. But these tactics were only better than nothing because everyone knew how fast the squirrels were and that they could glide in the air while adjusting their direction with their tails, so their bodies were very nimble. Everyone mainly put their expectations on the short bows. As night fell, the torn tree bark had completely dried. The people marveled at Zidai's methods and began to twist rope. The skill of twisting rope was also something taught by Bao Ya. There was a small skill in this. The main first step was to divide the threads into 2 bundles, each one rotating counterclockwise, and after the 2 bundles are combined, then rotate clockwise. This way, the woven rope would be quite tight and less likely to come apart. This hemp rope could be used for bowstrings. Every short bow needed at least 2 bowstrings, one for normal usage and one as a backup. By dinner, enough bowstrings had been made. Like at noon, dinner was also rich. There was also some game that broke up the monotony of their food. The morning of the second day, Zhen Ren and everyone else got up early because there was important business to be done, testing the bows. Putting in one night and Zidai's potions, the short bows had been dried. Bao Ya grabbed both ends of the bow limbs and attempted to bend it. After seeing the bow limb bent, he grinned, quite strong. It's better than what I imagined. Kang Xu hesitated before saying, Huang Zio, I am giving you this task. Break this bow limb, but do it slowly. Huang Zio realized what Kang Xu wished and immediately started. When the bow limb was bent to its limit, it instantly snapped into 2. Everyone saw for themselves and immediately understood the limit the simple bow limb could bear. Kang Xu estimated, it seems we can only use 1 hemp rope as a bowstring. No one had any objections. Sometimes, many hemp ropes were combined to form a bowstring. But after this experiment, it was more suitable to use a hemp rope that had a toughness that matched the short bow limb. Bao Ya tied the bowstring using the slipknot method and fastened it firmly and cleverly. Soon after, the hunter's son nocked an arrow, aimed at a distant target, and shot the arrow with a whoosh. Everyone looked on with wide eyes. It was very clear that the originally straight arrow veered to the upper left and then fell to the ground at an angle. The range reached more than 50 paces. The distance from the target was far. No one knew where it landed. But no one revealed their disappointment. Zhen Ren even nodded slightly. He knew that this was just the beginning. Bows are things that need to be tuned. The bow limbs created were very crude, so it was necessary to use daggers and other tools to continue processing the bow limbs. At the same time, the bowstrings needed to be adjusted as well as the arrows. Following this process, the short bow's accuracy would stabilize and its range would be greatly improved. Finally, after Baoya finished the tuning, an arrow successfully hit a target 100 paces away and penetrated 2 fingers deep into the target. Seeing this result, Zhen Ren was very satisfied. These were not composite bows, only monoblock bows. The bow limbs and bowstrings were all made from the materials on hand and not carefully selected. In addition, the arrowheads were not made of iron, but ground and carbonized wood that was crudely processed. To have this kind of performance is very good. Because Zhen Ren also did not demand much. Right now, they were staying in the middle of a forest and not in an empty and vast grassland. Thus, longbows were unsuitable. None of the exploration team members were excellent archers. Most of them were pushed beyond their limits, so no one could hope they would be accurate beyond 100 paces. Due to the restrictions from the environment and the personnel, the short bows have an effective range of 100 paces, which is sufficient. The crucial point to look at is inside this 100-pace area. About how many arrows can we shoot? If we can shoot 3 or more arrows each and have a certain rate of accuracy, the short bow plan can be considered a success.